The common test of Update 1.3 is coming to World of Tanks. It brings new ways of customizing your vehicles, revised conditions of the Excalibur operation, improved technical characteristics of the T-55A and Object 260. These are tanks awarded in the first campaign, balance improvements on different maps, and a new map for the Grand Battles mode. Let's get going. We'll start with customization. On the common test, players will be able to apply decals of different sizes to all vehicles of Tier 10 and Premium Tier 8 vehicles. 3 decal types are available. They are applied to specific spots, similarly to emblems and inscriptions. The new campaign of personal missions has gained players' interest. However, there were some issues. Based on the obtained statistics and feedback players shared, we have revised the conditions of the Excalibur operation. A total of 23 missions for different formations. Now, completing them will require fewer battles. And here's some good news for those who are currently taking on the first campaign. Now, the mission progress will be displayed in battle, similarly to the Second Front campaign. At the same time, solo players will be able to complete missions intended for platoons more easily. Since missions of both campaigns can be completed simultaneously, the first campaign was refreshed respectively, so were the reward vehicles. We promised players to rebalance them, and now it is time. We have improved the T-55A armoring, particularly its turret. Now it resembles the Soviet T-54 turret. They're not identical, but still. Moreover, we've improved the gun of the reward vehicle. The Object 260 has also been improved. Since it's first been introduced into the game, many other Soviet heavy tanks have been added. The Object 260 has become lost among them. It's high time we returned it to the major leagues. Its armor has been improved, particularly the turret. The gun characteristics have also been increased. Balance improvements have been made on 4 maps. On Himmelsdorf, the bottom team had the advantage. The main changes have been made to the castle area on the hill and the tank alley. Several new positions have been added for the top team. On the Fisherman's Bay map, the top team area has been changed. Now, vehicles that are moving to the town will not be spotted as frequently. At the same time, the town area will become more secure, as shoot-throughs from the map center have been removed. Some minor changes have been made on the Pilsen map to improve the positions for the top team. Slight changes have been added on Mannerheim Line. Now, the right team will have more opportunities. In Update 1.3, we are introducing the Hinterland map for the Grand Battles mode, especially for amateurs of massive tank battles. This is a great territory with a small town in the center. The map features many large and small covers together with the possibility to shoot at vehicles at large distances. This is it. Check out the changes we've made and good luck on the battlefield.
How to play the LT-432. The LT-432 is a Soviet Tier 8 light tank. The most iconic vehicles of this type are best known for their speed and ability to get on everyone's nerves by rushing up and down the map, always twisting and turning. But the LT-432 is a premium vehicle, which means it offers a different kind of gameplay. Light tanks rely on 2 main characteristics: mobility and concealment. The latter is directly related to the vehicle dimensions, and the dimensions of the LT-432 seem quite large. The tank is wide and long, but it still has a high concealment parameter due to its low silhouette. Dynamics are the chief asset of the researchable Soviet light tanks, and the LT-432 is no exception, with its remarkable maximum speed and good acceleration. On the other hand, its maneuverability is rather peculiar. The tank enters turns smoothly and can swiftly move to the opposite side of the map. But it can't always be on the forefront dodging shells like Neo. Its dimensions just won't let it. The LT-432 is a good choice for active spotting. Find a position, spot the enemy for as long as it's reasonable, then quickly move away and antagonize the enemy somewhere else. The characteristics of the gun are fairly standard for its tier and class. The main advantages being damage per minute, fast aiming, perfect stabilization, and reasonable elevation depression angles. The LT-432 follows the old tenet of all light tanks. Thou shalt do harm, using distance and concealment. You can see 3 circles on the minimap: vehicle draw distance, maximum spotting range, and view range. The commander of a light tank is always trying to visualize another one that would indicate where they can be spotted. When scouts keep the enemy inside the area between the view range circle and the circle they have in mind, they spot the enemy without being detected. The wider the area, the richer the opportunities. You can direct your gameplay into a more aggressive style and better help your allies. The size of this area depends not only on the vehicle characteristics, but also on the view range and position of the enemy vehicles, as well as on how the battle develops. The worst-case scenario is beginning the battle at the bottom of the team list, because the view range of the enemy vehicles may be higher than that of the LT-432, but the concealment does the job and allows this light tank to get closer to the enemies than they expect. The start of a battle with the LT-432 is often the same. Try to spot the enemy maneuvers as quickly as possible, as it will help your allies to wisely distribute their forces. Moreover, you will find this information useful for planning your further actions. You might find that the enemy does not have proper presence on one of the flanks, and you'll soon have a chance to earn a good deal of experience and credits for spotting as many enemy vehicles there as you can. This approach also works for city maps. You may not have the same freedom there, but they still have a number of attractive paths to common positions. The LT-432 does not need to employ special techniques in order to spot the first enemy vehicle. Its speed and concealment allow it to use standard routes and hideouts for passive spotting. At the very start of a battle, a light tank's worst enemy is a light tank from the opposing team, so it might be a good idea to get rid of them as quickly as possible to secure more space and subsequently use this space to achieve the best performance. Therefore, counteractions against light tanks are a top priority. You can always try to outclass the enemy in spotting and use your allies to pull chestnuts out of the fire. But if you feel especially bloodthirsty, you can easily do the work yourself. The LT-432 feels comfortable in combat against its peers due to its good gun and, curiously enough, armor and durability. Not so substantial in duels with other vehicle types, but against other lights, they make a critical difference. When in combat, try to keep as many hit points as you can, because your remaining HP pool defines your future actions in the battle. Don't squander your hit points unless you are absolutely sure that taking a hit or two will provide an advantage. Therefore, if you can't destroy an enemy light vehicle without a sacrifice on your side, it might be a good idea to wait for a better moment. The best approach is to assess the situation and act accordingly. So the vehicles have moved out to their positions. What's next? Before the battle sees the first casualties, the LT-432 has a few options available, long-distance spotting being one of them. This light tank can support allies with fire from a safe position. It doesn't deliver the highest damage per shot, but considerable damage per minute will soon become a thorn in the enemy's armor. Even if some hits bounce off, the adversary may lose focus, change position, and expose itself to your allies' guns. It might take more than one hit to destroy a track, but once it's off, the LT-432 can immobilize the enemy for good due to its high rate of fire. In this case, even a repair kit will turn out to be a temporary respite rather than a full-fledged fix. The LT-432 is an infiltrator. It is equipped to operate with cunning and subtlety. The infiltrator's power lies in knowledge, not in weapons. If you know everything about your enemies while they know nothing about you, you will always gain the upper hand. As soon as you lose this advantage, you may be cornered and destroyed. Hence the two main rules for light tanks. Never go to a position you can't leave, and always analyze the minimap. They might sound corny, but light tanks thrive when following these rules. If you have the chance, infiltrate the enemy defenses, as it will help you achieve several goals at once. Disperse the fog of war and get updates on vehicle positions. The vehicles that posed a threat to the team may be long gone. Find new targets. Spotting vulnerable tank destroyers and SPGs may tip the scales in favor of your team. Do you want to have some fun and make sure your enemies don't? Attack from a flank. Make the enemy vehicles turn their guns. Draw their attention away from the main combat and force them to feel nervous and stumble, as each of their mistakes is an opportunity for your allies. If your opponents react to your mischief, they will pull some forces back, simplifying the situation for your allies up the line. If not, their SPGs will fall prey to your skills, and you can outflank the enemy team later. At the end of the battle, with few vehicles surviving, the LT-432 has the entire map at its disposal, which alleviates the need to act so stealthily. During this stage, a light tank can focus on dealing damage by helping allies land the final blows. If the prospects aren't so bright for the team, the LT-432 can be the last warrior standing. This is how it rolls when the vehicle is at the bottom of the team list. A place in the middle gives the LT-432 a bit more space, but being at the top of the list is what makes this tank a real beast from the very beginning of a battle. In battles against Tier 6 vehicles, the LT-432 enjoys the most comfortable balance between spotting and being spotted. The combination of concealment and view range make it almost invisible, and the speed grants it nearly inescapable omnipresence. The penetration rate allows the LT-432 to stuff any vehicle with shells, and the usual tactics of a light tank are complemented by the chance to fully unlock its potential for dealing damage. As for the crew skills and perks, the best strategy would be to pick the ones that enhance the comfort zone. The commander can learn the skills and perks of the loader and radio operator. And with such an abundance of options, it's quite difficult to choose. We would recommend selecting Sixth Sense, then Camouflage, and Situational Awareness. You can pick from the remaining skills and perks as you please. The situation with the gunner, who is also the loader, is more straightforward. Camouflage comes first, Snapshot goes second, the latter will improve firing, the rest are up to you. The driver's first choice should also be Camouflage, then everything that improves mobility, and Smooth Ride. The fourth option entirely depends on personal preferences. We might recommend Brothers in Arms as a possible choice. As for the equipment, coated optics and gun rammer are a must. The third piece is entirely up to you. If you think that accuracy on the move is crucial, install the vertical stabilizer. For better aiming while stationary, consider using the enhanced gun laying drive. If your crew is already well trained with Brothers in Arms at its disposal and you're ready to use extra combat rations, then improving ventilation might do the trick. Then there is always the camouflage net for the patient players who like passive spotting from bushes. The LT-432 is a versatile vehicle that features the best traits of light tanks and excels in active and passive spotting, supporting allies and dealing damage. Such a panoply of options makes the LT-432 a worthy representative of the Soviet light tanks branch.
Good afternoon and welcome. It's time for some more World of Tanks. We're here for the APAC League. It's the Masters Finals. I'm, of course, Elfish Guy. You would know who I am, I'm sure. But this guy here, you might not know. Kevin Karath, welcome to the World of Tanks. You haven't been on a World of Tanks broadcast yet, I don't think.
Yeah, not as a face. I've been in a couple in the back room, but now actually in the front, ready to just drive in, pretty much.
Yeah, I've given up the role of the expert today. I'm back on the host seat. So today our 1400 WN8 expert master of World of Tanks is here to take us through how everything's going to play out.
I think that's already a bad summary. 1400 and telling people that are twice as good as me how to play.
Yep.
I don't think that, but I'll give it my best shot.
I've been doing it for the last 3 years, so that's all that you need to worry about. It's okay. We're here for the APAC Masters Finals. Obviously, this is the finals. We saw a couple of weeks ago the group stages where the teams managed to qualify through into this Masters Finals. And we've got basically the old guard, the ones that we expected to see at this point. So let's go ahead and have a look at how things are going to be playing out today. It'll give us a better idea as to what we are actually going to be seeing. But I would say more or less this is what we expected. Maybe with the exception of GGWP there, who I thought at least PIFO would probably be the team to go through. But, you know, you've got your old guard like Caren Tiger, you've got Naughty Kids, and you've got Reported, which is the former Team Efficiency roster. So to me, no real big surprises today.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise is that GG Well Played or GGWP actually did come through the SEA qualifiers, actually not dropping a single series or a single map. They went through 5-0, 5-0, especially against PIFO in that region as well, which, I mean, they ended up, I think, 3rd or 4th in the last season as well for the APAC League. So that already gives a bit of indication on how the series might pan out. Obviously, we have to look at that later. But Caren Tiger versus a Reported, this is always a classic, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. A match that we've seen time and time again back into the days of WGL, even in the last season of the APAC League in Season 1. This was a match that we did see. Obviously, that at that point did go the way to Caren Tiger. Could do so again. I suspect that it might actually. We'll have to see how this new and I mean, I guess improved in a sense Reported roster is going to go. But then again, Naughty Kids were able to get the win over Caren Tiger, so they're kind of looking pretty good as well. And you mentioned those results from PIFO up against GGWP. I thought that was very, very surprising that it was going to be that 5-0 for GGWP in the end. All in all, though, this is what we've ended up with, so this is how things are going to play out today. Let's have a look at the bracket and see how things are going to be going on into the future. Caren Tiger and Reported will be our first match. Winner of that goes through to the final. Of course, same for Naughty Kids and GGWP. I don't think either of those two matches are going to be particularly easy for any of those teams either, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a struggle to make sure you get into the final spot as well, because all of these teams really, really strong. I mean, all of them have their different strengths as well as, I guess, different metas and how they approach the playstyle of maps as well. And sometimes when it comes down to these best-of-9 series, you've only got one chance to really secure the victory. And we can say one moment where a team could throw it, that could be it. That cost them the chance.
Yeah, definitely. I think we can sort of hark back to some of the maps that we got to see from Reported in the last stages of this competition when they were going up against the ANZ opponents. They had a couple of maps where they really sort of threw, I thought. Like, they just didn't play very well. A couple of individual mistakes or calling mistakes that really kind of threw away a couple of maps. And in the end, you know, that almost actually knocked them out of the Masters Finals. They went into a 5-4. They did actually win the tiebreaker, but it was kind of a close affair. And, you know, for like what you say, like those little individual things here could definitely play a big part. And if we're going to see Reported, for example, get a win over Caren Tiger today, who I do know are playing obviously quite seriously at the moment, I think they're going to have to really up their game from what we saw in the last stages.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to which team is going to be hungrier at the end of the day, right? Is that Caren Tiger as well as Reported? They've been playing the game for a very, very long time. The skill as well as the experience is not the question. It's the question of who actually wants to make their way into the finals. And for Caren Tiger, they definitely want to make it and have a bit of revenge over Naughty Kids as well. As you were saying earlier, Naughty Kids did knock them into, I guess, that playoffs bracket, if I could call that, for that final 4th spot. And, well, I mean, Caren Tiger did come out on top over everyone else, but it was still a close affair.
Yeah, definitely. The Japanese teams, I think, are the ones to watch today. But speaking of Caren Tiger, let's go ahead and have a look at how they are shaping up coming into today's matches. Very, very strong defensively sided, and that's actually what we saw in their match against Naughty Kids earlier on a couple of weeks ago. It essentially went defense-sided for every single map for both teams. Naughty Kids would win defense, then Caren Tiger would win defense, or vice versa, until we inevitably got to that tiebreaker, which Naughty Kids actually ended up winning. And now Caren Tiger, like you said, they've fought their way through the playoff bracket. It's the same old Caren Tiger that we expected to see coming from WGL. You know, you've got Akiov there, the captain of the roster, been around for a long time. You've got your big names like Yupa, like Helkarai in the roster still. I mean, everyone's still there. They've added Vicetone as well, which is kind of a nice bolster, gives you a good bat chat player. But to me, on paper, actually, I think this is probably the strongest looking roster, individually speaking.
Yeah, I mean, you've got, once again, it always goes back to, all right, these are all the names that you've seen before. You know what roles they can play in terms of when it comes into the maps. I mean, the question is going to be, will we see Vicetone coming in? Because the bat chat has fallen a little bit out of favor in certain maps. So it really depends what the veto is going to go to. Obviously, looking a little bit too far ahead there. But, I mean, also jumping a little bit too far ahead. I would say that also the reason why sides are a lot more successful on the defensive side is the way the meta has shifted. It is much harder to push into positions right now with the tanks that we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll talk about their opponents as well before we get too far into the map discussion. It is, of course, going to be reported the former team efficiency roster. They've still got JT in there as the captain, as the in-game leader, but you are going to be adding players like Madhouse coming in there as well, Hazy, Knight, Bucket. These guys have all come in. They were never part of that former team efficiency roster. So there is kind of that core where you've got Party, you've got Safi, you've got Bales, and you've got Botek or Chipot. But to me, I feel like this roster has gone under quite a few changes, more so certainly than what Caren Tiger has.
Yeah, 100%. You see this new influx of a lot of names that I probably noticed as more, dare I say it, Win 8 farmers pretty much coming in from pub matches, and now it's pretty much the old hands teaching them how to actually play competitive sevens, and they're having a good time learning, I guess. So I hope to see actually some of the new talent come forward and see what they have as well, because I know with some of the other guys, they've been having to go through the reform process. So
yeah, definitely. Safi actually will not be playing today either. He is overseas at his box party, I believe, somewhere in Thailand. And I actually do remember one time where he was overseas for a work trip and he brought his computer, he brought his laptop, and actually did end up playing 1 or 2 matches. But he has assured me that we're not going to be seeing him play today. So we'll see whether or not that is the case. Even if he's actually watching, maybe, I'm sure we'll see him jumping into the Twitch chat here and there to see how things are going for the old reported boys. But Kevin, this matchup to me, like I think on paper, you know, you look at that Caren Tiger roster, it's almost untouched coming through from WGL, and you have to say that it does look a little bit stronger, I think, than the reported roster.
100%. It is stronger. It doesn't look stronger, it is stronger, because you're comparing, all right, you still got some of the old hands, the veterans coming in from that reported roster, but the new talent, this is the new pressure coming forward, and it's never the same pretty much coming into the finals of the playoff stages, because you know this is it. This is your last chance to really shine for the rest of the year. So with the Caren Tiger, this is something they've done for how many years now? This roster, they've been together for so long, the teamwork and the synergy is going to be there.
Yeah, definitely. Well, speaking of teamwork and synergy, one other thing that we have to think about is, of course, the maps today, Kevin. Let's have a look and see how the vetoes are going to play out. Himmelsdorf, the ban from reported, that is expected. Things didn't go too well for them in the ANZ matches on Himmelsdorf, so I'm glad to see that one being vetoed away. Prokhorovka, a little unhappy to see that one vetoed out, because I do like watching Prokhorovka, but it's going to leave us with Muro, Mines, Sand River, and Cliff. We definitely expected to see Sand River between these two teams, as both of them do like to pick that up. Tiebreaker map is going to be Murovanka. So looking at this map pool, I mean, I guess there's not too much to take from it really, because there isn't too many matches that we've been able to watch of late, but I don't think it necessarily favors one side or the other.
Yeah, I mean, this is really even, because I know both sides do like playing Sand River. Mines, I mean, historically both sides have split 1-1 apiece, or 2-0 pretty much, so I feel like Mines is pretty much a linchpin here. If either side can secure a 2-0, it's going to help them a lot more towards a series victory, but I mean, all these doesn't really favor Caren Tiger in terms of the attacking side. I mean, Murovanka, it's always going to be troublesome trying to maneuver your way around the defense. Similarly for Mines, I mean, Sand River, you got a little bit more leeway. Cliff, maybe Vicetone can shine as well in terms of being the back chat driver. But yeah, Muro, it's going to be a bit of a problem, I'd say, for, I mean, both sides.
Yeah, definitely. I think for Murovanka in particular, it was heavily defense-sided earlier on, so I would be expecting to see that transition on through. I do think it's one of the more difficult maps to attack on just in general, because it is very unforgiving. If you make a mistake, you essentially get blown up straight away, where on something like, for example, Himmelsdorf or whatever, you have a little bit more cover to play around with, and you might not necessarily get insta-gibbed, I suppose, in that sense. Murovanka being the tiebreaker, though, I guess if we do get there, you could argue that might favor reported a little bit here. It is their first map choice, so if they're going to get a 2-0 on any map, I say this all the time, but you want to make it your own map choice, otherwise why are you picking it at that point? So, you know, Caren tiebreaker, as we like to call them, do tend to go through to the tiebreaker more often than they might like. And if we get there, then you could sort of maybe even lean on the side of reported.
I mean, I'll put it this way, right? So in the Japanese league, they lost 4-5 against Naughty Kids, and then through the playoff bracket, they won 5-4 against, I think, Big Daddy. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another 5-4 series coming out today.
Yeah,
wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and the history between these two teams as well does generally go quite the distance. Not in the last season of APAC League. That was a little bit more comfortable of a victory for Caren Tiger. I think it was 5-3 or 5-2 at the time. But back into WGL, we're talking even in some of the playoffs when they were trying to qualify for the season finals. There were 7-6s going the way of Team Efficiency, who are now known as Reported. During the extended season, all of their matches went to 5-4 as well, with the exception being the last one in the season, which went the way of Caren Tiger, again, a little bit more convincingly. But by and large, a lot of the matches that we've seen between these two teams have been very, very, very close indeed. Now, there have been roster changes, more so for Reported than anything else, which is why I start to sort of lean a little bit now toward the side of Caren Tiger, more so than the side of Reported.
Yeah, I'm leaning on the side of Caren Tiger as well, but I still think it's going to go to a tiebreaker. I still give the rookies on the side of Reported just a little bit enough in the tank, a little bit of juice to push them towards the very edge.
All right, let's go ahead and really solidify these predictions. Obviously, we've given our predictions beforehand, so let's bring them up here. I've said 5-3 to Caren Tiger. You and production have actually gone 5-4. I don't think that's too far out of the realms of possibility, but for me, you know, like I do, you know that Caren Tiger do like to go to those tiebreakers, but I think that they just have that little bit of an edge over Reported. I think that they've been trying a lot harder in the last couple of weeks, last few weeks, than what Reported have been. They've been scrimming quite hard, and I do give that a little bit of an advantage then to Caren Tiger as a result.
I mean, I said 5-4 just because of the history, right? You can't take the tiebreaker out of Caren tiebreaker. So, whereas, I mean, for Reported, it probably is going to be a 5-2, 5-3 realistically. I said 5-4 because we say that every single time. We go, look, this is how the matchup is going to go. These are the maps. This is going to favor Caren Tiger. They've got everything that they need, and it still manages to go into that 9th round, pretty much.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and we don't necessarily get that sense out of this map pool in particular. I don't think we look at this and say, oh, Caren Tiger's going to easily be able to win this one. For me, where the difference might actually come probably is going to be mines. I think Reported looked a little bit shaky on that last season. Or sorry, not last season, in the last matches that we did get to watch. It wasn't awful. I think they got a 1-1 on it in the end, but some of it was a little bit not so ideal in my mind, at least. Cliff could be an interesting one as well. We did see a couple of pretty big throws actually out from Reported there on Cliff as well, so hopefully they've tightened the ship on it, that one. As I said, I'm glad that no Himmelsdorf is in here for Reported, but I think for Reported, they want to start off with the 2-0 here on Moravanka. We talk about the core of this roster being a very, very momentum-based team, so if they can start off well, they should be able to maybe even clean up Caren Tiger today. That would be pretty interesting to see them through to the grand finals. I would be expecting against Naughty Kids, but then again, Caren Tiger, if they get through, then there's a chance for the Japanese grand final once again, which would be pretty exciting to see as well.
Yeah, that might go to another tiebreaker, but Moravanka is going to be our first map. I mean, there's one thing I'm going to be missing coming into Moravanka with Safi not playing as a T100 LT. I just remember all the way back in the finals, it flipped.
Yep. That was against EL Gaming. Not necessarily in the grand finals or anything like that, I don't think. I believe that was in just a regular stage match, but it was one of the last matches of the season and a position where it looked like Team Efficiency might actually be able to beat EL Gaming, but wasn't the case then on Safi flipped. But having a look at the tank rosters coming out here, a couple of bat chats for both sides. You've got Vicetone in one of them, AKOV in the other. Normally it would be Hellcry, I would have thought, to take the extra bat chat there after Vicetone. We'll see how this one does work out though for Caren Tiger. They've got themselves their lovely skins on. Ordame with the STRV. Interesting looking defensive setup here though from Caren Tiger immediately. Not headed towards the 1 flag. And Reported, they look like they're headed in that direction with the Object 277s. The bat chats, they can get in there very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, I think the Super Kongs are going to move into a position near the 1 flag and just pretty much use the terrain to their advantage. And these Object 277s are just so quick. You can just rotate them so fast around. And I mean, I don't know if Reported are going for the Magic Forest control. It didn't look like it in terms of how they were going to move all around. So it might be very, very crucial for this town control at this stage. Only a single bat chat over on that 7 line at the moment, controlling that Magic Forest and to see if anyone's going to come into the city. So a pretty standard position. He's just sitting in the bush in the middle there.
Yeah, definitely. This is a good start for Reported, though. They've managed to get themselves essentially in the perfect position to deal with Caren Tiger. At the moment, no idea where Caren Tiger is, but they will be rotating, I'm sure, across to the 1 flag.
This is dangerous because look at where Bucket is sitting at the moment. He's going to pick up all these Super Kongs coming forward, and those 277s on party as well. They're just going to sit there and just trade out damage. 10 seconds left on the cap. They need to start resetting soon. There it is. The first HE shot comes forward.
Yeah, good stuff from the Super Kong, but this is where Reported need to start trading back. Knight will take a shot for free. Botek, of course, the one in the mouse there, trying to hold off the town as long as he can, but there's not really any trades coming out here just yet from Reported. They're taking shots, but they're not being able to do much damage back, and that's not so great of a start just yet for Reported.
Yeah, I mean, Bales is in big trouble in terms of everything. Oh no, Yoop has been ammo racked as well. That's going to be harsh. Zaki OV is going to be unloading his clip as well. He's going to try and get as many shots off. Still has a few more left in there, but Bales, if he keeps alive long enough, could try to run circles. Knight is quite low though. Wants to try to bounce around.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 more shots to deal with Knight, but he is tracked at the moment, needs to get back to safety. He's been blocked a little bit there by Hazy. All in all, though, this is not looking too bad, actually, for Reported, as they've traded 1 for 1. They still have the mouse available. A lot of HP pool, able to soak things up later in the game, and now starting to pull ahead. Reported, again, the reset comes across just in time, but they are making advantages happen.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? The SDRV is sitting here and just getting free shots into them. He's not going to be spotted the entire time. I mean, Kirishima is going to go down, but once again, the SDRV is going to be critical for the resets. Now he's going to be spotted out. And Party just going to be using his hold down in terms of just the body in front of him as Mara is going to be charging forward, but needs to be careful. Madame can still get shots in. They need to get the reset. 1 second left. The reset, it's not going to come forward.
Yeah, Reported.
Oh, it does.
No, it does. Just in time. The reset comes across for Reported, or rather for Caren Tiger. That's absolutely huge. They actually have a chance in here despite having a tank disadvantage. They actually have the health in their back pocket, though Maro will go down. So now it's a 2 tank advantage. Extra guns in the game. More of a chance for Reported to do more damage. And the reset doesn't come across inevitably this time. Caren Tiger just put under way too much pressure early on in the piece there because of their defensive setup being on the wrong side of the map, and unfortunately they couldn't rotate across in time to really get themselves in solid positions.
Yeah.
Of course they rotated over in time to get the resets, but at sometimes you have to really just YOLO in there and get the reset, and that's kind of out of the frying pan into the fire because, yeah, sure, you get the reset, but you're kind of throwing away a tank in doing so, and great stuff from Reported. Able to use the advantage that they found by being in the right position at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been a couple of mind games coming forward because you can see that Caren Tiger actually committing so many defensive forces into the Magic Forest. So maybe they were suspecting that, Reported were going to be doing something more towards that Magic Forest side with that lineup, but they just went straight for the 1 flag. That's something we've seen a lot coming from previous seasons, and it works out perfectly. I think Bale staying alive is absolutely critical. As soon as he dies, they lose control of the city, at least some vision of the city as well, and that means they don't have the ability to trade out as efficiently, but well played by Reported at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, Bales is such a catalyst for the success here, I think, for Reported. He is one of the more experienced players in the roster, and he's in one of the more impactful tanks in the roster. So if he fails to perform in that bat chat at any given time, that's where you can start to see things start to slip a little bit for Reported. But when he does actually play well, it generally translates into a victory then for Reported. And I think that's what we've seen already to start off with today. He was also a really big part of the victory in the tiebreaker map on Himmelsdorf over Big Daddy in the ANZ qualifiers for Reported. So we'll have to keep an eye on Bales, individually speaking. Aside from that, I think it was, in essence, a bit of a failure of the setup then from Caren Tiger. Unfortunately, they didn't read the play correctly. They set themselves up for what was, they assumed, going to be a push through the Magic Forest from Reported. Didn't end up being the case, and so they put themselves out of position and had to kind of scramble back in. And it's never going to be fun to try and get back into position once there's only 20 seconds or 10 seconds left on that cap timer. But a good start for Reported, especially considering we've seen Caren Tiger, their strength has actually been on the defensive side, and they actually did look quite weak on the attacking side when they were playing against Naughty Kids in the Japanese qualifiers. So for me, this could actually turn into a 2-0 now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the dangerous part, right? And this is where, once again, we don't know exactly what Caren Tiger are going to be bringing. I mean, I feel like hesitation. How many times have we seen a team hesitate on Muravanka actually losing the attacking side? They're trying to take map control. It's so difficult to try to make your way to the Magic Forest and actually spot out because the defending side can just really sit back and just take shots into the, I think, the 2 flag. And the 1 flag, as long as you've got enough defending the 1 flag, then everything is fine.
Yeah, to me, actually, I like seeing that kind of a setup on the attack from Reported. I think unless you're spending a lot of time actually really scrimming on Muravanka, really working out how things play out on that map and how you need to be rotating across, and then, if you're not doing that and you're trying to make a kind of a bit more of a tactics attack as opposed to just rushing onto the flag, I think things can kind of come a little bit undone when you're trying to push on the 2 flag. I much prefer right now, when teams aren't necessarily putting as many scrims into the game as they were, for example, say during WGL, go for a bit more of a stable, easy kind of a strategy to pull off, jump in onto that 1 flag, immediately put the pressure on the defensive side. You don't have to think as hard. You don't have to worry about, could they be in this bush or this bush or this bush, or if I get spotted out, where are they? It's like you're literally on the cap. You just have to brawl it out.
The problem is obviously with that one flag defense or the attack is that if, I mean, imagine if Caren Tiger actually committed 5 of their tanks there and there was only one bat chat that was going to be scouting out that Magic Forest. It would have been a completely different story. Like I said, I think it was a little bit of the mind games or maybe just a roll of the dice. It didn't go in the favor of Caren Tiger. Now it's their turn to give it a fair shake as well and see where it's going to land.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what Caren Tiger do end up doing in terms of the tank choices. That's always a big question mark, and it does give you a bit of an idea as to how the match will play out in any given map. But a lot of bat chats here for Caren Tiger on their own attack. A T100 LT there as well, 5A. So it's a very, very fast-looking lineup out from the Caren Tiger side, where not so much the case for Reported. They'll be taking a few super conks, which are really, really nice for jumping up and down the ridge line. But to me, this kind of looks, at least for Reported, like they're going for more of a one-flag defense because of those Super Conquerors, which you can use up and down that ridge. Same with Madhouse in the STRV. He'll be over on that side of the map more so than anything else, I would assume. Looks like I'm wrong, though, as Reported are making their way toward the 2-flag. It's just the Bat Chat and one Super Conqueror going to the 1-flag. And for Reported, they do need to be a little bit careful here that this doesn't actually bite them in the butt a little bit like what it did for Caren Tiger, because those Super Conks, very, very slow on the rotation.
It looks like they have a decent idea of where Madame is going to spot, because instantly Madame is spotted out and just cops one right from, I think, the SDRV 400 Alpha.
Yep. Might have been watching a few of the replays or the VODs of the last matches that we saw from Caren Tiger here on Muravanka, get a bit of an idea. I think that's what Caren Tiger did as well for Reported, where they would have been expecting that Magic Forest push, which I think actually was the case for Reported when they did play against Big Daddy. I believe that's what kind of attack they did play with. So maybe a little bit of counter reads coming out here from each team.
And this is where JT can actually put the IS-7 in really good effect, actually. If CT actually commit to this 2-flag attack, this IS-7 can stay hold down this area quite nicely. There's a lot of ridges to play around with. He can dance around with the Bat Chat spotting out. And this is always dangerous because with an IS-7, you just can't pen it from the front. It's just a solid tank.
Not when it's held down, certainly. But right now, to figure out what Caren Tiger is doing. Where are they playing? Because that's the real question for me. Again, still toward that Magic Forest. They haven't decided to rotate across. It's Yupa up against JT, and JT has a little bit of backup here, so Yupa's in a pretty poor position right now. JT will continue to push forward and try and pressure him. We'll give a shot over, actually, to Yupa there, but at least the trade's coming in here from Reported, and Yupa is, well, he may be dead very shortly.
Got an easy shot, yeah. That's really ambitious, the IS-7, but I mean, might as well go for it. Now, the 5A's been spotted out, but I mean, Yup is taking a ton of damage, and that's something you don't want to be seeing in a tank that's so critical for flanking around with the 5A. And I mean, look where Reported are sitting the majority of their tanks as well. Their Bat Chats are so far back. Their Super Conks are also set up quite nicely on the hill as well. So the Super Conks are all in the position ready to swing around to a 1-flag. So if Caren Tiger is able to rotate, they can take the 1-flag, but like I said, there's still time left for both sides to play with.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be pushing into the 2-flag right now as Caren Tiger. They don't have a health advantage. They don't know where any of the Reported tanks are. I like that the Bat Chats are playing very, very passive here for Reported. For Bucket and Bales, what they want to do is just wait until the fight has actually begun, more or less, and then they can come in and sting like a bee a little bit later on and dump their clip and then come back out and reset themselves with another reload. And that's what you want to do. As soon as you get a couple of reloads off, then you basically won the match if you're in a Bat Chat.
I mean, this is actually, I mean, considering the HP that's already been traded out very early on, this is favoring Reported quite heavily. I mean, sure, this Bat Chat in the middle has got a lot of control for Caren Tiger in the city, but they still don't know where the full composition of the force is going to be sitting at. They've only spotted out a single IS-7 near the 2-flag. They spotted out Bat Chat early on, but they've spotted nothing else. They don't know the Super Conks are in that G4 or G3 area. They don't know where the Bat Chats are, and that's always going to be the problem, right? Is that you don't want to be driving, AkiOV doesn't want to be going by himself and just running into 2 Bat Chats. That's a fight that you can't win.
No, definitely not. We are starting to see a bit of a rotation around the map, though, from Caren Tiger. T100 LT is having a bit of a look in toward the 1-flag. That's more Dame, but he's not seeing too much and also not really pressing too aggressively at the moment either. Caren Tiger really are starved for information at this point, so I'm actually failing to see what they're actually really trying to do with this attacking side right now. It doesn't seem like they're setting themselves up for anything, any committed push into the 2 flag or anything like that. Obviously, they're posturing over on that side of the map, but I can't see where they're going to be putting pressure onto Reported right now. Obviously, more Dame now, he's getting himself onto the 1 flag, but that's really not a huge concern right now for Reported. Still 2 minutes left on that cap timer. You've got a couple of Super Conks over there pretty close by. If even a Bat Chat decides to rotate into that 1 flag, they'll be able to 1v1 that T100 LT easily indeed. So Caren Tiger, I don't think at the moment are putting too much emphasis on the pressure onto Reported at this point.
Yeah, I mean, okay, now they've identified one of the Super Conks. That's actually good for Caren Tiger. They can just allow Madame just to slowly work around. All this IS-7 needs to do is just keep ducking in and out and allowing the SRV to do work in the hands of Madhouse. So there's still time to work with, but I'm just concerned. Because every single time that we've seen a team take a very, very long time, it doesn't seem to boil down for success. And now Mara's committing as well. This is really bad.
I mean, not on Muravanka, sure. When you're playing slowly on Muravanka, it can be tough, I think. Mara, though, pushing on forward here, that is going to be a little bit of a problem for JT. I don't enjoy playing against a mouse when I'm in an IS-7. The IS-7 doesn't exactly have the most accurate of guns, and you do need to be hitting some pretty accurate shots to be penetrating a mouse with an IS-7. So JT, under quite a bit of pressure here, needs some backup from his teammates, but the rotation has already occurred, actually, and Reported a little bit out of position to deal with this right now.
Right, so Madhouse is now in trouble because that's a good choice from the Bat Chat player. Helker actually pushing forward will spot out exactly where Madhouse is going to be. So JT, is he already dead?
Yeah, he certainly is. He's been collapsed upon by multiple players. Madhouse is under pressure now as well, and when you're spotted in the STRV, you're basically going to die. Somebody else from Reported needs to be putting some damage in right now because Madhouse is also going to be going down momentarily, and for now, Reported haven't actually traded back a tank. That's a good push out from Caren Tiger.
Yeah, but a lot of their tanks are taking a lot of damage, though, because these Super Kongs, you can see it just playing really, really far back. I mean, now Madhouse is going to go down as well, so there it is. It's actually a 5-on-7 at the moment, but still, it's difficult to commit on this 2 flag. I mean, Mario still has a lot of HP on the mouse. This is good.
Yep. You want to keep an eye on the Bat Chats for Reported now, heading into the late stages of this game, getting the Bat Chats pretty healthy with only 3 minutes left to go, or 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock is going to be good news, at least for Reported. Caren Tiger will need to start getting themselves situated on some flags here and start forcing Reported out of their defensive positions.
But look at this HP. Look at this push coming in from Caren Tiger. They commit 5 tanks into the IS-7, and Reported don't get the shots across, and this HP advantage that was about 2,000, 3,000 for Reported now has dwindled away, and they don't have the numbers advantage in terms of the tanks. These Bat Chats, Bucket and Bales, need to be doing a lot of work at the moment. Talking about bailing out with a Bucket.
I mean, it's not the most dire of situations, I don't think, just yet for Reported. Sure, they're down 2 tanks, but that timer is really starting to become a problem here for Caren Tiger. And this roster, they need to start making something happen, and they need to start making it happen pretty quickly indeed. You can see Caren Tiger, they're still sort of milling around toward that 2 flag. I don't know if they're actually going to commit to it just yet, but it does look like they have finally put a player on that cap, and Reported actually haven't seen that. So that's really big news now for Caren Tiger, as somebody from Reported is going to have to push forward and try and get a spot onto that cap.
Just a single tank as well, and this is where the T100 LT really comes in handy, because he can just be roaming around scouting and now applying pressure on both flags as well, just keeping a single tank as well. Reporter's not going to have an idea which one is a true one at the end of the day. You've got the Bat Chats in the middle of the city ready to swing onto the 1 flag in case things go awry, and at the same time, you've got the majority of the forces still dancing around the 2 flag. The 5A, that's a shot from Yupa coming in.
Was that a ammo rack? I don't know. Either it was an ammo rack or a lot of Caren Tiger players hit that Bat Chat at one time and he got absolutely obliterated. Well, that's really bad news for Reported. They needed those 2 Bat Chats alive. Now they've just got the one of Bales. Still, timer is ticking away. 2 minutes left on the clock here for Caren Tiger. Of course, they are putting some pressure on that cap right now, but at this point, all it really takes is 1 or 2 resets for the Reported side, and they might actually be able to survive with 1 or 2 tanks alive, and the round will be theirs.
I mean, this is really just down to Party, just trying to stay alive as long as possible.
He's in a great spot. He's actually held down here.
He's trying to find also the lower plate of Neo at the same time. So both Super Kongs trying to trade out, but look at this. 1 flag. Yeah, I think this is going to be a cap. There is no way that Super Kong can get to that 1 flag in time.
Well, where's Bales? Where's the Bat Chat? That's my
the question. Where is the Bat Chat at the end of the day?
Not close enough, that's for sure. It looks like they've given this one up.
Yep, that's it. That is going to be the flag cap. There's no way the Super Conqueror can reset. And there you have it. Caren Tiger don't have the HP, but they still get the cap and the victory. And that's what's important at the end of the day.
Yeah, just in time as well, because they were starting to get under a bit of pressure. just a minute and a half left on that clock. A nice push into JT. They kind of forced the rotation with the D100 LT by getting him onto the cap. The guys from Reported started to move over to the one flag a little bit. They didn't have their firing lines set up there to help out the IS-7, and JT was kind of left a little bit high and dry. Madhouse then followed up. It was a really nice push actually in from Caren Tiger.
Yeah, I mean, a bit questionable coming in from where they put the SDRV, because I feel like that's really risky. He's pretty much committed in one sector of the map where you can't really shift around easily, and you saw what happened. Got collapsed on. I wouldn't be surprised if the SDRV got off maybe 2 or 3 shots and that was it. I mean, yeah. And that's not good enough for an SDRV. That SDRV needs to be in the back line just chipping away, and I feel like he would have been in a better position, say, if he was sitting back a little bit more where the bat chats were early on for Reported. But I mean, that's always hindsight's perfect, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's always hard to say.
Oh, that is an ammo rack.
Was it an ammo rack? It must have been. I'm sure it must have been. But that's really unfortunate for Reported. I don't know how much of a difference it would have made. Maybe that bat chat was the one that could have potentially got the reset on the one flag. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's a 1-1. That's pretty reasonable actually from Caren Tiger, being that it is Reported's map choice. Both wins on the attacking side as well. I mean, not what we expected.
I think I was very impressed pretty much by what Caren Tiger did, because it's not many times that we see a team maneuver around the Magic Forest and actually come out on top on the attacking side. And it wasn't as if Caren Tiger, sorry, Reported's defensive side was poor either. I felt like they were set up quite well, but their weak spots were just targeted in the right time, in the right moment. Just as everyone from Reported were thinking, oh, is this maybe a one flag because of the Madame pressure coming in? They just all pushed together in unison. And what can you do as an IS-7 as well as an SDRV? You can't do anything against a mouse at that angle. No. You can't do anything against a bunch of super conks coming down at you like that as well.
That's right. I mean, that is what we saw JT trying to do as well. He was trying to avoid shooting at the mouse. That's really what you want. He was trying to get some shots into the Super Conqueror, which is a little bit more of a high-value target there for Reported, but he really was only able to get 1 or 2 shots off, one of which was obviously into the mouse when they initially spotted it. Didn't manage to penetrate that one, or even, I don't think, connected it, to be honest. Then the second shot into the Super Conqueror, sure, that one has gone through, but it's really, you know, 490, 500 damage, depending on how the rolls go there for JT. And unfortunately, not really what you're looking for when you're playing an IS-7, to be only doing, you know, maybe 1,000 damage total, because I think he would have got a shot into Uber or something like that. Across the board, though, I thought it was a good setup for Reported. I thought they were actually situating themselves in a position to win that map, but unfortunately, Caren Tiger forced that rotation. And
I mean, all the early damage came out in the favor. It looked like Reporter were reading the situation perfectly. Shots onto Maname, sure, they've got 3 people firing and only 1 hits. That's fine. Some of the tanks are not the most accurate at that mid-range to long range, and then they do a lot of damage over to Yupa on the 5A as well. So instantly, they actually chime in a lot of damage. They keep all their tanks hidden, but it just seems like at the end of the day, you got to give credit once again to Caren Tiger figuring out what's going on. They commit 4 or 5 tanks to the push. They close that territory very quickly to make sure they don't lose tank forces or HP. Hesitation is not a thing here, and it's not easy to commit sometimes because you're committing into blindness and you have to be hoping for the best. And I mean, they got rewarded this time around, so I mean, we are focusing a lot on Miravanka at the moment. We're going to have to focus on the next map next. So.
Yeah, exactly. Mines is coming up next. That's the first choice here of Caren Tiger. Definitely a map that I felt was a little bit up in the air, maybe for Reported in their last matches against Big Daddy. I would say worst case scenario for this one, you want it to be a 1-1 if you are Caren Tiger. You don't want to be dropping 2-0 here. Of course, it is your own map choice. For Reported, they'll be happy with 1-1. I think if they can continue to go 1-1 until we get to Cliff, that's basically ideal for Reported at this point. But I do like watching Mines. I think there's a little bit of nuance to it. Some people don't really like seeing it in the tier 10 meta. Obviously, that's kind of 15-15. Here in the 7v7 format, it's much more balanced, I do think, when you don't have as many tanks around the map. So I like how it plays out. We'll talk about that when we do actually get into this matchup. But first, what we want to kind of keep an eye on is what kind of tanks we're going to be seeing picked up here.
I honestly want to see a 60 TP come out in terms of a map like Mines, just used for mid control. A lot of alpha, a lot of damage, and can just stay hold down pretty much. So I don't know. We've seen the 60 TP come out a couple of times, and obviously there's a lot of flaws in terms of the long reload, and I think the DPM isn't too all impressive. Yeah. But I mean, with an IS-7, I'm just looking at IS-7. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely love that tank. My first tier 10.
Yeah. Most people's first tier 10s, to be honest.
It's got atrocious penetration on the APCR. So, okay, AMX 50B coming out on the side of Reported.
Yeah.
But otherwise, pretty much all standard in terms of the Object 277s. I mean, with the Object 277 and the 5As, they're pretty much very comparable. I mean, 5A's got a little bit more DPM.
I think looking at that, Reported is probably on the defensive side. They do have the 50B just to deal with anyone that gets tracked on the cross. That can always be very impactful indeed. So yeah, it is Reported starting off on defense. Party will be pushing up early on. what he's planning to do here with the 50B. Normally you'd see it situated back in the base, but looks like there might be potential for a mid-brawl here from reported. 277's pushing forward, or Trax in the 277 at least is pushing forward, having a look. Now Party will rotate. He's getting ready for that timing shot into the one line, should anyone decide to make a silly cross here for Caren Tiger.
And look where actually some of the tanks are moving on the starter reported as well. You've got the Object 277 and the Batchat 25 on the island, which is, I mean, something you don't see that often.
Not the Object 277, certainly not. But a Batchat you might see cross a little bit more often, or a T100 LT or something like that. Nice defensive situation being set up here for reported if anything were to head toward the 2 flag, and that is exactly where Caren Tiger are going.
Well, I mean, this is going to be dangerous, right? This Batchat should be spotting them out soon as well. There you are, Object 277 and the Batchat have spotted them out, and now it's a really perilous situation for Mario. He's going to try and dance around, but JT's got shots on the side of the tanks. They're trying to stay hold down at this stage for the other 277s.
JT needs to be a little bit careful there, though, peeking out maybe a little too far and allowing some shots to come in here from Caren Tiger if he does misplay this. And at the moment, taking a few chunks. Bales is going to be firing a few shots in, but unfortunately with the Batchat, doesn't look like it's working for him. The RNG on the accuracy of the Batchat gun at a range like that does make life a little bit unfortunate. The mouse is going to go down here for Caren Tiger. That's really not anything too impactful just yet. What we need to see is some resets out for reported on those remaining 277s behind the mouse, and that is going to be the job here of Chiput, the mouse player, formerly known as Bowtech. For team efficiency, he is a very, very experienced player indeed, and there's immediately some resets. This is looking fantastic to start things off right now for reported.
Yeah, I mean, even though the 277s on the side of Caren Tiger are staying hold down at this stage, JT just needs to stay alive. This Batchat's going to be reloading, then getting some shots. Party, he's just proxy spotting them as well, so they're just going to pretty much stay lit this entire time. Doesn't matter if Party doesn't get a shot in, because this is really just down to, you've got a Batchat on the island, you've got an Object 277, now AccuOV is also taking a lot of damage as well, so this is not good for the 5A. Hellcurizer is getting absolutely blasted at this stage.
This is going horribly for Caren Tiger. Reported have got themselves in literally perfect positions right now. Party can do whatever he wants. He's not really being punished at all for taking cheeky peeks like this, as his teammates are helping him out by keeping that 1-2 line clear, keeping those players like, for example, Yupa, busy. Every time Yupa tries to peek out, every time AccuOV tries to peek out, someone's putting damage in, and that allows Party so much freedom to just look down, peek down, get those auto-loader shots into the 277. Party trades, what, 4 for 1 shot there? Perfect stuff.
And what these Batchats need to start moving from Caren Tiger. These Batchats cannot be sitting on the hill at the stage doing nothing whatsoever. They're losing all these heavy tanks, and they're relying on the ability of this 5A and the Super Conk to trade out efficiently. That's never going to happen. Trax, though, is also in a really advanced position for reported. It's going to make it difficult for these Batchats to actually move, because I think as soon as they move, they're going to be picked up. There it is. The Super Conkers, I think, tracked at least one of the Batchats now.
I think Caren Tiger have stuck themselves in an almost unwinnable position. They're going to try and make something happen with the Batchats around the back, but this is far too late. Caren Tiger really put all of their eggs into one basket and reported to have dealt with it very, very easily indeed. Dame and Vicetone, while they had quite a big health pool toward the late stages of this round, have not really been able to have an impact.
It's just hard to rotate the Batchats pretty much. How reported to take the mid-hill control, and once again it feels like they've walked into a terrible situation. AccuOV, that's not a great shot from Trax.
Yeah, you can't afford to miss that, I should say. Not miss it, but not pen it. Obviously, maybe a little bit of RNG involved there, but that's the kind of shot that you do want to penetrate. Doesn't matter too much at the end of the day, because reported are really stomping all over Caren Tiger here at the moment. But had that been in sort of a 50-50 situation where that could have definitely made the difference had he got that killing blow, you know, those kinds of shots are very, very important to connect.
All right, Neo has to pretend that he is the one at the moment, but I don't think it's going to happen. Party has the luxury of just trying to put one more shot in. There you are, and every single module almost damaged. Now the HE splash coming forward as well. This Batchat, I mean, might be moving in, but he's, I mean, sure, Vicetone and Madame, they can try to make something happen.
I mean, it's a 7v4 situation right now for Caren Tiger. Make that a 3v4, a 3v7, I should say now for CT. 2v7. Every single second that we see go by, it's favoring reported more and more, and that just comes off the perfect defensive setup from reported. I guess we'll talk about that at the late stages of this game, because for now, Caren Tiger's still trying to hang on, but I don't see this really making much of a difference for Caren Tiger. This is wishful thinking at best and time wasting at worst.
I mean, might as well start getting some of the numbers up, right? There you are. Finally, at least they get a single tank kill, a little bit of pride.
Yeah, I don't know how much pride you're going to get out of that one. Vicetone will put a few shots here into Trax. deciding not to in the end, as he actually is going to go down. Look, it doesn't matter, really, at this point. The game is over.
I think everything was damaged. There was an HE shell that Trax loaded into him, and
yeah, he might have
breaking
his
every
gun
single
might have been
module.
broken or something. Yeah.
Madame is just going to be dancing around, but that was just mid-control coming out, and when you're attacking that 2 flag with no mid-control on the side of CT, you can't be expected to get away with it. Bucket, he's got 2 shots. He can sit here until Kingdom Come. Don't think a camouflage net's going to help you here.
No, certainly not. Not when you're getting proxy spotted. That'll be that. Bucket will finish it off. Reported will go up 2-1. A very, very nice map out from Reported there. Now, what I wanted to say is I think that Caren Tiger, again, it was just a failure of their attacking setup, and they sort of walked right into the defensive setup that Reported did have. Either a good read, bit of luck maybe there for Reported, but the way that they set up was absolutely perfect in dealing with what Caren Tiger had. And I think Caren Tiger maybe should have done a little bit more scouting before committing to what they did.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw on, I guess, Muravanka earlier on is that they didn't actually commit after taking a lot of damage, but it looks like they were firmly committed, and that's sometimes how it works, right? Is that you go, all right, this is the strat that we 100% are going to be using, and that's the nature of the beast. Like, we could have said the same for Reported just committing to the 1 flag of Muravanka, is when you commit, you all have to go in. But I just felt like these bat chats did absolutely nothing on the side of Caren Tiger. You can't be sitting back there and just doing nothing pretty much and just trying to play games at the end of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it sort of got them. They got themselves into a almost unwinnable position straight away. As soon as that mouse went down, and then because of the ease in which Reported was able to get the resets there, it kind of looked like a foregone conclusion from sort of the first couple of minutes of the game. Hellcry and Neo don't really have good positions behind that mouse. Party is not being put under pressure. There's no mid control for Caren Tiger. There is literally no control for Caren Tiger, I think, is the real takeaway out of this one. They got their tanks on the cap and they thought, all right, let's see if this works. But they didn't take control of anywhere of the map. You know, the 1-2 line. They didn't take control of the HJK one, like 1 HJK, which was where obviously Bales and JT were getting some free shots in from. They didn't take control of mid, which is where Party was getting some shots in from. If they would have at least pressured 1 or 2 of those areas, it could have been a little bit of a different story there for Caren Tiger. But all they did was, like I said earlier in that in the match, actually, they put all of their eggs in that one basket, which was getting that mouse on the cap and hoping that the 277s could play behind that. Didn't work out, and they didn't have a fallback plan. There was no plan B there for Caren Tiger, so it was very easy for Reported to just easily walk away with that game.
Yeah, and that was just down to the mid-control coming out from Reported, and like you said, it could have played out differently. Imagine if Caren Tiger decided to commit and just try to focus on tracks or focus down on Party and try to get rid of that AMX 50B before he can just unload a clip. You can see Party just the entire time, he's just sitting there pretty much just chilling out, just going, all right, I'll just find my timing with the auto load and I'll just like unload shots. Well, you're never going to win that trade.
That's the dream as an auto loader. You've got no pressure on you at all. You get your 4 shots in, you're like, okay, well, I can literally just sit here and reload. And then when I'm off reload, I'm going to take another peek. But we'll see how things go for Caren Tiger on their defensive side of mines, which tends to be a little bit more powerful for Caren Tiger. They do like the defensive side more so than the attack. So, sure, hasn't worked out there for them on the first point, but they need to make sure that they can turn this into a 1-1. You don't want to be going down 3-1 this early on in the piece, as you're going to have to fight back pretty hard indeed. So, what's the strategy going to be for Caren Tiger? What kind of a defensive setup will they have, and how quickly will Reported be able to deal with it? I wonder what kind of attacking tanks we're going to see from Reported here as well.
I feel like it's going to be a lot easier for JT just to commit towards a strategy and play from it, because normally I do like how, say for example, Caren Tiger do take map control, but for Reported, considering you've got a bunch of newbies in the team, just commit to something and allow them to play the situation from there. Don't try to play map advantage and whatnot. So we've got actually a couple of 1-1-3s on the side of Reported alongside with the Mouse Superconk, and there it is, finally a Type 5 heavy and a non-urban map. There you go.
Yeah, quite interesting that JT would decide to go for that. Perhaps it's going to be a bit of a mid-fight here for Reported with the 113s, the Bat Chats. All these tanks are going to be pretty good for taking a bit of a brawl in the middle. On the side of Caren Tiger, they don't have a particularly quick lineup. They're not particularly fast, so they will be really unable to challenge the mid area of the map, I feel at least. Here, and we'll see what Reported do opt to go for. A couple of Bat Chats headed up there for Caren Tiger, and actually in the end Reported have decided they're not really interested. What they've set themselves up there, you can see in C2 and C3, they've actually set themselves up to watch the cross into the 1 line from Caren Tiger. In this instance, Caren Tiger actually haven't crossed into the 1 line, so they've actually kind of gotten away scot-free. Bales has to bail out, actually, of the hill as he does run away. And Caren Tiger have actually taken up some good positions in middle. So
that's actually really smart from Bales, because normally I'd go, oh, that's a little bit scary if you're just driving down the bat chat and just trying to scout out all the forces. But he just slides down the cliff very nicely, doesn't take any damage, and understands the timing of the reloads as well. So nicely done. But at the end of the day, Caren Tiger still has control of the hill. And they've got this E4 and control of the 1 flag as well. It's good to see the E4 back.
Well, Bale's under pressure here. Does take a pretty big shot there as he'll have to back away. Might even take another one here, depending on the reload time for Neo, but looks like he's across okay for now. Could have definitely been worse there for Bales, only suffering the 1 shot. JT taking a few as well in that Type 5, and no responding trades out from Reported, so not a very good start from them at all. Looks like the setup that Reported wanted to go for here, again, is going to be very similar to what we saw from Caren Tiger on the attack. Put the mouse on the cap, put maybe the 113s behind it in what would be considered almost a hull-down position. The problem, I think, for Caren Tiger here is that they don't have any crossfire setup, if that is going to be the case from Reported. So they are going to have to commit a little bit more so than what Reported did have to do to get those resets. So that actually might work out in the favor of Reported.
Okay, so the E4's made the shot. Oh my goodness, this is why American TDs are fun. Just 400 alpha, enjoy it, and tracks.
Well, he thought that he had the flat angle there of the upper plate of the mouse, but still quite difficult to connect a shot like that, to be honest. Now he's going to have to really put some pressure on that mouse, because both of these, Mauro and I think whatever the other mouse is there for Caren Tiger, are going to start to push on in.
Yep, this is the pinnacle of pretty much Chinese gun handling at this stage. This is probably going to hit. Nope. Oh, there it is.
Quite a long travel time, though, on the heat shells. A lot of damage being done right now by Reported, but similarly, a lot being done back. And it really does come down to how long that mouse can survive, how much damage that actually can be put out by the mouse before it goes down. Inevitably, Yupa will get the job done, but now we start to see that same old game of the cap pressure being put on by the 113s.
But it's nearly nigh impossible to push Yupa off this position. He's just free to unload pretty much with 750 alpha every single time. We saw it happen twice already in terms of his positioning. Mauro, he's barely taken any damage, and you have to say that Caren Tiger now pulling further and further ahead, 4k ahead, now only 3k. Looks like some of the damage is being traded back. Neo, don't want to be walking into a Type 5 heavy there, mate.
No, not at all, and getting tracked there as well will actually allow Reported to trade back the numbers advantage. 1-for-1, Akio V, he's tracked in the water, he can't move at all. This should be a free kill for Reported.
Yeah, I mean, Bucket is just going to perma-track him as well, but where's the rest of the damage coming forward from Akio V? He's going to start putting some shots in, but he's losing a lot of HP. Tracks hitting the front of the IS-7 once again. Vicetone also going to be here in the island, so even if Akio V goes down, at least there's going to be a bat chat here. So there it is. Finally, the bat chat does go down. Now Party also under a lot of pressure. 4 tanks facing him. He's going to try and use that frontal armor. I mean, 1-for-1. The mouse does go down. But how come the bat chat? And
Party's still alive somehow.
Yeah, I don't understand how. There it is. He's not dead anymore. Helkarai is now just defending this flag. But how come the bat chat push into the rest of the tanks on Reported near the lighthouse? And this is not looking good, because Trax needs to back out, and he's just going to be clipped out at the stage.
Yeah, when are the bat chats going to come off the reload for Reported? That is the real big question at this point. They do have quite a bit of time still to play with, but it's 4v4. Trax is under so much pressure at the moment, but now it's their time to strike. Now it's Reported's time to strike, as the bat chats are on reload and running away. Trax connects a good shot there. Where is the counter engage going to come now from Reported? That's what we're looking for.
Look where JT is, though. That's the scary part at this stage, and there it is. How do you hit that shot with a Type 5 heavy? I don't understand, but if you eat an HE shell like that, you're dead. You don't even need to be ammo rack.
JT's been spotted now, though. He could be under pressure from Yupa, but Dame certainly is the one that at the moment is under a lot of pressure. Bales and Bucket charging into his position. They don't want to overcommit here. They know that JT's got the shot. Good comms being put in here by Reported, and JT is coming up absolutely massive in what probably should be the least playmaking tank available. He's actually got 2 kills with that Type 5.
It's disgusting.
The Monolith, so slow, but he's actually made it work.
How have Reported managed to bring it back? I don't understand. Trax, absolute monster at this lighthouse position. I was going, oh, he's bouncing a couple of shots, but that's okay. I mean, the mouse is difficult to penetrate at that angle. But somehow they still come out on top, and I got a feeling, once again, the Caren Tiger, the bat chats, they push in a little bit too early. They overcommit. They actually don't trade efficiently for damage at that stage. And I mean, Neo as well, a little bit too enthusiastic. We can kind of think, we can see on the flip side of what happened earlier on. Still not over yet, though. You've got Helkirai in the Super Conk, who's pretty healthy, and Yupa all the way in the back on the E4. But This is where they can just swing around to the 1 flag or the 2 flag. They can use the bat chance to close a lot of the distance. They're not in the 1-hit zone just yet against this E4, and that's what makes it so scary, especially with the Type 5 heavy still around mid.
Absolutely. I reckon for Reported, you just jump on that 1 flag right now. The Caren Tiger tanks that they have available are very, very inflexible. It's going to take them a long time to actually react to it, to get to that 1 flag, to find the resets. If you put JT there and you situate, a bat chat or 2 behind him, there's not really going to be much of a situation where he can get reset. In fact, it actually is just going to be a bat chat that's on the flag, trying to pull the rotation. JT still sitting himself in middle, and again, he'll be trying to line up a couple of good shots into the side of these 2 remaining tanks of Caren Tiger. If even 1 shot connects more from JT here, I think it's all said and done.
I mean, you can see Helkirai's like, I'm going to try and track him. JT's actually positioned himself so nicely at this stage as well. HE shot does miss, but they've got a line on Yupa, so did he connect it on Yupa?
I think he hit it on Yupa, yeah.
I thought he was aiming for Helkirai, but I mean,
maybe.
Regardless of the situation, they have to shoot into JT, and they spot out the E4, and guess what that means? All the bat chats are going to be shooting into the E4. Hell of a shot for Yupa to hit. He's not going to land it. It's actually going to be the HE coming in from the Type 5 heavy, and now they know where Helkirai is. Only so much that he can do. JT just playing games with them at this stage. Doesn't matter if you're perming and tracking a Type 5 heavy. He's got so much HP. Eventually, Trax is going to come forward. Eventually, the bat chats are going to be off the reload, and there's just not enough HE. And just look at that shot coming in from JT. You just lose pretty much 1,000 HP just like that.
It's almost orgasmic when you're playing a Type 5 heavy and you manage to connect a shot to the side of any tank. Even if it is a heavy tank, it's just so powerful. Helkirai will get 1 more kill, but JT will finish him off in just a moment, ensuring he's even playing with his food at this point, I think, right now, JT. Oh no, he's hit the gun. He actually hasn't killed him with that shot. Can you believe
damage.
it? Well,
oh, no.
RNG giveth and RNG taketh away.
I mean, Helkirai's done a lot of damage, but
he can't even kill him with a ram. Wouldn't it be funny if Reported would have lost, like, because of the timer or something like that? It's a good try from Bales.
Bales just rammed and lost most of his HP. Didn't even do anything. Well, Reported playing around a little bit towards the end there, but a 2-0 on Mines. I was saying earlier, I felt like Mines is going to be the linchpin, and that's our prediction now all of a sudden thrown pretty much open, because Caren Tiger have to secure a flawless Sand River to stay alive in this.
Yeah, good stuff being shown there from Team... well, hang on. Not Team Efficiency anymore. Almost fell into that trap. From Reported on Mines. Had some questions there based on what we saw against Big Daddy, but all in all, that looked very, very solid indeed. Caren Tiger, their attacking setup wasn't good compared to what Reported was running on their defensive setup, and the same can be said about the Caren Tiger defensive setup compared to what Reported was running on their attack.
I don't even understand what happened here. Is that I felt like Caren Tiger were just a little bit too enthusiastic. They thought they were in the upper lead, but you see this 277. Neo extends a little bit too far ahead to JT, and you just get instantly blasted. And the 277 does not have the biggest HP pool as well, so they instantly lose a tank that's in a very advantageous situation. JT just controls mid. I have to say, Trax at this lighthouse position was absolutely instrumental. I mean, he put up at least, I think, 3k damage in my mind, but just holding that position, making sure the bat chats couldn't persist any more forward was absolutely critical. And at the end of the day, for Reported, it was just out of a perilous situation. They still managed to bring a victory.
Yeah, now thinking of the victory not only in each map, but in this series as a whole, you can start to look at that if you're Reported. Obviously, we're still heading on to another Caren Tiger map, but Sand River is actually a map that Reported have shown a tendency to pick in the past. They do like to play on this map. They do enjoy it. And so I think there's actually a real possibility, not necessarily that we get a 5-1 out here, but at least a 1-1 coming out here from Reported. That'll put them in a great position on Cliff where they can just manage to pick up one of the rounds, close this out pretty comfortably actually over Caren Tiger, and then make their way into the finals, which would be not necessarily surprising. You know, it's kind of hard to say when you're looking at this Reported roster that it would be surprising to see them go into the finals. But definitely for Caren Tiger, it would be very, very underwhelming. A disappointing performance for Caren Tiger if they do lose pretty comfortably here actually to Reported.
I mean, I guess we can also commend both teams in terms of how well they're punishing mistakes that teams are making, because you can see a slight overextension was punished by Caren Tiger earlier on in terms of where JT as well as Madhouse was sitting on Muruvanka, but now the flip side has happened on Mines as well. Overextension from Neo opens up the entire map for JT to slowly push forward, and I mean, it's not easy landing HE shots like that, but that's pretty much RNG at the end of the day, right? 2 roles where a bat chat just gets completely blown up. Vice Tone as well as I think Madame in the bat chats, they pretty much had no business being there, and I think they were committing forward. They really wanted to trade out damage, and
yeah, they were trying to punish because they knew that the bat chats were on reload of Reported, but at the end of the day, they inevitably put themselves a little bit out of position. They weren't able to escape to get their reloads off safely, and that's I think really just good positioning out from JT. Great comms from the team there I've reported as well, as they don't commit anyone forward to try and deal with those batchats and then put themselves in the line of Yupa. JT would have been saying, hey, I've got these guys, I can take these kills, don't do anything too silly, just let me finish this off and then we can close out the rest of the match. So very, very good stuff here, and I think now for Reported, you're starting to see these players get a little bit more settled. For some of the newer guys, this is going to be more of a pressure-filled situation than what they would be used to. You know, if you start off your World of Tanks career, I suppose, by playing just regular pub battles, then you move into clan wars, then you might move into some scrims and that kind of thing. Even in scrims, you're going to start to feel that pressure because you know that everyone's watching you and criticizing all of your mistakes. And now you're on a broadcast where other people are actually watching, not just your teammates. You've got Elfish Guy and Karath here talking rubbish about you when you make a mistake, and that's a lot of pressure. But now for these newer guys here for Reported, I think they've settled into this. They're getting a little bit more used to this, and they are starting to show some good individual plays. For example, someone like Trax, we haven't really seen him at all before this season of APAC League, at least in a format like this, and he's, in that last matchup at least, like you said, performed really well.
I think he definitely stood out on that 1-1-3. Like I said, it's not the easiest tank to be wielding, especially at that mid-range distance, and he was still able to output a lot of damage and hold his ground, which is exactly what Reported needed to do. And now on to Sand River. Reported with a 3-1 advantage means that they do have a little bit more leeway, but like you said, this is the part where it actually gets really dangerous because sure, you're in the lead, but you got to close things out at the stage, and that's what you're talking about earlier on, Elfish Guy, the nerves, the pressure with people going, oh, I need to make this hero play. No, you don't need to make this hero play. You don't need to be here at the stage. You've got to rely on your team with some good team play and fundamentals. And Sand River is pretty much, in my mind, the epitome of this. And
absolutely. Well, let's see how things do start off. JT's got himself the IS-4. I think that's his favorite tank, or at least it was a while ago. I wonder if that still persists. Definitely a tank that he does like to jump into when he can. Interested to see where that's actually going to be used. I would have to assume now that Reported, starting off on the attacking side with a roster like this, the IS-7's just able to move forward pretty quickly. They are actually on the defense, so, I mean, still not too bad, but Caren Tiger with a lot of Super Conquerors does make me question what they're planning to do here, because those tanks very, very slow. Again, you're going to have to commit to something, and so far from what we've seen from this match is that when Caren Tiger have committed, Reported have actually been set up in very, very good counter positions, and Caren Tiger haven't been able to get out of it. With Super Conquerors, there's absolutely no chance you get out of the position that you commit to.
I mean, Trax in the Tier 100 LT is pretty interesting because this is a position that we normally see Staffy play for the team, so it's going to be, I guess, refreshing to see how Trax is going to bring his little approach into it. Obviously, I felt like he was one of the linchpins in the previous map on Mines. Now he's in once again, another position where he can be the linchpin on Sand River. You're going to be using it for spotting quite a bit. Now the Heavy's actually committing on the side of Caren Tiger onto the 2 flag.
Tracking shot.
Tracking shot, and Kirishima is taking a lot of damage. Bales needs to be careful though. He's just going to unload his clip. Few more shots out from the bat chats, and this is overall a decent trade on the side of Reported, but still Caren Tiger pushing forward.
I would counter that by saying I think that's actually a pretty favorable trade for Caren Tiger, being able to get that much positioning for really only losing, you know, a very small minor amount of HP. Kirishima and Maro do get relatively low toward the end there while I am speaking, and that kind of shifts it a little bit more to the favor of Reported actually in my eyes now, but still not too bad for Caren Tiger, because that's always going to be the risky cross. You want to make sure that you get across without losing a tank like Caren Tiger have been able to do here. And that's actually fairly comfortable, I feel, for Caren Tiger. They still have a pretty reasonable ability to trade out here against Reported.
Now Trax under the pressure from the bat chats as well as Yupa pushing forward as well. So this is where the IS-4 and IS-7 family needs to be doing some damage. The Soviets up against the English tanks.
Party just fully committing in here. They want to get rid of this low HP tank. Maro needs to die very, very quickly. Otherwise, Party's going to be disappearing quickly indeed as well. The IS-7 of Night will be traded out by Caren Tiger. Reported, I don't know about this push here, but they can make it work if they hit their shots.
They need to take out these priority targets on the Super Conquerors. The bat chats will be on reload, and now they're going to be focusing down Kirishima. This is some good focus coming out from Reported as well, but they've taken so much HP damage, and the bat chats are still alive for Caren Tiger. And on a map like Sand River, they could definitely rotate around. JT trying to damage that fuel tank, trying to light up the Super Conk. Not going to work out for now, though. At least the fuel tank is going to be damaged, and JT is very, very healthy in this IS-4. So difficult to try to penetrate it. Still bouncing shots. He's bounced at least a few right now.
JT's an absolute monster in that super heavy, the IS-4. At the moment, though, his teammates are taking very, very large amounts of damage. In the end, it's a 3v4 right now, but Reported, Chipot's onto a 2 HP. He's a one-shot, Bucket's a one-shot, and this is very, very tough indeed, I think, for Reported to get out of a position like this. The benefit is, I guess, at least that they have a couple of bat chats, but look at Vicetone, look at AkioV. They've got so much HP to play with, and JT's out in the middle of nowhere. Nobody can help him.
Yeah, and all it requires is just a single shot in the lower plate as well. JT going to try and charge forward, but Yupa does manage to land the critical shout. Now out comes the bat chats. I wonder how many shots that... Oh no, Vicetone as well as AkioV are actually on reload. Right now, the bat chats, they can get a few shots in, but they need to reload and back out. And this is where Vicetone and AkioV, 9 seconds before they come off clip as well.
Bales is cooked. Bales is absolutely cooked. There's no way that he gets out of here alive. Bucket can't really help him out either because he's on 2 HP, so he can barely even show his face. Aki is going to get around the back. Vicetone is going to go around from the front, and Bales is just going to be dead in, well,
He's
seconds.
Dead. Pretty much.
He tried to make a play, he tried to do what he could, but end of the day, it was not going to be enough. I think it was a bit of an ill-advised push out from Reported, to be honest. I get what they were trying to do. They saw that they could actually take their advantages and manage to deal with a few of those low HP Caren Tiger tanks pretty quickly. But the way that they kind of YOLO'd in and allowed so many free shots actually to come across from Caren Tiger before Reported really started firing, really started slowing down and actually committing their shots, I think was maybe a little bit overzealous there from Reported.
And there's some of the adrenaline coming in from the previous map where they go, that's kind of like the Reported of old, you know, where they go, they're really confident, they start charging in. But when you're charging in on maps like that, I mean, sure, you've got some low HP members, but there's so many tanks ready to put some shots into you in tracks. I mean, just isolated by the bat chance. Doesn't matter if he actually goes down very early on. But this push coming forward, it was looking favorable initially on, but they take so much damage to try to close the gap because they need to get close with the IS family to try to get into the lower play of the Super Conk. They're on terrain as well. That's not easy shots to be making with just atrocious gun depression. Only -5 degrees. How are you going to ever win against a Super Conk at that angle? You're never going to win. Your DPM is atrocious as well. Of course, the trades are going to work out in the favor of the Super Conks at the end of the day, and the bat chats with the role on AkioV as well as Vicetone just on cleanup duty. It kind of makes sense how that worked out at the end. You can't really trade efficiently with ISs against Super Conks.
I think what was the issue there for Report is that it took them too long to actually pop those Super Conquerors. They needed to really, like, as soon as they got into that fight, one needed to die, the second needed to die, and then the third needed to die. But they kind of took a bit more of a prolonged battle. Inevitably, they started to get some kills, but by that stage, the DPM of the Super Conquerors had sort of started to catch up with the damage that had already been done by Reported when they were actually going for that cross.
Well, here's the thing, right? I mean, I'm fairly certain looking at the IS-4 parameters in terms of the gun, it's very similar to the IS-7, and you're sitting on pretty much a 9 or 10 second reload against the sub 7 second reload of a Super Conqueror. I mean, I don't need a mathematics degree to know how that's going to swing eventually after about 30 or 40 seconds have, I guess, passed, and that's exactly what we saw. 30 to 40 seconds have passed, and Yupa just managed to make his way into the back line, and the Super Conks were just able to use that terrain as well, because, I mean, for the ISs, you have to put a shot in the lower plate, and vice versa. I mean, Super Conks do need to put a shot in the lower plate, but at the very least, Super Conks have gun depression. ISs don't.
Not really. Not really. End of the day, though, it didn't work out for Reported. They'll move over now onto their own attacking side. They don't want to get 2-0'd here on Sand River. Definitely a map that they can contest on.
This is the big saving grace, though. If Caren Tiger do manage to get the 2-0 straight back into it, it's going to be a 3-3 apiece. And this is the defensive side as well. I mean, we say defensive side because they actually have been failing with the defensive side today, which is pretty interesting considering the statistics when we first came into the broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit surprising because even in their match against Naughty Kids, they just won every single defensive round and lost every single attacking round. So I think Caren Tiger have been working on that a little bit, figuring things out. To be fair to me, that was a little bit less of Caren Tiger doing anything particularly fancy and more of just a brawl initiated by Reported that didn't work out in their favor.
Yeah, sometimes you do have to go for it, though. I mean, we can sit here and criticize in terms of how it went wrong, but obviously that's hindsight's 2020. I mean, you like saying that you like putting some of the players in the bin, but I like sitting back a little bit more because I don't know the players as well as you do, Jordan.
JT said not to bully him too much on this broadcast, and in fact, I said I'm going to bully him even more just because he's asked for that.
JT is the 400 IQ mastermind, but unfortunately sometimes the pieces
400 IQ mastermind that pushes 2 or 3 of his tanks on Himmelsdorf up the hill into a JPZ 100, which didn't quite work out too well against Big Daddy in their match earlier.
Here's the thing, right? You can be playing 4D chess, but if your enemy team's just playing your standard chess, you're always going to be losing. So can't be thinking too ahead sometimes, JT.
Well, thinking ahead now, we're obviously moving into the second half of Sand River. It'll be the Reporter guys actually on the attack now, expecting to see a few bad chats coming out here. I expect to see a little bit of a faster lineup than what Caren Tiger were running there with all of those Super Conquerors. We'll see whether or not that's going to be the case, but that tends to be the style that Reported does prefer to play.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of 5As alongside with the 277s being picked up by both sides as well, as it looks like the Object 277 is currently in a bit of favor, I guess, at this stage. I think it's a good tank, but I don't think it's overpowered, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, we have seen our fair share of overpowered tanks within World of Tanks in the last year, so be good to see one that's fairly balanced. The mouse there for Maro, definitely one that I am talking about, though not anymore. It has been nerfed, but true to their style, like I said, Reported are playing a much faster lineup than what Caren Tiger did. Lots of bat chats coming out here. The T100 LT and even the 277s, a little bit quicker than the Super Conquerors once they do get rolling.
SDRV as well from Mandame means that they can actually put that up in a very favorable position, but if you commit too many tanks onto the boost as well, it means the bat chats on the side of Reporter can get into very strong positions and try to sweep that rug away from you by getting onto the cap and just unloading their clips into some of the other tanks as well. So ultimately, they're not going to be putting Mandame on the boost in terms of near that B8, B9 line. Might be boosting him up into the rock around J9, I think. I think you can put one of the SDRVs up there. No,
Yeah.
okay, so they've actually just left it in the bush at F9. That's also a good position.
I'm interested to see what their thought process is here for Reported. Like, are they going to try and take an all-out brawl? I'm not sure that that will work. Obviously, with the bat chats, you can just pop a few tanks pretty quickly, but generally speaking, if the focus fire is good from Caren Tiger here, Reported are actually going to be under a fair bit of pressure if they do take an all-out brawl, and already losing a lot of HP on those crosses. Not a good start here for Reported.
Yeah, but now the bat chat's able to unload pretty much on this mouse, and Maro is in the middle of absolutely nowhere, but the gun handling is absolutely atrocious as well on the side of the bat chat. Only a single one's landed.
Great angling as well from Maro.
That's an ammo rack.
Yeah,
It's going to be repaired, but that repair kit's now on cooldown for the next 1.5 minutes. Could be critical if these Object 277s do start getting in the brawl in the next minute or so.
I think Reported have kind of put themselves into a position that they can't actually get out of here, so they're going to have to commit to some of these fights. Good shot there from Karishima. This is not looking good at all for Reported.
Yeah, Object 277s have to push forward, and they've taken so much damage as well. Got to be aiming more carefully than that, Knight. You're going to have to be... I mean, that's just the angling coming out from the mouse. Almost 9 penetrable. Doesn't matter if you've got 340 penetration on the Object 277.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad indeed from Reported. They've literally run in and died, essentially. Bales is going to try and commit on forward, but look at that. Instantly focused down by Caren Tiger.
They're just
He's
getting
going to
shredded.
get dropped. They are indeed getting shredded, Kevin. This is not the right idea from Reported. They line up a little bit too light, and they haven't played the mobility game. They've just essentially gone in for a brawl. The mouse, the focus of fire there as well from Reported. Very questionable. You don't want to be focusing down a mouse when there's Super Conquerors available to you, but I think in many facets, this round has definitely been a poorly handled one by Reported.
Yeah, I mean, they just get absolutely dismantled and demolished. And demolished. This is even looking worse than, I guess, Mines at this stage in terms of how hard Reported actually dismantled Caren Tiger's attack. Similarly now, Reported's attack looking absolutely lackluster, and a very, very quick Sand River. I mean, it is done pretty much, and it's back to 3-3 apiece.
Yeah, absolutely. Not sure what was going on there for Reported, to be honest. I guess what they wanted to do was try and get in some positions pretty quickly, try to do some snipe damage with those bat chats, get a free reload off, and then take a brawl. They didn't really do any damage, to be honest, and when they were getting in their positions, they were focused pretty heavily by Caren Tiger. We saw tracks go down well below half before the fight had even begun. By that stage, Caren Tiger had rotated their players in. They sort of encircled Reported a little bit, and they sort of forced Reported into that brawl, which they probably didn't want to be doing, but you kind of have to do something at some point.
It's just interesting to me at the end of the day where it's this T100 obviously has been picked up in terms of priority for vision and whatnot for Reported, but it looks like I don't feel like they should pick one up. It's felt like on Sand River it's had no impact. Obviously very difficult in a light tank to have impact in terms of against these super heavies and everything. But Trax has just died twice pretty much, not outputting the damage, and you have to be questioning whether Reported. It always goes back to the tank choices, right? Obviously they wanted to go for a brawl lineup. Imagine you had an additional bat chat. Could that be an extra difference if you had 4 or 5 bat chats instead of 4? So
well, if you want to go for a brawl like that, I don't think you want to be taking just 4 or 5 bat chats.
No.
I think it was 4 bat chats in that instance. They just didn't work out too well at all. The 277s, again, it doesn't really matter when you've lost so much HP on your bat chats anyway. 277s are not going to soak up enough damage. What I would have liked to have seen with that kind of a setup from Reported was just a little bit more movement around the map, a few more rotations. They definitely could have out-rotated the lineup that Caren Tiger did have there, but they didn't try to do that at all. They really committed to that first fight when they had the opportunity, or when they thought they had the opportunity. And obviously it's not going to work out when you're all focusing down a mouse. It took pretty much all 4 of the bat chats with their first clip to deal with that mouse. Then they're they're all on reload and they're sitting in the middle of a bunch of Super Conquerors and IS-7s or whatever it was there for Caren Tiger. Very easy round win actually in the end for Caren Tiger. Our most consistent or confident round win, I actually think, out there from Caren Tiger. Like you said, we're back to 3-3. So things have very, very quickly slipped down, fallen by the wayside for Reported.
Yeah,
and now we move on to their own map choice of Cliff.
Ooh, I think we're going to see a tiebreaker.
There's a good chance.
I think we're going to see a tiebreaker again end up in Miravanka, and the question is who's going to be on the defensive side at the end of the day. But I mean, even looking at Sand River as well, Caren Tiger, they're just in the position to push in and actually do the damage and kind of just deflect that push at the end of the day. So once again, you have to be pointing out questions on why, I guess, Reported are pushing in like that. But like I said, a lot of history between these teams, a lot of mind games. You have to be assuming at this stage it was kind of like, oh, we're showing a draft, we'll be going, this is a heavy movement draft in Sand River. You think we're going to take it slow so you're going to spread out, but in reality, we're going to try and hard hit you. And then Caren Tiger just go, we're going to set up normally. We're not going to, we'll play around the rotations as it comes. They're not scared of what happened at Miravanka.
Yeah, it definitely was the perfect setup for Caren Tiger to deal with what Team Efficiency was trying to do initially there. But to be fair, we've seen that a couple of times from Reported when they've set themselves up and Caren Tiger have kind of walked into the trap. So I guess it's only fair now that the same will happen back to them. We get into Cliff on an even sort of a situation. Now, Cliff was one that was kind of a little bit shaky, I thought, actually, for Reported up against Big Daddy in their matches last couple of weeks ago. So I'm not 100% sold here for Reported that this is going to be a 2-0. Same can really be said, though. I don't think this is necessarily a 2-0 for Caren Tiger either. Would have to agree with you. It does seem like there is a pretty good chance that a tiebreaker is on the cards.
I mean, it depends at the end of the day what we're going to be seeing from the drafts and how the team's going to go, because we're just observers here. We don't know the strategies in terms of what's going on inside the team speaks, and we don't know exactly what they're going to be executing with the drafts as well. And how many times have these two scrimmed against each other? How many times have they scrimmed against, I guess, different teams? Like, say, for example, scrimmed against Naughty Kids, scrimmed against GGWP. And as a result, you kind of flesh out strategies from here. Might work against one draft, won't work against another one. You're picking tanks blindly, pretty much. You can't counter-pick tanks here. You send a lineup towards a third party, and then all of a sudden it's revealed. And I mean, we're seeing a TVP coming out on the hands of Upa, which is a disgusting autoloader. Yeah,
definitely. And also something to note, the couple of E50Ms coming out for Reported, something that we do see here and there. Can soak up a little bit more damage than the Bat Chats. If you get into a bit more of a quote-unquote brawly situation, that's where they're really going to be able to have an impact, especially when the Bat Chats are on reload. The E50M is not a particularly slow tank either, so while it won't necessarily be able to catch a Bat Chat, it will be able to get themselves into position pretty quickly and maybe get one or two free shots in. So that's the idea here for Reported. We'll see how those E50Ms, though, do work out.
I think we might see a bit of a brawl happening towards that F2 position. We do like, I mean, in pub battles, this is obviously a critical position. Obviously, in the 7v7, going to be absolutely critical as well. But JT, it's going to be ran by Chaput. And no, JT is just committed into a situation where he's just getting shot from all angles. You can't do this to the 277. There's just not enough tanks here for Reported.
And he's essentially blocked the shots there from the following 277, being Chiput, who really was just sitting back there trying to get some shots in. But JT was more or less being a shield wall for the Caren Tiger players. On the other side of things, they've lost a couple of players. They've lost Bat Chats. Bucket has died up in the top side of the map. So Caren Tiger have once again started off this fight very, very nicely indeed.
But the Bat Chats are now on reload and they have to run away from the E50Ms. The E50Ms unable to really close the gap so far. Now Chiput's actually in a decent position with the 277, but Yoop is still alive with the TVP, and this is absolutely lethal. I think Chiput has just put himself in a terrible position. As soon as Yoop is off reload, he could permatrack him. Now the E50Ms and whatnot moving around, but it looks like, I mean, Hazzy's still on a decent amount of HP. Bales and Party now going to be brawling it out, but Vicetone has 5 in the clip. Trying to close the gap to make sure he can penetrate, but he bounces one. Oh, no, and you cannot be ramming an E50M as well. They are very, very heavy tanks. Eventually, Party's going to go down, but still 4 shots for Vicetone.
Yeah,
How's he going to be tracked and he's dead?
I don't think that a Reporter can come back from this one, to be honest. The 277 has a bit of HP, so does Bales, but they're really in poor positions, and obviously Caren Tiger have quite a lot of health to play with. So that's just a little unfortunate. JT probably shouldn't have committed like he did, but I don't know. It's really hard in that moment to know. Like, when you're that leader, do you stop and the rest of your teammates have to stop behind you and then you give up that position, or do you try to commit forward and hope for the best, hope that your teammates are going to be able to back you up? It wasn't the case there for JT, where, like I said, he was in probably the worst possible spot that he could have been. speaking of like where his teammates were in relation to the opponents, because he was in between the guys that they were trying to shoot, and no one could really back him up. So JT in the end goes down. Great focus fire from Caren Tiger, and the fact that they also win the brawl up on the other side of the map, up toward the cliff more so, with Bucket going down pretty early on in the piece. Not a great start there for Reported, and now Caren Tiger with a chance to make that 5-3 a reality.
And you look at that HP as well, all across the board. You saw all the bat chats were pretty much one shot away, and you imagine, look, if Bucket stayed alive, it actually had that bat chat available, or if some of the other players are able to just fire off 1 or 2 more shots, it could have swung in the other way. Only 2,800 HP, and I mean, Yupa is on full HP. So there wasn't that much HP in the remainder of the Caren Tiger tanks.
Yep.
But at the end, it was just, when you commit 3 tanks into 5 tanks and about 3-4 of them are autoloaders, you're never going to come out on top. Doesn't matter if you're an Object 277 with like a really good 490 alpha. Your reload time just won't be able to damage them enough.
No, definitely not. So that's unfortunate for Reported, but it is what it is. Now they have to think about things from the defensive side. That was their own attack, and from memory, the defensive side that they did play against Big Daddy was a little bit better than what we saw there from that attack in particular, but they also did kind of mess up a little bit on their own defensive side. So things could kind of go either way here. I'm a little bit skeptical of Reported actually on Cliff from the last three rounds that I've seen. 2 against Big Daddy, of course, and now this one against Caren Tiger. All of them have looked a little bit up in the air, a little bit shaky, and potentially a little bit unfortunate for Reported. So actually, now seeing that from Caren Tiger, I'm actually pretty happy with my 5-3 prediction.
Yeah, I mean, through in a trot, and from Caren Tiger, this is where the confidence comes in, and I mean, if Reporter able to focus up, we could see a bit of a comeback maybe into that tiebreaker, but it feels like all the momentum has just been taken out of their sails at this stage, and it's so difficult to be fighting back. You're on the defense at the very least on Cliff. Maybe you can try to use the terrain towards your advantage and try to get the shots or the trades effectively, work to your advantage, because it looks like they've been reading what Caren Tiger have been doing. They've just made some questionable, I guess, aggressive moves. Maybe they've been a lot better on the defensive side.
Yeah, well, Cliff has been playing out a lot differently than what we used to see back in the days of WGL. There was boosts available for the defensive side, where you see an SDRV or a Grill 15 even being put up very, very far at the back of the map to put a lot of pressure on the entire map, really. And it was always a much slower kind of a play style out from the Cliff defensive side. But so far from what we've seen actually now recently, with all the changes obviously coming from the 1.0 update, the map update, the graphics update has changed all of the maps in terms of those boosts and that kind of thing. So it's not really an option anymore here for these teams, which has essentially forced the defenders to play very, very quickly, try to take map control, and that's occurred then for Caren Tiger quite nicely this time. But some of the attacking teams just tend not to be quite ready for how things go.
I mean, there's generally 2 attacking vectors that you really use on Cliff at the end of the day, is what we saw just then, where JT pretty much went like flying through in that middle part of that ramp, just like the lower part, as well as that mid area. So I mean, here's the thing. How can you win when you actually lose both of these fights? If you win one of these fights and lose the other one, sure, 50-50 situation, right? You can still maneuver from the ramp on the attacking and defending side into around that mountainous region. But you can't do it if you lose both sides, and Vicetone sitting there with a bat chat just going, I'm the king of the mountain.
Yeah, absolutely. But here we go. Potentially the final round of this first semi-final. It's Caren Tiger and Reported, and Caren Tiger have the opportunity to turn it into a 5-3 and secure their place in the grand final later on tonight. But for Reported, they're trying to fight their way back into a tiebreaker scenario, which would be very, very fitting between these two teams if it were to go to that tiebreaker. But Reported will be starting off on the defense here, so interested to see what lineup they are running. Super Conqueror there for Party IS4 for Knight 277. A bit of a heavier lineup, even with the 430U as well.
Oh, that's not a tank that you see very often, but Russian Meeting can definitely play around these slopes quite nicely in terms of the turret armor as well. Can bounce quite a bit, maneuverable as well, so definitely can fight along with it. T100 LT, once again, I'm just really questioning this T100 LT. I'm sorry, I feel like Trax is going to be a lot better on a different tank. Have to see how he goes in this one. Just don't think it's a good tank in the current meta.
Oh, well, we'll see what Reported do have for us. Not going for a split push this time on that defense side. They have really all committed to the upper side of the map. Vicetone, along with whoever it is in the bat chat alongside him there, pushing in toward the donut.
I think it'd be Midame, wouldn't it?
Hellcry. Nope, Hellcry's up the top. Who cares? Doesn't really matter. 2 bat chats for Caren Tiger making their way to the donut. They've actually set themselves up pretty nicely. Now, Caren Tiger, I feel they've got some really nice firing lines. Vicetone and Mordame, it is actually, yeah, able to fire up into the sides of the reported players and already reported taking considerable amounts of damage.
Man, they've completely given up this ramp position. That means Vicetone and Madame has got so many shots into them. Look at that. They're just clipping out Bales at the stage, and Bales is already just down onto just pretty much a good high roll coming out from one of these tanks, and he's dead. Only
It doesn't even need to be a good high roll. It just needs to be a very, very, very slight high roll from most of them. And then things will be pretty okay for Caren Tiger. All in all, though, reported that's not a favorable trade at all. Caren Tiger have got really good map control here. The only thing to be said for reported is at least Bucket is scouting around the cliff face, and he's down into G9, has got some info there for reported. But the positions of reported, they're playing very, very scared. They're very far back. Party's already down to 800 HP. Bales is down to essentially a one-shot. Caren Tiger, they're looking fantastic right now.
Yeah, and they are in a position to close it out. They know they've done a bit of damage, so they can slow things down and talk about it. They've got plenty of time to work with. But still, don't want to be overcommitting into a bunch of bat chats, because you can be very easily clipped out. A single wrong aggressive move can mean either into that ninth round, should I say, into a tiebreaker. And then I can say, well, you can change your name from tiebreaker efficiency, but you can't take the tiebreaker out of you.
Yeah. I don't know if they can make this one into a tiebreaker now. It is very much leaning on the side of Caren Tiger in my eyes. JT trying to find an angle there onto AkioV, but the opportunity will not present itself. Obviously, Caren Tiger have slowed down quite a bit. They know that they have the advantage. They don't want to throw it away. Initially, they did play quite aggressively into Bales' position, but decided better of it as Yupa got tagged up quite heavily. So now it's a bit of a war of attrition. Caren Tiger trying to find the openings where they can get some more free damage out. Hopefully for Caren Tiger, try to find a tank that they can pick off.
And could be just down to, once again, Madame as well as Vicetone just rotating around on these bat chants. If they do decide to attack into that one flag, that could push the agenda, because normally you'd probably see the Super Conqueror on Party actually closer to the mid position, but considering he's taken so much damage, he does have to sit back a little bit more. Imagine a Super Conq just using that mid position with that great gun depression. It'd be an absolute nightmare, but you can see the 430U, doesn't matter if you can dance around, he's got a good turret and a good upper plate. You can't really commit beyond a certain threshold.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. Yeah, he doesn't have the gun depression. But I'm not really sure if the boost is still workable here for Caren Tiger. I don't think that it is, climbing up the southern side of that cliff face up to the lighthouse. So it kind of restricts the opportunities or the options available to the attacking side now that that boost isn't potentially available. Though Hellcry does seem to be getting up the hill just a little bit. I don't know if Caren Tiger know exactly what they're doing, or if they're just trying to make something happen there. I think they're really just trying to see if they can figure something out, but it's unlikely that they'll be able to get up if they don't know a way up as it is. But at the moment, the bad chance for Caren Tiger down on the 1-2 line, starting to press in a little bit in.
That's a great shot coming in from JT with that 430U. Trax being a little bit cheeky, needs to be careful.
Time sticking away here for Caren Tiger. Reported, though, do lose a bit of HP on Trax. Still plenty of time here for Caren Tiger, but they aren't necessarily taking too many strong positions just yet.
Once again, everything is just slowing down, and it's still time to work with, but just the only question is, where is going to be Vicetone as well as Madame? Once again, another shot, but that's a bit of a low roll coming in from the 330, or from the 430U.
It might have been Trax in the T100 LT that was able to hit AkioV there.
Potentially so, yeah.
I'm not sure that JT actually connected.
No, it wasn't JT's. Yeah, it must have been Trax. Because JT was sitting on 478 just then, so.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm fairly certain I've seen a 320 roll come out from a 430U before, but you'd have to be very, very unlucky to see it. All right, so now
he's still trying. I don't think it's possible. What is he even trying to do? Or is he just like literally driving around because no one's made a call for Caren Tiger?
Well, eventually he's going to have to be shifting somewhere. Maybe join up with Madame and Vicetone. You get 4 bat chats on that sector and you push over the yellow tanks. That could be definitely a thing that you can do as Caren Tiger.
I'm sure there'll be someone in chat that can tell me if this is actually possible. But based on the fact that Hellcry isn't able to do it, and he is quote-unquote a professional player, if it is possible, he should have done it by now. Or he should have given up.
well, who's still continuing, so it's been spotted out now, so I think Hellcar has decided to give it up. Yeah, so it was Trax landing the shot, 319 alpha.
Yeah.
So, or 319 damage, should I say, not 319 alpha. I mean...
All right, Caren Tiger, what are you going to do now?
Okay,
Vicestone's
Vicestone's goes to 1. Yep, that's good.
So they need to start pressuring a little bit because 4 minutes left. They do have a pretty significant health advantage.
Ooh.
Hello.
This is juicy.
He doesn't want to fire. Yes, he does. Gets the tracking shot.
Okay.
That's going to be okay, though, but forces the repair kit out. Information given now that Vicestone has a pretty strong position.
And this is now dangerous because this is actually really good because Vicestone shows presence, but he doesn't show exactly how many numbers are over here just for now. So, I mean, I think Trax has a decent idea going, look, the lighthouse side is going to be clear, Bucket's going to push forward and he's going to spot it out as well. I think now the majority of the forces are going to be shifting over into the mid area. They're going to be starting to challenge this Object 277. They're committing forward at this stage. JT, though, in the position to do a lot of damage. Very difficult to try to get this shot onto the two. Oh, I mean, geez. How is Vicestone hitting these with a bat chat?
Vicestone is a bat chat master. I don't think anyone on the APAC server probably has more bat chat games than Vicestone. But JT under some pressure here. Caren Tiger have got themselves in good positions. That's what they were trying to do. Get to the cross. And they've managed that fairly safely. They haven't lost either of those tanks. And now it's just a case of cleaning up these remaining reported tanks because Caren Tiger definitely in with the advantage now.
Yeah, Trax also having a bit of a dance with Hellcurai, and this is where the gun depression does play a little bit of a part because the Batchat doesn't have great gun depression. So if Trax is able to trade efficiently, that'd be great, but Bucket not able to push forward and actually make it work. Yupa unloads his entire clip, and Bucket does not hit, pretty much, only hits a single shot, and that's just not good enough at this stage.
Hellcry's challenging Trax now for the Lighthouse as well, so Trax is going to have to get off there pretty quickly. Kirishima, just back away here, try and keep yourself safe. Actually wants to block for Mario by the looks of things here because Mario's got a little bit less HP than him. Kirishima will be able to take one more shot. Needs to get the trade in there. Knight will be starting to get bullied. TVP of Yupa, though, does go down. Reported don't have much HP to play with here, but they do have a lot of tanks.
That's when the 277s are armor, they're ammo racked at this stage, and this all just comes down to, well, Mario will get the reload just in time, but he needs to get this lower plate. Ooh. He gets the lower plate. Absolutely critical deal for him to win. Now Vicestone trying to get these shots, but that's a bit of a low roll into Party as well. If he takes a single shot, there it is. At least the Super Conqueror does come out on top, and Trax
who's falling down?
Gonna be trying to dance around at the stage. Mario also just playing with a rock and bails. He was only on 392, but that was a shot Bucket needed to land. Bucket is missing so many of these shots. He's only managed to hit a single shot, and now it's just down to this Object 277 and Trax as well, this T100 LT.
Is Trax stuck? He might be.
And he's just fallen down at the wrong time. He's stuck in the worst position. This is literally the Safi position.
No, this is literally Applewell right now. Trax, if he was able to run away and survive, he might be able to win the game here for Reported, but he's stuck. I don't know if Caren Tiger will find him, though. If they do proxy spot him, that's going to be obviously the best scenario.
They've got 2 on the cap.
But they're on the cap anyway, so it's literally Applewell. Kevin, I don't know if you know who Applewell is. I don't know if anyone else in the chat, maybe some people don't know who Applewell is, but if you go back and look at the grand finals from what it would have been probably 2015, I think the 2015 WGL grand finals, the grand final, and the deciding round as well. Applewell got stuck on cliff and could not win the game, even though he was, like, I think, a full HP back.
He was full HP, and he got stuck, I think, on pretty much like that F line, somewhere like that, and he just couldn't get out. And oh boy, this is not how you want to be losing.
Well, that's unfortunate for Reported, but to be honest, Caren Tiger probably would have won this one anyway. Trax is at one shot. They've got 3 bat chats. Like, it's almost unwinnable here for Trax, to be honest. But great stuff from Caren Tiger. They'll finish it off 5-3 with a 2-0 there on Sand River and a 2-0 on Cliff. And that knocks out Reported from the APAC Masters and puts Caren Tiger through to the grand finals.
Yeah, congratulations to Caren Tiger at the end of the day. I think they did play better, and especially considering they were down 1-3 at that stage. But Cliff, look, you say we don't like singling out players, but I don't think with Bucket, with the opportunities he had, 462 damage is enough. Like, he needed to hit a lot more to shift tides in the favor. And look, I'm not singling out a single player here. Obviously, a Reporter were playing from a disadvantage very early on. The Batchats were able to get a lot of territory on the side of Caren Tiger, get some shots in the party, and make the Super Conk's life difficult. But when you're in Bucket's position there, you have the opportunity of getting, let's just say, 80% of your shots in, right? That's 1600 alpha, and at the end, that could have shifted the team or the fight back in your favor. You kill the TVP a little bit earlier on, you are able to do a bit more damage over the Caren Tiger and bring some more confidence back. You reload up, you don't take as much damage, and you're still back in the fight. Like I said, I don't like singling out. We just saw this, and that makes it really unfortunate, but that's how it goes at the end of the day. And if you don't get the damage down, you lose.
That's how it is. That's how
it is what it is.
And reported to have lost 5-3 to Caren Tiger. So one of the Japanese teams now already through to that grand final. In my opinion, I think we're going to see 2 Japanese teams through to the grand final. Kevin, pretty good stuff put there from reported. It looked like they might actually be able to finish things off, but Sand River and Cliff just a few close rounds, a few rounds that maybe didn't necessarily need to be that one-sided for Caren Tiger. Some errors coming out from reported, but Caren Tiger the better team on the day.
Yeah, I mean, it was really intriguing at the beginning because Mines 2-0 did fall in the favor of Reported. We're going, oh, okay, Reported playing really disciplined, really, really solid here. But I think that's when the nerves started playing in. JT making a couple of calls, which normally, I guess JT would have said would have worked because he's trying to catch Caren Tiger off guard. Doesn't work out. Scorelines reset 3 apiece. And I think that's where some of the inexperiences shine through. Whereas you saw your players like Trax as well as Bucket do some work earlier alongside with Neo, not with Neo, sorry, but they were able to do work earlier on, like with Object 277s, with a 113. We didn't really see that happen anymore. They were put in towards a T100 LT, and like I was saying, I don't think Trax did anything in the last 3 rounds, maybe 1 or 2 shots, which is not enough to shift the tide of battle in your favor. And when it comes down to these last HPs, you need to have tanks where I feel like have a bigger oomph, bigger impact.
Yeah, absolutely. All in all, though, for reported, a little bit disappointing. It'll be the end of their run here in the APAC Masters. Now, it is a fairly revamped roster, though, from their team efficiency roster. So I think this is pretty much, to me, the expected result. I did predict 5-3. I think it's the expected result that Caren Tiger was at least going to take the win here, whatever the fashion was, because they are, you know, a very, very much more experienced team, a team that has been putting in a lot of effort in the last couple of weeks here for the APAC League. So they've been rewarded with a victory to start things off. Obviously, we'll have a look at the bracket here and see that they do have still more work to do tonight. They'll be awaiting the victor of Naughty Kids and GGWP. That's our next match coming up. We'll also be covering the finals later on tonight. But looking at that next match, another Japanese team being Naughty Kids up against the Taiwanese team of GGWP, who put in a really good performance earlier on. But for me, Naughty Kids is definitely the team to beat in that one.
Yeah, I mean, they came forward, they were able to take down, I guess, the reigning champions in Caren Tiger, which to me is really impressive. And I think one of the interviews they said they wanted to come out and actually do damage. They want to be making their way over into the finals as well as win the entire thing. So they're putting themselves in a good position to do so. I do know a lot of the players were reported to, I guess, rate them quite highly, and they respect them quite a bit as well. I think there's a lot of mutual respect between some of the Aussie players as well as the Japanese players as well, which is always good to see.
Well, they were obviously quite bitter rivals during the WGL times, so they were able to play against each other quite a lot. They were able to meet each other quite a lot when there was WGL finals times, because both Caren Tiger and Team Efficiency were teams that made it to the finals quite often. So, you know, you can form a bit of a camaraderie there as a result. But today, it's going to be another one for Caren Tiger. So, you know, past history would say that it was Team Efficiency that had the advantage there, but now that it's come into reported, it's definitely been Caren Tiger all the way. For now, though, guys, we are going to head to a quick break. We do have a couple more matches coming up later on tonight, though. The next one, though, will be Naughty Kids and GGWP, another semi-final, so stay tuned for that one. We'll see you soon.
At the same time, you've got the majority of the force that's still dancing around the 2 flank. The 5A, that's a shot from you, and Party has the luxury of just trying to put one more shot in. There you are, and every single module almost trying to make something happen.
I mean, it's a 7v4 situation right now for Caren Tiger.
Looks like some of the damage is being traded back. Neo, don't want to be walking into a Type 5 heavy there, mate.
No, not. That's actually a pretty favourable trade for Caren Tiger, being able to get
targets on the Super Conquerors. The Bat Chats will be on reload, and now they're going to be focusing down Kirishima. This is the lower plate as well. JT going to try and charge forward, but Yupa does manage to land the critical shout. Now out comes the Bat Chats. I wonder how many shots. That is absolutely atrocious as well on the side of the Bat Chat. Only a single one's landed.
Great angling as well from Maro.
Shot from all angles. You can't do this to the 277. There's just not enough tanks here for reported.
And he's essentially blocked. Obviously, Caren Tiger have quite a lot of health to play with. So that's just
277. They're committing forward at this stage. JT though do a lot of damage. Very difficult to try to get the shot onto the 2. Oh, I mean, jeez. How is
Vice be able to take one more shot? He needs to get the trade in there. Tonight.
The common test of Update 1.3 is coming to World of Tanks. It brings new ways of customizing your vehicles, revised conditions of the Excalibur operation, improved technical characteristics of the T-55A and Object 260. These are tanks awarded in the first campaign, balance improvements on different maps, and a new map for the Grand Battles mode. Let's get going. We'll start with customization. On the common test, players will be able to apply decals of different sizes to all vehicles of Tier 10 and Premium Tier 8 vehicles. 3 decal types are available. They are applied to specific spots, similarly to emblems and inscriptions. The new campaign of personal missions has gained players' interest. However, there were some issues. Based on the obtained statistics and feedback players shared, we have revised the conditions of the Excalibur operation. A total of 23 missions for different formations. Now, completing them will require fewer battles. And here's some good news for those who are currently taking on the first campaign. Now, the mission progress will be displayed in battle, similarly to the second front campaign. At the same time, solo players will be able to complete missions intended for platoons more easily. Since missions of both campaigns can be completed simultaneously, the first campaign was refreshed respectively, so were the reward vehicles. We promised players to rebalance them, and now it is time. We have improved the T-55A armoring, particularly its turret. Now it resembles the Soviet T-54 turret. They're not identical, but still. Moreover, we've improved the gun of the reward vehicle. The Object 260 has also been improved. Since it's first been introduced into the game, many other Soviet heavy tanks have been added. The Object 260 has become lost among them. It's high time we returned it to the major leagues. Its armor has been improved, particularly the turret. The gun characteristics have also been increased. Balance improvements have been made on 4 maps. On Himmelsdorf, the bottom team had the advantage. The main changes have been made to the castle area on the hill and the tank alley. Several new positions have been added for the top team. On the Fisherman's Bay map, the top team area has been changed. Now, vehicles that are moving to the town will not be spotted as frequently. At the same time, the town area will become more secure, as shoot-throughs from the map center have been removed. Some minor changes have been made on the Pilsen map to improve the positions for the top team. Slight changes have been added on Mannerheim Line. Now, the right team will have more opportunities. In Update 1.3, we are introducing the Hinterland map for the Grand Battles mode, especially for amateurs of massive tank battles. This is a great territory with a small town in the center. The map features many large and small covers together with the possibility to shoot at vehicles at large distances. This is it. Check out the changes we've made and good luck on the battlefield.
How to play the LT-432. The LT-432 is a Soviet Tier 8 light tank. The most iconic vehicles of this type are best known for their speed and ability to get on everyone's nerves by rushing up and down the map, always twisting and turning. But the LT-432 is a premium vehicle, which means it offers a different kind of gameplay. Light tanks rely on 2 main characteristics: mobility and concealment. The latter is directly related to the vehicle dimensions, and the dimensions of the LT-432 seem quite large. The tank is wide and long, but it still has a high concealment parameter due to its low silhouette. Dynamics are the chief asset of the researchable Soviet light tanks, and the LT-432.
everyone, welcome back. It is the APAC League. We're here for the Masters Finals. Now heading into our second semi-finals. It's Naughty Kids and GGWP. I'm Elfish Guy, that's Carath. And now we are looking forward to this next semi-final because this one, again, we're going to be seeing another Japanese team, but against a Taiwanese team now as opposed to reported, which is obviously more of an Australian mixed team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of names from obviously from Naughty Kids in terms of the previous APAC League from earlier this year on.
Yep.
I mean, they did quite well for their first showing. They've got a little bit more experience, a little bit more tenure now. And then you're looking at this GGWP lineup as well. A couple of names that we've seen before in previous WGLs, but also a lot of new faces as well. So it's once again a really good dynamic coming forward. And they qualified through the SEA region as far as I know. And for the Japanese league, Naughty Kids came out first. So
yeah, exactly. And that's a real kind of a big up for Naughty Kids because they would always struggle against Caren Tiger when they did have to play against them. Caren Tiger obviously a team with much more experience, but Naughty Kids this time being able to triumph 5-4, that does put them in that first seed slot for the Japanese League. And if they do make their way through to the grand final, then something that they can look back to and say, hey, we've beaten Caren Tiger before, could potentially do it again here in the APAC Masters Finals. But now looking into GGWP, they were able to get that 5-0 over PFO to actually qualify for this stage of the APAC League, and that's pretty impressive. I didn't actually think that PFO was going to lose that series, let alone lose it in a 5-0. So whether that was GGWP playing phenomenally or PFO playing really poorly, I'm not sure. I guess today is going to be a good way for us to figure that out. Let's look at the bracket and see where we are at right now, though, for the APAC League Masters Finals. It's obviously been the first match done and dusted with Caren Tiger picking up the victory over reported 5-3. Now moving into Naughty Kids and GGWP. How do you feel this match is going to start to play out?
it's just a lot of untangibles at this stage. We can obviously look at the results and go, look, Naughty Kids came through a much more difficult, I'd say, region. GGWP through a much easier region, per se. But, I mean, Naughty Kids have been on the up and up. And, I mean, not only did they 5-4 Caren Tiger, they actually played another best of 9 before that. They 5-2'd, I think, Typhoon, which is that either third place team or second place team in the Japanese region. So they played 2 back-to-back and still came out on top against Caren Tiger, which in my mind is quite impressive because Caren Tiger, they are effectively the strongest in the region for now. Like in terms of the entire APAC region, I think they proved themselves coming first in the last Masters season, and now also in good contention to try to make it into another first position. So, whereas for Naughty Kids, I mean, for GGWP, not really tested out in the SEA region. We can say, look, sure, 2-5-0s could be indicative of, I guess, their form, their strength, and whatnot. But have they really been tested? And that's where it comes into these scrim results or any other. I mean, we don't really have much to go on at the end of the day.
Obviously, there's not so much when it comes to the APAC League in terms of past matches. But yeah, there is a question in my mind as to whether it was GGWP being excellent or whether it was their opponents not being quite up to scratch. Let's look at Naughty Kids, though. They've been around for quite a long time. A team that did try to qualify for WGL a couple of seasons and didn't quite make it. They always tended to lose the qualification match in a fairly close fashion. But they do have experience as a roster. There is definitely a tenure there for them and some very, very good players on this roster as well. So I'd be backing these guys, I think, in this matchup, to be honest. Being able to get the win over Caren Tiger as well, being able to show that kind of mental fortitude, I was pretty impressed by Naughty Kids. So to me, they seem like the stronger team in this matchup.
Yeah, and also I'd say they probably have the best logo inside this entire Masters League as well. I do like the logo, but look at that, 100% win rate on Cliff. And is this just the Japanese defense that we're saying 88% defense, but 40% attack? We saw that completely flipped around earlier today, so don't know if it's going to be the same case here or not.
We shall see. GGWP, of course, though, will be the opponents for Naughty Kids. Now, they do have a bit of WGL experience with Spencer, with Gumja. I think those are the two only that actually did end up playing in WGL, and Gumja not for very long, but Spencer, the captain of this roster, he has definitely been around for a long time, longer than I have, and I've been casting World of Tanks now for almost 3 years.
I'm just wondering with M1, is that the previous? I swear that name is recognizable. I don't know. I mean, Gumja as well, Spencer, you're correct. I mean, Gumja was that god in terms of super heavies. It felt like we've said his name too many times before in the past. But, I mean, look at that. That's just domination across the entire SEA league. They came first. They dominated their way through playoffs. 81% win rate.
On both attack and defense. So,
but once again, is that a question to the strength of the players at this stage? Or is it testimony to maybe the SEA region is a little bit weaker compared to the Japanese region?
that is my question, and I do have to think that the SEA region, in my mind, is a little bit weaker than the Japanese region, but 100% win rate on Mines, Muro, Proc, you'll be pretty happy to get onto any of those 3 maps. I guess Cliff and Himmelsdorf a little bit more up in the air, but yeah, these guys look pretty good. They looked the goods against PIFO. They were definitely playing very, very well. Their strategy seemed to be pretty solid, and they were reading the play and kind of counterplaying PIFO a little bit as well. So that was pretty good to see. How they're going to adapt on the fly, though, against a more experienced team, or maybe a more favored team, I think, at least in Naughty Kids, is the next question for me here, because I do expect Naughty Kids are going to be able to hit a bit of a different level than what PIFO might have been able to.
I think a different thing as well with Naughty Kids is that they really like playing with new tanks, and they're sometimes, I guess, the team that picks, I guess, off meta or not really your standard picks, and that's really interesting to see for me a lot of the time, because don't get me wrong, I do like seeing the Super Conk. I think it's a great tank, but sometimes you want to see a little bit more diversity around the tier 10 vehicles, a little bit of variety, and that's what Naughty Kids do bring in, and that's what I really like seeing. They like keeping things fresh, you know, and that's something we don't really get with some of the established teams. Like when you see Reported, they always play a tier 100 LT. It's like, all right, that's pretty much the standard for Reported, and for Caren Tiger, you're expecting maybe a 5A, maybe a couple of bat chats. You're not expecting too much out of the realm of TVP. That's something a little bit more unique, which is good to see in the hands of Yupa. I mean, but Naughty Kids seem to really be pulling out some of the tanks. I think you said that they pulled out the 60
they
TP
did
once.
Pull out, not just once, multiple times. So we'll talk about that in a second. It's definitely an interesting conversation topic. But for now, obviously, we have to jump into the maps, and we'll see what maps we are actually going to be getting to play on today as well for Naughty Kids and for GGWP. It's going to actually be Himmelsdorf to start things off there for GGWP, which was one of their 50%er maps. So a little interesting to be picking that one up. Muro and Proc, the choices for Naughty Kids. Mines, of course, to finish things off there for GGWP.
I mean, this seems like it's going to be 2 distinctively different styles that they're going to be playing. I mean, you look at the maps that GGWP have picked, they're very much your brawler kinds, not as much in terms of map scouting. You're pretty much into the action and you have to trade efficiently, whereas Muravanka and Prokhorovka are really much maps where you have to get the control, you have to be taking your time, or it just devolves into an all-out brawl. How many times do you see Prokhorovka 6 bat chats straight into mid, they're just fighting it out, so...
Yeah, definitely. That said, though, like we've seen GGWP on Muravanka when they played against PIFO. Muro was PIFO's first map choice as well, and GGWP did negotiate that one quite well anyway. Looking across this map pool, things don't seem to be too bad, actually, for GGWP, I don't think. But I do like that point you make about Muravanka and Prokhorovka being a little bit more different than something like, for example, Himmelsdorf. I think Mines is kind of a clash between the two. It's a little bit more of a restricted map, but there are certainly some open areas that you can play with for both teams. But to me, I mean, I'm not going to give a prediction based on the maps necessarily. I think my prediction really does hinge a little bit more on where I see these 2 teams lining up. The one thing I will say, though, is like we go back to that discussion about the tank choices there from Naughty Kids. Obviously, they do tend to play a little bit more off meta, and I think that can kind of throw a bit of a spanner in the works of the defensive side or whoever they're versing, in this case GGWP, because you'd be looking at that tank lineup, you'd be seeing the 60 TPs or whatever it may be, and you'd be thinking, I don't really know how they actually want to play around with these tanks. You know, you see your IS-7s, you see your bad chats, you're like, okay, I know where they're going to be situated. I know where they're going to put the Super Conquerors because we play with those. We do the exact same thing, and that then with different kinds of tanks coming out from Naughty Kids, it throws a bit more of a question mark in your mind, and you might not be able to counterplay and react accordingly to what Naughty Kids is doing.
Yeah, and that at the same time as well as the element of surprise where they can really use, and sometimes all you need is just a little bit of surprise, and that's enough to triumph over your opponent, especially in a single elimination bracket like this. You need to be pulling out a few of the tricks, and like I was saying earlier on, it's not just the 60 TP. I do want to see some of the other vehicles around, because I mean, we saw an E4 out earlier today in the hands of Caren Tiger, so maybe another tank destroyer. Doesn't specifically have to be the American one. We do see the E4 quite often for obviously good alpha, ability to position itself in a very good, I mean, front armor as well. It's very difficult to penetrate it frontally, so that's why it's so good. I don't know. Other TDs obviously have a lot more drawbacks as well in terms of positioning and whatnot. You don't really want to be using an SDRV, say for example Himmelsdorf, but we might see it come out again, maybe on Muravanka and Prokhorovka, because you can get the SDRV in really good positions very quickly. Yeah,
definitely. Let's start to talk about how we think this match is going to play out, Kevin. Again, we've given our predictions before this match has begun, and I will say I'm very much heavily leaning on the side of Naughty Kids for this one. I'll say I think I'm going to give it a 5-2 for Naughty Kids.
I said 5-1, but now I'm a little bit skeptical of my own pick, because now looking into this matchup a little little bit more and actually sitting about it and discussing it a little bit further, it very much becomes, okay, I think GGWP actually are the goods, because we can go, okay, SEA region's a little bit weaker in the 5-0s. The Naughty Kids have proven themselves against Caren Tiger, which is pretty much the benchmark at this league. But I feel like you look at the name, Spencer, Gumgia, there is enough experience on this roster to really get them a little bit more experience over the line. Because the experience, I mean, as long as you have 5 people who are inexperienced but they're young and sharp, if they listen to a shot caller and the shot caller knows exactly what he's doing, then they can still execute the plan accordingly.
You're right, but I think that it is a little bit more in depth than that when it does come to World of Tanks in the 7v7 format. You kind of need to be able to make those decisions on the fly yourself as well, because inevitably, if you are having to wait for your caller to micromanage you in your individual position, then sometimes the opportunity is missed. You need to be able to make that decision to decide to push or to decide to back away at the right time. Otherwise, you're going to get collapsed upon or you're going to miss the opportunity. In the end, everybody's gone the way of Naughty Kids here. The highest result actually for GGWP is 5-2. I think that maybe is a little bit unfair. I do think that there's a chance for GGWP to make this one close, but that does give us a bit of an idea as to at least where we think that this match is going to be going. Comfortably the way of Naughty Kids.
I think if I actually go back and revise it, I'd probably say a 5-3 in the favor of Naughty Kids. I think 5-1 is a little bit unfair, like you said, towards GGWP, looking at some of the more experienced players. But you look at Naughty Kids, at the end of the day, they did pull off a 5-4, and that's the result we're going off once again. So, and the map pool, I have to say that it does favor a lot of the tanks that Naughty Kids do like playing. So we'll have to see how it goes from there.
Yeah, we will indeed. In my mind, Himmelsdorf here for GGWP is a bit of a questionable choice. Their results on that map hadn't been as good throughout the season as some of the other ones, so surprising to see that that would be their first map pick. Muravanka and Prokhorovka, you do need a lot of team coordination to be playing that one out, and again, I'm going to be favoring Naughty Kids there. So that's kind of where my predictions start to come in, I think, at least for me. Like GGWP, if they can get a 1-1 on Himmelsdorf, great, but Muravanka and Prokhorovka are certainly going to be very, very difficult, I think, for them to really have a great impact against Naughty Kids, who, in my eyes, should be a very, very experienced team, a well-drilled team as well.
Here's the whole thing, though. I mean, if Muravanka and Prokhorovka, all GGWP theoretically need to go is 1-1 apiece, and the way that they play could be eventually a brawl-out style. So, in Prokhorovka, like I was saying earlier, how many times do we see 5As, IS7s, Batchats just drive straight into mid and fight it out, and you don't have to worry about all this executing around the map, taking map control with some Batchats, making sure you take control of the hill to make sure you have control of the mid area. You don't have to boil it down that far if you decide to just go straight in. So I don't know if teams still want to go for that, because last time we saw Prokhorovka, it was much more map control orientated as opposed towards a brawling style, but who knows?
Could be something that we'll see though on Muravanka.
Exactly.
Again, we saw that out from reported, worked pretty well for them actually, heading into the one flag pretty early on in the piece. We'll have to obviously wait to see how Himmelsdorf does go first, but I think that might be a pretty good idea on Muravanka. As I've said before, I do like to see just that quicker play on Muro. I don't think it's worth necessarily messing around, because that's where you can get yourself caught up. We saw Caren Tiger execute quite nicely indeed, but had team efficiency, or reported rather, not fully rotated across, they would have been, I think, walking into a bit more of a trap. So it's a bit of a weight that you need to sort of weigh up and figure out how things are going to be working for you. In the end, though, hard to say how these two are going to play out, because we've never really seen them play against each other. We've never, very rarely even seen these two regions play against each other, just because we don't get to see too much World of Tanks lately here, only the APAC League. It's kind of hard to make really informed decisions. It's more of a gut feeling as to how things are going. I base a lot of it on the experience, and because I know that Naughty Kids has been around for a very, very long time, and that they've been able to beat Caren Tiger. I put a bit of stock in that. So that's where a lot of my opinions are sort of coming from for Naughty Kids, where GGWP, they're really a very new roster. So they looked good against PFO, to be fair, and they do have some experienced heads at the top of the chain there for them, but where they can actually find the win here against Naughty Kids, I'm not so sure.
Oh, well, I guess we'll have to find out as soon as we do jump onto Himmelsdorf. But, I mean, I guess another part to add to it as well is that GGWP, I guess you can see some of the cap for some of the players, so you already know where they can be sitting at, like, say for example, Spencer as well as Gumgia. But for Naughty Kids, a lot of the time, a lot of these players, we don't actually know where their full kind of ability and caliber is sitting at this stage. They could still be very much untapped potential. I think I do remember walking into one of the Naughty Kids members streaming. It was pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
I think I just went in and he got collapsed on, and he was like talking about how his positioning was meant to be like this, and he just started raging at his team.
Yeah?
Yeah.
In like a 15v15. Or 7v7?
It was 15v15.
Yeah.
It was like a pub battle, so he was talking about like, oh, this is why he's doing things. And he's talking in Japanese, and you can obviously, like, he's having fun with it. And then when they start losing the battle because his teammates are doing something a little bit silly, he starts swearing in English. And I found that pretty hilarious in all honesty. It's like he's explaining the thought pattern. He's really calm. He's really cool and collected. As soon as things go wrong, out come the English curse words.
I actually remember the same thing, for example, when I was watching Archon, who obviously speaks Mandarin, coming from Taiwan. And he would do the exact same thing. Like, he would be playing normally, and then he would just start raging in English. I just thought it was quite funny. But obviously, Archon no longer with us for World of Tanks. He's not dead. Obviously, that kind of sounded a little bit. He's still alive. At least I see him posting on Twitter and Instagram and stuff all the time. But he would be definitely a player that you could see in GGWP. You know, even later on down the track. Let's say for some reason WGL were to come back, I think you'd be starting to see a lot of those former professional players start to filter back into World of Tanks that have now sort of started to take a bit of a hiatus from the game. We look at players like the players from EL Gaming. I mean, I wonder what they're up to these days. Who knows? They've probably gone back to normal jobs and that kind of thing in China. And obviously for the reported guys, quite a vast majority of the reported or the team efficiency players now no longer playing the game. So it's unfortunate, I guess, but you need to see more competition for these top level players to kind of come back into the game.
Yeah, and you can look at it on the flip side as well. It does give a chance for new talent to be coming forward. Obviously, I mean, World of Tanks has gone on for quite a while, and you have to get the new talent in to kind of inspire, because if it was just always the oldies around, then I guess the new people would never have a chance to kind of flourish and gain experience and kind of grow from there. So it's actually good to see a lot of names that we don't know, because as much as it is fun building storylines behind names such as Spencer as well as Gumjar, I mean, it is also very exciting seeing players like on the side of Naughty Kids as well, because these are effectively the young upstarts on the block. And imagine in a year from going from or just looking to qualify for WGL into actually winning Masters and probably winning against a domestic rival that they considered very highly as well in Caren Tiger. That would be a huge thing. But this is the first, I guess, barrier of many. GGWP is the first barrier, and we're going straight into Himmelsdorf.
We are indeed. GGWP, their map choice. And they'd want to get off to a good start here, I think, against Naughty Kids. If you give Naughty Kids too much leeway, that is really going to be problematic for you. Took a little while to get in the game. I'm not sure what was going on there, but we are now ready to go by the looks of things. Everybody loading in and to start things off.
That's what I mean. 260 TPs coming out. That's not something that you normally see, and 2 Type 5 heavies. But, I mean, these Type 5 heavies, if they hit these MXs...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's what you want from a Type 5. Looking at the two team compositions, 50Bs out there for GGWP, Batchat there as well. You don't often always see two 50Bs and a Batchat. That is quite a lot of autoloaders out from GGWP, but we'll see how they utilize them. They're actually using the Horseman camo as well, so that's a bit of a throwback.
I mean, I guess it's good to see in terms of throwback, but look at that. That's not camouflage.
That's vomit.
It's like someone just got paint and just went, ought to throw it on.
Yep.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
That'll do indeed. It's like they've run through a paintball competition. Oh, good timing there for the 60 TPs, but not able to hit the shots, unfortunately. Would have been a real disaster for Spencer if he would have gotten hit by one or both of those.
I think the 60 TP has about 700 or 750 alpha off the top of my head. They're quite strong, obviously, and... So just positioning right now on the side of Naughty Kids, just trying to spot out what exactly is going on. But we're seeing that RPK, not the tank, not the French tank in this case, is going to be, actually is the French tank, just not the one that we're thinking about, I guess. Is going to be on the hill, just going to be spotting out anything. But I'd say that the E4 is situated probably around the A4, A5 area, unless it's decided to go over to the railway. I guess that's like the traditional setup for Himmelsdorf, right? You've got probably around 3 tanks that are sitting around the railway station near the 2 flag ready to brawl it out. You've got a couple of tanks controlling the rail line corridor on the side of GGWP. And it's just really up to Naughty Kids to identify where to go. Probably banana control later on. Yeah,
Naughty Kids just playing very passively here, waiting to see what GGWP will potentially do. GGWP, at the moment, they're not too concerned. There's a spot onto TTCF. T110 E4. Looking at the defensive setup from GGWP, it's a nice spread. They're able to cover off both sides, both caps rather, I should say, and most of the parts of the map that Naughty Kids could potentially push on down. Naughty Kids don't have too much information aside from spotting Spencer out earlier, spotting out the E4 as well. But they don't know what's going on in sort of the A0 corner. It's definitely scary.
And I think that's actually good where GGWP are actually putting their 50Bs. If the 50Bs don't get spotted out, you want to keep your AMXs alive as long as possible. You don't want to be running into the risk of going into these Type 5 heavies on Frog or Kirishima. Not Kirishima.
Yeah.
That's always confusing, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting if Naughty Kids do go up against Caren Tiger later on.
Yep. It's happened before. It's starting to progress on through the map right now, Naughty Kids. Looks like some more presence towards the train tracks than anything else. RPK will just be watching for a rotation and possibly even dealing with that if there is just a sole Batchat pushing up the hill.
Yeah, so the 60 TP has a 750 alpha gun. It only has 317 penetration on the premium round, though. And I think it's a heat round, so it's not the highest penetration in terms of all the tanks in the game. But
Spencer, what happened to Spencer? Oh, he must have gotten shot by, I would suppose, both of the 60 TPs there, based on the amount of damage he's taken, which was about 1,600.
I mean, I guess we can... I think the Type 5 heavy's shot, because the Type 5 heavies are reloading at this stage.
Indeed,
so
yeah.
I think one of the Type 5s must have hit. If we could go on to either Frog or Kirishima, I think we could probably see the damage there, but Spencer actually just down out of fighting capacity, which is a terrible thing, in all honesty.
Well, he's actually
I think the
lucky to
E4's
survive.
just taken some more damage as well, so it's definitely the Type 5s putting in some work at this stage, and they're just rolling forward right now.
That's what you want. That's what you'd love to be doing in a Type 5. Literally just press R 3 times and don't stop. Continue to put that damage out. Such a threat right now, though, as Naughty Kid's able to really push up the train tracks uncontested.
And this is the danger now, is that you see these tanks slowly pushing forward, but TTCF is doing some good work. 2 shots into Type 5 heavy so far. Frog is down into just about half combat effectiveness. So I think there's a bit of a low roll on that second shot. You can see the E4 dancing around.
Unfortunate for Kirishima, though. The accuracy not too great with the Type 5.
Ooh, that's a good shot from the E4, and I think one of the other Type 5s did put a shot into Frog as well. So some good trade backs coming in from GGWP after Spencer does lose a little bit of HP earlier on. By a little bit, I mean a lot.
Yeah, Naughty Kids need to be a little bit more decisive here. They're kind of getting caught on the way up and finding it quite difficult to find some good positions. This could be a permatrack now.
Yep, but Miken's coming forward to make sure he can do some good damage as well.
He just missed the shot.
But I think,
or did he shoot the E4?
I think he might have shot the E4, but either way, he's not taking some damage so far. Roracle's going to get back in cover, but that means Miken is under a bit of trouble. I mean, Kirishima is trying very quickly to get in position. Now out comes the fast tanks. The 113 also into action to try to take down TTCF. He's under a lot of pressure at this stage, and Potter's giving it good, but they're trying to focus down this E4, take one of the tanks out of the fighting equation. So Kame is going to be pushing forward, committing for that. And now the Type 4 heavy in the hands is going to be doing a little bit more damage as well.
Yeah, Potter under a lot of pressure here as well. He's going to be focused down by multiple tanks, absolutely obliterated.
Oh no.
Kame will continue to push on forward.
And I mean, they do manage to take down, I guess, Lyceron, but still one of the AMXs do go down. Now, this is where the Type 5 Heavy is not very efficient. You're getting surrounded from all sides. It doesn't matter if your frontal armor is great. If Miken's able to go behind, they're just going to be dancing around here. They know they can trade out efficiently. It doesn't matter if Oracle goes down. I don't even think Richard-san can even get that reload down. So there you are. And that's the Type 5 Heavy down Spencer. Doesn't matter if he can try to clip out. He's on so little HP. Type 5 Heavy is trying to land the shot, but RPK is going to be able to land it pretty easy. And I think this is going to be a clean sweep at this stage. Only going to be that 5A on Yaya left alive.
Yeah, and he's got a full amount of HP, but what are you going to do against 6 tanks left alive? That's a very decisive victory when it does come in the end for Naughty Kids. They have really destroyed GGWP here. Shot does bounce off both of them, but this really is irrelevant at this point. You can basically hand the win to Naughty Kids right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Remember, this is GGWP's map choice as well. So to start off with a loss that is that decisive, it's definitely not good news.
I think this is some of the factor with the 60 TP coming in as well. It's quite difficult to actually land some of the shots into the lower plate because that's really the go-to. But the upper hole can be actually quite trollish in the 60 TP as well. And 750 alpha on a 15-second reload. Yeah. That's just devastating.
This round is in no small part also because of the damage that was done early on to Spencer. You can't underestimate how much that is going to have an impact. If your Batchat's almost taken out of the map from the start, it's sort of like a 6v7. But with all said and done, Naughty Kids were able to push decisively. Looked a little bit worrisome for a moment, but once the 60 TPs, once the 113 of Kame started to get involved in that battle, it kind of went by the wayside very, very quickly there. It was close for a moment for GGWP, but as soon as Naughty Kids really decisively pushed in and made that decision to actually make a play, it worked perfectly.
I mean, I think also the thing is that AMX 50Bs are not a good matchup against the Type 5 heavies. Even if you go to the opposite side where the Type 5 heavies aren't going to be there. Honestly, at the end of the day, how Naughty Kids actually took that map control is that they really just damaged Spencer out of commission almost instantly. Okay, Spencer has to back away, gives away that control of the railway corridor, and the Type 5 heavies can roll forward with ease at that stage, and you can see they're outnumbered. Potter, he's trying to put up a great fight at the stage, but he's just bouncing a lot of these shots. The Type 5 heavy on Richardson cannot rotate into a correct position at the right time. Spencer cannot come in. He's already too low. So at that stage, it's 4 tanks against 2.5 tanks.
Not to mention also really good fundamentals from Naughty Kids. They were able to focus down the tanks that they needed to. They focus fired properly as well. They got rid of the E4, and then they got rid of the Super Conqueror, and then they got rid of the Type 5. So nice order of the tanks that they wanted to take out as well. It wasn't like, let's just focus the Type 5 or let's focus a mouse. Obviously no mouse in this sense, but getting rid of those tanks that are the priority targets beforehand, and not necessarily wasting any of their shots, really. That was one of the things that I noticed. It seemed like every shot that was fired hit the target that it was supposed to, penetrated the target, did the damage. Sometimes you'll see, you know, like some shots missed or some shots bouncing, but not really the case there. So good fundamentals from Naughty Kids.
I mean, I was going to say, any shots that were missed, it was pretty much, oh, look, it's a Type 5 heavy trying to engage at more than about 100 or 200 meters. Of course, shots are going to miss. No, not everyone can be a JT here and land a shot on a moving bat chat at about 250 meters away. It's part of the game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even then, I think it was just, at the end of the day, you got enough tanks on the railway corridor that didn't take that much damage. You're able to force back GGWP's defense because very early on you did the damage. And even when the AMX 50s did try to roll around, I mean, you still had RPK that was controlling a lot of the corridors and Lyceron as well, just waiting in the back line, who was able to clip out and do his own significant work as well.
Yeah, absolutely. RPK, you know, we didn't really get to see what he was doing actually at all on that map, but he was still sitting up on the hill. Eventually, he started to join the fight, but by that stage, it was pretty much already won, and he had done his job by making sure that no one could actually get around the back there for Naughty Kids. So, like I said, not necessarily just good fundamentals in terms of the mechanics, but good fundamentals in terms of the map positioning and taking control of the map, and that's what we saw pretty quickly from Naughty Kids. Like, they set up initially, but they didn't really mess around. They didn't wait. They didn't let that timer tick away to, you know, only 2 or 3 minutes left on the clock. They kind of went in when they needed to, when they wanted to, and they make it work. Now they'll be heading over onto the defensive side. Some of that decisiveness is something that we have to see coming out from GGWP here. They have to really strike back straight away.
I mean, the more that I'm looking at it as well, the more that I'm more impressed by how Naughty Kids actually took it, is that they took pretty much every single line control that you can expect on Himmelsdorf. Like, even we're looking into a little bit deeper, we're not into the next part yet, is that they controlled pretty much mid with the 113. He's just spotting everything. I think it was on Kame. He was just spotting everything at mid, and it was very difficult for them to push the 113 off a hold down position, so they can't move any tanks through there. Even if the AMX 50Bs did commit through Banana to try to wrap around, you've got RPK who can come down the hill. He's spawning the hill in his own right. You've got Lyceron ready to peek out and put some shots into them. And then you've got your hard hitters, your 260 TPs and your 2 Type 5 heavies rolling as a unit. And that's scary because you know how much damage those tanks can do. They're rolling in slowly, they get the shots down, and that's it. Like, you can't really fight against tanks that can do 750 alpha, that can do 1,400 splash damage. So, in terms of the HE shells. And it's just impressive in terms of how they executed that draft. The more that I think the it,
I think one of the big issues as well there for GGWP was that they allowed so much map control for free to come out for Naughty Kids. Like, the fact that the Type 5s are able to get that far down the corridor, down the train tracks without really taking too much damage, it is kind of a little bit of a problem then for GGWP, because once the Type 5s are on top of you, it's pretty easy shots for them, and they're always going to be doing some pretty significant damage. But here we go into the second round now. It is, of course, GGWP moving over onto the attack. This is their map choice. They need to fight back. They need to make sure that this goes to a 1-1, not a 2-0 to Naughty Kids.
And it all comes down to this map choice, right, at the end of the day. Wonder why they picked up an E5 in terms of displaying this. There's like an E5 tank on the hill in terms of the cinematics.
You mean in terms of why they chose to have that particular tank in the cinematic?
It's like pretty interesting.
I don't know. I mean, even when this cinematic would have been made, because it is after the 1.0 update,
E5 wasn't the strongest
wasn't
tank.
necessarily relevant at the time.
Yeah, that's why I was like a bit curious, because I mean, Probably could have put a Type 5 heavy there because that seems to be really the current meta at this stage. But I mean, you look at GGWP at this stage, a very, very super heavy lineup with the Death Ball as well, or the Death Cannon, the FV4005. Talk about Alpha.
Yeah, well, talk about Alpha. You need to pen first. Only the Bat Chat going to be a super easy soft target there for the 4005, but it is still going to be quite scary indeed. Very, very heavy lineup for GGWP, of course, with the exception of the 4005. But same can really be said here for Naughty Kids. Wonder what the strategy is here for GGWP. I think what they probably want to do with that is they just want to set themselves up on a cap and allow Naughty Kids to just walk into the 4005.
All right, so what I think what the 60 TPs are going to do, either going to try and take control of Banana or the hill. I think they might try to take control of the hill because they are more suited for doing that. 7 degrees of gun depression on a 750 Alpha gun. There's not much that you can really do afterwards if you're that FV. Very difficult to penetrate that turret. It's got 260 frontal armor in terms of including the shape as well. I don't think you can pen it. And the Cupola is pretty difficult to hit as well. Yeah,
definitely. Well, stranger things have happened. GGWP spreading out across the map. The Type 5's headed towards the railway tracks. Looks like a very similar setup to what we saw out from Naughty Kids on their own attack. Really, when you look at it, same can be said for the defense from Naughty Kids. Nothing really changing here when it comes to the defensive setup or the offensive setup from what we saw in the last game. Obviously, some tanks substituted out, but more so I'm talking the positionings are very, very similar.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess the difference around is that Kid 9 is going to be sitting near the... I don't even know what to call that building at F1.
Yeah,
to be honest. I know it's like a bit of a ruins of an outpost, but that's actually a really strong position to be sitting in. I mean, especially with the Object 277, there's a bit of debris that you can actually cover that lower plate with, and the turret armor. Once again, we always talk about the turret armor. That's always going to be beneficial, but the Cupola is a little bit vulnerable, and especially with the Type 5 being a little bit taller as well, can definitely get that damage, get that smash damage down.
I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're playing hull down when you're against Type 5s. They're still going to be able to put damage out onto you anyway. And a little unfortunate, Yaya doesn't quite connect that shot, but he's going to be absolutely punished on the cross. And he must have got ammo racked, I think, because the E4 damaged the ammo rack, and then the Type 5 finished it off. Cruised him up. Nice 2,038 damage shot.
Disgusting!
You'd love that.
Oh my god.
That's all your WN8 for free.
Oh, you're already done. You might as well quit the battle.
Yeah.
You've done your job. That's just demoralizing.
That is demoralizing indeed for GGWP, but fortune favors the bold for Naughty Kids, and they did, of course, set themselves up in a very nice position to do just that. While they might not have expected to get a straight-up kill onto the Type 5, being able to even get the E4 shot in and then the Type 5 shot in definitely is good news for them indeed. Richard Sung's kind of stuck now.
He's lost his buddy.
Can't go backward.
I was about to say, when you get ammo rack, that's pretty devastating in terms of, oh, okay, it's going to take, obviously, double that time to reload. But then out comes the Type 5 Heavy, who just hits where your damage module is, and
that's
then you
why
explode.
You want to repair the ammo rack.
I don't think he was expecting Kirishima to be hitting that shot.
No, probably not, but it happens. And now GGWP have to figure out what they want to do now in a 6v7.
And Naughty Kids don't even need to shift. They've shown only 3 of their tanks at most, and still the other 4, they're set up in terms of in the mid sector of the map, haven't been spotted out. You can see Potter is playing the very similar position to what Kame was doing the 113 earlier on. But with the 5A this time around, he's not really spotting anything, and there's no really a go signal right now. And especially with a tank down, Naughty Kids don't need to make a move. They realize they've got the tank advantage, they've got the HP advantage, no one's taken any damage whatsoever. They can just sit tight. And once again, it's going to be Richard Sung, I think, that's been spotted out.
Yeah, so, to be honest, we are probably going to be seeing quite a slow game out here from GGWP. I don't think that they're going to want to move until they really are forced to. That's why I sort of advocated for having sort of shorter round timers. I think you don't necessarily need 10 minutes. I think if you would have knocked that down to 8 minutes or 7 minutes, you could definitely get the same kind of quality of games, but it just would be speeding things up a little bit.
I think on the flip side as well, in terms of how it has to happen at the moment, GGWP are waiting for maybe potential over-aggression, but Naughty Kids not giving them a single inch. You can
Why
see
would
that
they?
Exactly, and that's just discipline coming in, because you can see probably teams nervous to take it to the fight. We might see an aggressive move, but Naughty Kids, they're just happy to sit here and just chill out. You can see RPK, he's been set up here and he's not moved a single inch. Imagine being a backtrack driver and just not moving. for 5 minutes. It's boring, but that's what's going to win them the game at this stage. He's spotting heal push. As soon as he spots out maybe the FV or maybe a push, he's going to fall back. The 60 TPs, they're going to swing back into the 2 flag, and Frog can also move around as well. So this is going to be really difficult for them to try to navigate around. I feel like the FV or the tanks on the heal on the side of GGWP do need to start threatening this corridor a little bit more. At least try to push this bat chat off. Make Naughty Kids at least rotate around, because you're doing absolutely nothing at all. You're not taking Nana control, you're not taking mid control either, and you have to concede railway control.
Well, seeing a bit of movement now out from GGWP as they progress their way through the courtyard up toward the 2 flag. Well, this is kind of what I thought we would actually get to see out from GGWP, where they would put a tank or 2 on the cap and maybe follow it up with 4005 to punish anyone that was trying to get the resets. But this has been spotted out fairly early on. Mikan, maybe under a bit of pressure here, but does manage to trade 1-for-1 in terms of the shots fired, and that's good for him right now. Spencer will try to punish. Actually, he's kind of caught in a bit of a crossfire now. Mikan might be the next one to fall.
I mean, at the same time, you can see the tanks down on the hill. They're trying to pressure in as well, so the rotation does have to come out from Naughty Kids as well. But once again, the 750 Alpha coming in handy. RPK able to get out of dodge, and 4 tanks in this corridor now. How have these tanks just come across? Naughty Kids so fast on the rotate, and even as GGWP do manage to bring the majority of their forces in, now the AMX into the fight as well. They're just taking so much damage, and they're trading hits so well. Mikan's on 47, but he's still doing damage. Look how much damage he's blocked.
Mikan's on 47, but he's also playing hull down, so no one can kill him at this point. That was such a fast rotation from Naughty Kids, and such a great focus fire out from them as well. They absolutely obliterate each single tank without doing any damage to the next. These 60 TPs working to perfection for Naughty Kids right now. Big alpha damage, definitely not something that GGWP have found a way to deal with at all. 50B will eventually get rid of Mikan, but end of the day, it does not matter, as Naughty Kids have well and truly won this round.
Yeah, I mean, AMX can try to do as much damage as possible, but I mean, you've got the Type 5 Heavy who's slowly pushing into the 1 flag, and that's a bit of a whiff. Bit of a whiff coming in from Kid 9. Definitely wanted the win 8, but he's going to get absolutely none at all whatsoever.
All right, Richard Sung, what are you going to do now, mate? Get on that cap. Good luck, buddy. There's no way that Naughty Kids let this one.
You look at the HP, 9,500. We were talking about convincing, and you can't get more convincing than that.
Well, Kirishima hasn't taken any damage yet.
Exactly, and I mean, I don't think he's even going to get there at this stage. And Richard Sung is just going, what do I do, man?
Yeah. Try to snap pad a little bit, put some more damage out. He's really only been able to put 1 damaging shot in, which is that 502 damage that he got earlier on. For now, though, Naughty Kids have shown us 2 very decisive victories.
Look at Kid 9. He's got 2.9k spotting damage from that Type 5 earlier on, but he hasn't hit a single shot yet. He might get his opportunity now, though, which is good.
Yeah, get around the back there. He should not be missing this one.
He better not.
A penetrating shot, 472 damage for him. Great stuff. Great stuff indeed.
It's just, I mean, the inedible is nigh at this stage, and there you have it. I mean, that's a 2-0 for Naughty Kids, and now, okay, now I'm a little bit more reassured with my 5-1 prediction, because that was, if anything, but just complete stomping on Himmelsdorf. That wasn't just defense tight, that was offense tight as well. And sure, you can say Amarak a little bit of luck, but you make your own luck.
I do agree with you in a sense. I don't want to get too excited about that 2-0 though, because both of those rounds started off really, really well for GGWP that you can't expect to happen every time. Obviously, there's the Amarak here, and then also the damage that they get into the bat chat from one of the Type 5s on their own attacking side. 2 tanks almost taken out of the game in both rounds. Essentially, both of those rounds for Naughty Kids were 6 versus 7. So I don't think that these rounds were, I mean, would have been this convincing had things been a little bit different there for GGWP. Maybe getting a little bit unlucky in both aspects, but you obviously got to give credit there to Naughty Kids as well. Like you said, they make their own luck. They put themselves in those positions. If they weren't in those positions, they wouldn't have got that damage out. So they have managed to make that luck for themselves.
Like, for example, when Spencer crossed the first time, you can say, look, it was lucky. It was risky he got across, but you can see the 60 TPs were ready to punish it, and then the Type 5s were in the position to punish the bat chat when it went away. So it wasn't as if it was like, oh, sure, it was an amazing shot, don't get me wrong, but like I was saying earlier, is that you make your own luck sometimes. It doesn't mean like you fire a shot and the ammo rack damages itself.
Yep.
You need a little bit of RNG to hit that ammo rack, and you need another shot obviously to destroy the ammo rack. but you're in the position to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
You are able to move yourself in the position to do the damage that you need.
Yeah, definitely. So unfortunate for GGWP to go down 0-2 on their own map choice. That is why we question, why did they pick Himmelsdorf? It didn't really make too much sense.
At the same flip side as well, this is where I kind of go, this is where the 60 TPs are absolutely devastating, because you can see the 60 TPs played by Royal Crawl, I think, trying to remember who was the other person playing it. Mikan, I think. Yeah. They focus fire someone and instantly you see minus 1,500. Yeah. And that's a super conk that's suddenly down to 800. That's pretty much any tank in the game losing more than half its HP. That's absolutely devastating. And what's the super conk going to do? I'm going to do 440 alpha. That's cool. DPM is cool and everything.
You're going to get probably, what, say 2, maybe 3 shots out of the super conk.
You saw what happened to Potter in his 5A. He just got 2 shots. He just got pretty much 2-shotted because all it required was a couple more shots and then the 60 TPs cleaned up and that was it. He was dead. Couldn't do anything more in the 5A.
Yeah. Well, all in all, it's a little bit unfortunate there for GGWP, but it is what it is. They have to deal with what they've got. The 60 TPs going for... I mean, they're going well for Naughty Kids. I don't think there's any question about that. And it's something that we see time and time again from them. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them picking up the 60 TP again here on Muravanka. Can play hull down with that one. Muravanka, though, is the map that we're moving on to, and that is Naughty Kids' map. Based on how the positionings have gone, the rotations have gone between these two teams, I have to favor Naughty Kids on this one. I think that they have looked really comfortable dictating how the game has played out and where the fights are actually going to start. And that's such an important thing on Muravanka.
And here's the whole thing as well. In that situation from Himmelsdorf for GGWP, they managed to identify the weak points. So this is not me going, it's like, all right, they were in a disadvantageous situation on 6v7, but they still managed to find the weak opening through mid. They still managed to get so far in, so close, 3 or 4 tanks tight in together, and they still couldn't catch out Naughty Kids by surprise. So if map control isn't working in their favor, they have to be relying on the brawling. But so far, the brawling is still working in Naughty Kids, and if you can't get map control and you can't brawl, what's going to happen?
Well, the reactions have just been too fast from Naughty Kids.
Exactly.
Like, the brawls... I mean, in theory, that brawl kind of started okay for Naughty Kids, but as soon as the first shots were fired by Naughty Kids, straight away the rotation came in then from Naughty Kids. So, like, it was just fantastic timing, fantastic in-game calling, mid-round calls and mid-round reads as well from Naughty Kids. I don't know who the caller is for them, but whoever it is making the right calls at the right times. And again, that's going to be something that we'll have to see whether it persists on Muravanka. The one saving grace, at least for GGWP, is that they did have some good games on Muravanka against PFO. I don't know if that's going to transfer here against Naughty Kids. I'm already getting a bit of a sense that Naughty Kids is looking like the stronger lineup, but these things can shift on a dime pretty quickly, and I wouldn't be surprised to see GGWP, like I said, come back into this one, get a couple of rounds.
It's just more of what inspires me with confidence in terms of calling it a Naughty Kids series at this stage is the fact that they look so cool, calm, and collected hitting their shots most of the time, and this is something we didn't see as much coming to the previous series. It looked a little bit frantic. We did see teams actually make some poor rotations and some good rotations, but Naughty Kids, it's like, I don't think I even saw them making a mistake. Right? And
yeah,
I mean, sure, maybe it was just down to the only mistake was that no one was watching the mid corridor and they allowed GGWP to come forward that close into that 2 flag and nearly do the damage and maybe surprise one tank and take him out. But even then, they couldn't even destroy a tank until the action was pretty much all over. So here we go. Muravanka again.
Well, let's see whether or not Naughty Kids can really double down here, turn this into a 4-0 and basically win the series here and now, more or less. GGWP, I don't think you can come back from a 4-0 deficit, so they need to find at least one round here, but even a 3-1, far too difficult to come back from, I think. Naughty Kids have already shown such great positioning in Himmelsdorf. Once again, the 60 TPs will come out, 3 of them this time for Naughty Kids. A couple of bat chats for 30U, Superconk to back it up. A lot of bat chats out for GGWP, so they'll be trying to play a bit of a quicker style.
And yeah, with the bat chats, 4 of them, it sounds great if they can get into the positions that they need to. But I think the traverse for the 60 TP is actually phenomenally good as well, which is, yeah, scary stuff. Good HP pool, has really good turret traverse as well as I think hull traverse as well. So, all right. Looks like it is going to be Naughty Kids on the attack, and I'd say they're probably going to go a lot faster for the 1 flag. That's what you want to be doing with this lineup at this stage.
Mikan's totally ruined Roracle there, and I think he's aware of it because he's just blocked him into the wall. Roracle's a little bit slow now to the battle, but straight toward the 1 flag, like you said here for Naughty Kids. GGWP, they're on the wrong side of the map, but at least they have the info. I
mean, Frog is dead because Frog is trying to spot in a 60 TP at mid. Unless they're trying to play mind games at the moment, like run down mid and whatnot, run to the 1 flag and then go back and fight City.
I don't
Could be
know.
something. I mean, look at the rotations.
Frog's got some deflates there to play with. Like, he can play hull down in that position. They're going to have to commit quite a bit to actually get on him. I don't know that they are going to be able to commit that, though, because inevitably they are going to have to start looking toward this one flag. So timing's working out okay here for Naughty Kids. They should be able to back up Frog by shooting in through the town. There are avenues, but Frog, like you said, is being collapsed upon, so somebody needs to help him out.
I don't think anyone's going to be able to help him out here. If he's able to get maybe one shot into someone, that'd be cool, but I think he's just dead for rights at this stage. Like I said, yeah, I mean, the more time he buys, though, more shots that the teammates can fire in. So, yeah, sure, he goes down, but look at the HP GGWP have lost.
Is Richard Sung... Oh, okay, he's quite healthy indeed. A lot of damage done over there to GGWP, and that's exactly how this strategy was supposed to work out for Naughty Kids. You're right, Frog was dead, but Naughty Kids have at least managed to trade back the damage and make this one worthwhile. RPK and TTCF, though, going to be going against each other, and RPK will fall, being caught off guard there by Naughty Kids, or by GGWP. So actually, with that, things are starting to look a little bit more problematic. But where's the reset going to come from here for Naughty Kids? The GGWP have got 4 seconds to get it.
It's going to come from Richard Sung, but he's... Oh, the 60 TPs miss. And so does the bat chat as well. It's almost impossible to penetrate. There's no reset coming forward. And there it is. There you have it. Naughty Kids, they get the cap. So even though they lose a few tanks, they still manage to win with the cap on the one flag.
That's really bad for us, Kevin. And you know why? Because now we're back on camera. Now we've got to talk about that round. But there was pretty much nothing to break down.
I mean, the whole thing there was... I mean, we can draw parallels to what we saw earlier on today with the Caren Tiger up against Reported series. It's straight onto the one flag. We see a couple of different tanks, a couple of different strategies. But the difference here is that there are no tanks in position for the reset. And we're talking about Richard Sung, who's coming in. He's trying to hit a shot. Who loads HE into a bat chat? No one does that. So you have to be landing an APCR shot. All right, on the move. It's not the most accurate gun, and you have to hit the lower plate. Good luck, mate. I'm not going to really fault Richard Sung for that. When I saw the 60 TPs actually miss the shot, I was like, there's a bit of a chance right now here for at least GGWP to get the reset, because you could see what happens. 260 TPs, boom, boom. There's no bat chat. It's just a carcass, and there's no chance of reset. So, look, at the end of the day, can't really fault a bat chat. No. You could probably see that what GGWP were trying to go for is for Magic Forest control, but Frog was in a position where he buys so much time, even if he dies, look at where all the other tanks are sitting in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, GGWP, if they would have got the reset there, they probably do actually end up winning that round, but that's kind of the style that Naughty Kids wanted to play there. They wanted to get on that cap. They wanted to make a distraction with Frog. RPK going down, I think, was probably not quite part of the plan there, to be honest, for Naughty Kids. He probably should have survived there for them, and then that would have been that plan B if the cap doesn't work
Here's
out.
the whole thing as well, because I think that's actually according to plan, because in that case, right, doesn't matter if RPK actually goes down at that stage, because the other enemy bat chat, because if you're looking bat chat versus bat chat, Lyceron has to be on reload.
Yep.
100%. So he's clipped out for at least another 40 seconds. Even if there's a reset shot coming forward, you have to be confident in your 60 TPs as well as your Object 430U getting the shots that they need. So
you're right.
I think overall it was like that was probably the best case scenario for them, because they're spread out in a way that the tanks can't really just push forward and ignore the rest of the tanks fighting. They have to commit and stand their ground, because you don't want to allow Frog to actually do damage. You don't want to allow, say, for example, RPK to stay alive. So you have to clip him out. You can't just drive past the bat and just ignore him. So no. I think overall, I mean, like I said, it was very unlucky, because, yeah, if Richard Sung was able to get the reset, because it was like 60 TPs missed their shots.
That was it, yeah.
Really uncommon, but Richard Sung had a very small window of opportunity. If he was able to get the reset, maybe we would have seen another scenario play out, but bear in mind, they still had the HP advantage on the side of Naughty Kids. Yep. It wasn't it was like a 5-on-6, but they still had like a 2000 HP health advantage. And when it comes to that advantage, definitely kicks in when there are still 60 TPs in play.
Yeah, definitely. There are a lot of moments there where you could sort of break it down and be like, if this happened, then that would happen. If that would have happened, then something else would have happened. But that's how it played out. And Naughty Kids, I think that's exactly what they wanted to happen. In a sense, they wanted to put pressure on with that cap. They wanted to put pressure on with the position of Frog. So things have kind of essentially gone to plan for them. They're up 3-0 now, and all of these rounds are kind of off the back of better rotation, better positioning from Naughty Kids. These are not like that last round. They're obviously quite very close indeed, but it went to plan, and that's what I want to sort of talk about, is because all of these rounds have so far gone to plan. It's been Naughty Kids, the ones that have been dictating how these matches have been playing out so far, and GGWP have always had to play reactively. Naughty Kids have always been the ones that have been on the front foot, and GGWP trying to catch up. And time and time again, if you give that kind of a extra mile over to Naughty Kids, of course they're going to win the rounds.
Yeah, and they're just dictating the pace pretty much in terms of the tank choices that they're making. I mean, you can see the 430U straight into the fight. The advantage of having a 430U is outside of the turret armor as well as the speed it can get into the battle is the fact that it can actually fire in the first 15 seconds. You can at least fire 2 shots into the bat chat where normally a bat chat cannot respond. And that to me is, I think, invaluable, because then that bat chat has to fall away. You can't really stay your ground and just go and take things for granted anymore, because normally you see bat chats passing each other like ships in the night. 430U ain't like that.
No. Definitely not. So you have to put pressure on with it early, though. But
that's exactly what they did.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. It's Naughty Kids are thinking about what they're picking, and they're playing to their own win conditions. They're playing to their strengths as opposed to sort of just playing out how they might normally. So, yeah, it's just good to see. Naughty Kids, they seem very, very well prepared. I mean, I don't know what more to say about that last matchup, because there wasn't much to talk about. It really only lasted for a minute or so. But Muravanka still, I mean, it's looking solid for Naughty Kids. Interested to see how they go on the defense. There'll be a few more nuances to play out. I think it won't be quite necessarily so fast here from Naughty Kids. But so far, we've seen on the on the defense, rather, the tendency for the defensive side to go toward the Magic Forest. No one's really put a good defensive setup on that one flag. So I wonder if Naughty Kids are going to break that trend, or if they're going to continue that trend and go through the southern part of the map again.
I think once again it's going to come down to the fact that they're probably going to get a few more 60 TPs and probably shift them over into maybe close to that Magic Forest line. Potentially we'll see as well what they do that's been a little bit different from other teams as well. Normally you see a couple of tanks sitting, side by side, but not to the same stage that Naughty Kids. They've got tanks literally sitting next to each other. Like they're touching. Like we saw the E4 as well as the Type 5 Heavy in the previous one. They're literally right next to each other. Not even figuratively. And that's something we haven't seen from other teams so far in the defensive efforts. It's like, sure, we see maybe an IS-7, SDRV, but not really strong lineups as well. And this is something, a bit of a different look. They got the T100 to scout things out on the defensive side. 3 Super Conks and an IS-7.
No 60 TPs either.
No 60 TPs.
So that's what they've been running literally every single game so far. So, bit of a change up then from them. But we will see how this is going to play out. Very similar strategy to, by the looks of things, what Team Efficiency did reported ran on their defensive side, though no STRV for Naughty Kids. Look at this, though. The change-up that I was talking about. No southern side defensive setup. They're really committing to the one flank.
And this is the strength that really happens when you have a T100 LT. It's because you can put him in a bush, and you're not going to ever spot a T100 LT. He can sit probably around... I would be pretty confident to say he could sit around maybe even K5 later on and still be 100% safe and spot everything that's coming up. And then you can get shots with the Super Conks on the hill. As long as you control this 1-2-3 line as an IS-7 and Super Conks as well as the Bat Chats, it makes it so difficult for Cheng to really get something done with the Super Conk, because he's by himself at this stage. And you can see, like, Frog, he's really aggressive at this stage, so he does need to back off eventually.
Yeah, but he is able to do that. He's a very, very low-profile tank. With the T100 LT, you can play a little bit more aggressively than you might ordinarily with even, say, a Bat Chat or something like that. Because of its low profile, it's very, very tough to hit that tank when it's on the move, bouncing up and down across the terrain. So he's able to get all the information here for Naughty Kids, or some of the information. I don't think he actually spotted any of the GGWP tanks, though, so it might be a little bit of misdirection now for Naughty Kids, where they spot towards the southern part of the map, say, oh, well, we haven't seen anything, so they're not here, but all of a sudden, GGWP start to make their way through that part of the map just a little bit more delayed than what Naughty Kids expected.
I think as well, I mean, you've got the majority of the forces near E3, so you're not concerned about a one push anymore. You don't need to be that aggressive at Magic Forest. The majority of your forces are over towards the left side of the map, so you might as well fall back with it. I mean, once we do shift back to Naughty Kids' view, we will actually be able to spot exactly where the forces are going. That's what I mean. Frog, he's fallen back a little bit more, so you can work in tandem, but look where Richard Sung is. It might be a little bit too far forward at this stage, but this is actually a really good position from him. Especially as an IS-7, I think on that terrain you do have a little bit more cover, but he proceeds a little bit more past the hill. That's no good.
Yeah, absolutely. He is held down there at the moment, but if he progresses further, he'll be in trouble. Naughty Kids, not particularly concerned at the moment, though. There's no pressure on them. Nothing getting onto the cap just yet. No real tank for GGWP that you want to put on that cap either. You know, you can put the Bat Chats on, sure, you can put the IS-7 on, but these are not tanks that either are perfect for sitting on a cap like a T100 LT, or they have some drawbacks.
The problem with, I guess, the IS-7 in terms of trying to take the 2 flag is, once again, you can't really get hull down at this stage. You are much better off in that 1 line, or even where Richard Sung is at the moment, just staying hidden at this stage, maybe pursuing a little bit forward to see if you can really test the waters. I mean, this is actually good from GGWP, a little bit spread out, but they're starting to take mid control. You can see a clear divide on where they're slowly taking things. And this is the best scenario they've been looking so far. They're slowly making to take the majority of their map, and Kirishima has been spotted out. Now maybe Richard Chen can also get a few shots in. There it is, nicely placed.
That's a very nice shot, actually. Kirishima not going to be too pleased with that, but GGWP, they basically haven't been spotted either in this progression on forward, so Naughty Kids are going to have a very nasty surprise for them pretty shortly. Then it comes down to the fundamentals as to where Naughty Kids have situated themselves.
This is my favorite spot where these 5As are at the moment. It's actually disgusting because you sit 50 meters behind these bushes in a pub battle. If no one else is smart enough to challenge you at mid,
you are able to. No one ever goes in town in pub battles. It's such a scary position to play.
And you sit 50 meters behind these bushes, you effectively get the shot into the 1 flag. So I think in your normal, just your normal battles, pretty much for pub, 15v15, I've been able to drive an M4A1 into mid before. But enough about my M4A1 really racer, have you recall it. Frog's been spotted out. That's not good.
Yeah, he has been spotted out indeed, as he has to back off, but his engine's damaged. He's going to be cooked here, I think. Probably won't last too much longer. Does go unspotted though, but not sure how much longer that's going to keep him alive. If he can survive, still a bit of a thorn in the side of GGWP, and he actually has gotten out. Okay, that is good to see. His repair kit is on cooldown at the moment, so he needs to wait for that. But he's still a gun in the game, so no advantage just yet for GGWP.
But this positioning from GGWP is definitely an advantage at this stage. They are controlling pretty much this corridor. There is no way that Naughty Kids can push in really easy. You can see Yaya spotting out so many at the moment. They can get shots into these back chats, trying to get in for the reset. Oh, Lissarin's drive is also dead as well. That's a great shot onto RPK as well. These back chats taking a lot of damage to try to overwhelm Richard Sung in this IS-7. And he's still, he's still alive for a little bit longer. 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be too favorable for Naughty Kids. They've been put in a bad position, and they have reacted accordingly in a sense. Yaya's ammo rack is damaged. He does not have a repair kit available to him, so his effectiveness is going to be a little bit lowered. But Naughty Kids, at the moment, definitely struggling. Starting to come back into this one, though, as Spencer is on the reload. The IS-7 with a 463 roll, a little bit unfortunate for him, but it was unlikely that he was going to one-shot Spencer there anyway. Naughty Kids might be able to bring themselves back into this one. They are doing a lot of damage to GGWP.
Yeah, but look at this. Richard Chang is actually doing some decent work, I'd say, because I don't think he's got the mod on. I know he's hit a few shots, so he's definitely done some damage here. But I mean, Kame is still alive here. Has the Bat Chat gotten away? The Bat Chat has not gotten away, so Kame was able to find his mark. But with only 3 tanks left, including a very low T100 LT, all it requires is a single shot. There you are. 4v2 now. And now the HP discrepancy is starting to open a little bit, though Miken still has 1500 HP with the Super Conk. If they're able to focus fire on the right targets, get some nice shots with the APCR rounds like this onto Richard Cheng. There it is. They can bring it back. That's a beautiful high roll. 559 and the ammo rack on the Potter as well. This is definitely dangerous stuff, especially if they can't push out Miken at this stage, who's playing around the terrain perfectly.
Yeah, but to be honest, once they do get on top of Miken, I think this is going to fall by the wayside pretty quickly indeed. He's going to maybe get one more shot off here if he is lucky, but aside from that, it's all going to be on Takame, and really, at that point, 1v4, there's not much you can do with an IS-7, especially against tanks like these. He just doesn't have the gun depression to play with. He doesn't have the speed to play with, and unfortunately for Naughty Kids, that is going to be the end of their Muravanka run, and it also will be the first round for GGWP on the board in just a second. 3.5 minutes. There's no concerns at all right now for GGWP.
And that's looking so much better from GGWP in terms of how they're attacking. That's something that we didn't see earlier on. Initiative, taking the map control, and that, I mean, if they're able to do that in Himmelsdorf for the 7v7, we might actually have a really tight series so far. Really well played from both sides of Muravanka, ending in a 1-1 split at the end of the day.
That's why I didn't want to get too excited after we saw those 2 rounds on Himmelsdorf, because of the advantages that Naughty Kids were able to have early, made them look maybe a little bit more decisive than I think they could have been. That one definitely shows that GGWP can contest in this series. Like you were saying during that game, it was very nicely done from GGWP to take control of the map the way that they did. They sort of marched forward as a force. You could see the line that they were splitting down the map and being able to take control of each aspect of the map one by one, and then they kind of caught off Frog a little bit. He got caught out of position, had to back away. Already things started to fall by the wayside for for Naughty Kids. And when GGWP started to push up that hill, that's when Naughty Kids tried to respond. And what they did was they tried to push into the IS-7. They didn't really have any other options because they couldn't sit in that forest. There was no terrain to hide behind. They were sitting ducks, so they had to try and do something. But it was always never really going to work when you're trying to charge through the crossfire setup that has been established there by GGWP. They weren't able to get rid of that IS-7 fast enough and safely enough, and then obviously GGWP able to push that advantage.
And like I said, it's all down to that mid control at the end of the day. Well, something that we don't see too often from teams is taking that mid control, and that's what the 5As did really, really well. Yaya leading the charge. Doesn't matter if he gets Amarak 30,000 times or whatnot. He's got the positioning. He's done his job. He's containing a lot of these tanks and getting so much information. And like I said, the Batchat standing on the cross, they're just sitting ducks at this stage. Really hard to still hit them on the move. So good shots coming in from GGWP to make sure they get the damage across. And I mean, it's still, I mean, looking at the HP, a lot tighter in terms of what we saw previously on. Yep. But I mean, we could be in a bit of a series now, moving on to Prokhorovka.
Yeah, definitely. I have to see how Prokhorovka does go. It seems like both teams kind of knew their way around Muravanka. That's more so what we really expected to see when, you know, again, we talked about GGWP and how they performed against PIFO in that match on Muravanka in particular. Here for Prokhorovka, I don't necessarily have that same faith, I would say, I think, in GGWP. Obviously, we're going to expect them to be able to play it out because they have left it in the map pool. You have to know what you can play and what you can't play. So GGWP, I don't know that they'll be particularly capable of getting the 2-0 for themselves here on Prokhorovka. It is, again, another choice of Naughty Kids. So we'd 9 times out of 10 favor Naughty Kids in that scenario to get a 2-0. A 1-1 here, I'm not sure that that's enough for GGWP to really get back into this series, because then we move on to Mines. Can be very tough to get a 2-0 on Mines. So for me, I still think Naughty Kids are in a very, very good position with this 3-1, but we have to see how Prokhorovka goes.
I think 2-0 is going to be difficult, but 1-1 at the very least forces it onto Mines where they have another chance at least bringing it back, where we can, I mean, we can see that they can take this map control as well. Maybe a 2-0 can come out, but I'd say it'd be a bit of a failing on Naughty Kids at this stage, as well as some miraculous play coming out from GGWP. They do have to reach a little bit further. I mean, because you're saying that you didn't want to go too far because of advantageous situations, but I also wanted to say that was the first time that GGW played with such conviction as well as good trading. That was something we didn't see earlier on Muravanka as well as on Himmelsdorf as well.
Yeah, I think for GGWP though, it was a little difficult to kind of make those decisions when you're down 6v7.
100%.
That said though, like they looked really, really good there on Muravanka. There's no way to kind of paint it with a different brush. It was really solid out from GGWP. I want to see that progress on here into Prokhorovka though. If we go sort of straight back the way of Naughty Kids straight away, like if they win that first round really decisively, really easily, you know, let's say Naughty Kids starts off on attack here, just pushes down the 1-2 line, takes control of the flag and shuts out the GGWP, then I think we're kind of back to square one where we're really favouring Naughty Kids.
I mean, now taking a bit of a look back at Muravanka actually, because this is now an interesting thought now we've seen, I guess, it being played twice so far, is that, I mean, both times it's the attacking side that's won. It's actually 4-0 for the attack tonight, not for the defense. And you can now kind of see the theory of why a lot of these teams are actually committing a lot of the forces over and defending the Magic Forest, because we saw what happened when you don't defend the Magic Forest is that you lose all this map control and there's no way to really reinitiate and take it, because you can't cut across mid. It's too dangerous to try to go deep in terms of the 1-2-3 and try to take A1, A2, etc., on the defensive side, because there's no way to rotate and defend the 2 flag. But if you do commit so many forces to defend the Magic Forest, then you can't really defend the 1 flag because you're susceptible to being rushed. So, I mean, obviously the IGLs and the in-game leaders and the captains have a better mind for this. After all, I'm just a pleb, what do I know? But that's obviously a bit of a thought to be thinking about later on, because we might be seeing Muravanka between Caren Tiger, as well as Naughty Kids or GGWP at this stage. So it's just a thought to be having. Yeah,
let's see though whether it is going to maybe be Naughty Kids to close it out here with a 5-1. They could get there with a 2-0 on Prokhorovka. Not able to 2-0 their first map of Muravanka, but here is another chance for them. 1-1 for Naughty Kids I think would be pretty reasonable. You'd be happy with that after a 2-0 on your own opponent's map pick. As long as you can keep those 1-1s rolling, inevitably you will finish off this matchup. GGWP have a lot of work to do.
I'm always curious about Prokhorovka is why the enemy team have people willing to commit on the hill in a pub battle, but my team never commits with me. It's very interesting.
Very interesting indeed, Kevin. Welcome to World of Tanks, where 99% of the players in the game don't know how to play the game. I've never actually seen another game where, like, I've thought the vast majority of the player base literally has no idea what they're doing. Like, they just drive around and die. And it's like, what are you even trying to achieve?
That was me before. Don't get me wrong. When I was like picking up the game, remember when I said like, yo, direct me in the right way to buy a premium tank? And then you said Rudy. And I was like, oh, okay. So got the Rudy and I was like, I just can't seem to do damage because I didn't understand the game. And then when I went back to play the Rudy, I'm like, how did I not do damage with this tank?
It's so good.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It is literally the T3485M.
Yep.
But, I mean, sorry, T3485, but with better accuracy. The M has just faster, like, rate of fire. So it's better for brawling, but the Rudy is better for just targeting. And then I've got the M for A1. I've learned how to play that.
Yep.
I can never pronounce the second part of it because it's just difficult. Ravioli.
Yeah, the ravioli. That's
ravioli. That's
what
what I have to call it because I struggle with it every single time.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I think the thing about World of Tanks is it is a very, very hard game to just jump in and play. There are a lot of mechanics that are sort of difficult to understand, and they don't necessarily translate from other games either. That they're very, very individualistic to World of Tanks. So you need to be able to play quite a lot of time or put a lot of time into World of Tanks before you start to get even reasonable at the game.
I think it's like I've put something. I have to double check, but I think I've got. I can quickly check up here at this stage, as I think we're just waiting
for this game to get ready.
Yeah.
There was a technical issue, so it's one of the players resetting their PC or something like that. So we'll keep having a look at Prokhorovka for a while.
It's a gorgeous map in all honesty. I think the remake has honestly made it more beautiful, so I'm never going to complain about it. Yeah, so I've only had about 4.5k battles, so I'm pretty
new, really.
Really, really new.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think I've done too poorly for myself. Obviously, there's still a lot to learn about the game, and I'm willing to admit it as well.
I think if you went back to like most people, when they had only 4.5k battles, they would definitely have worse stats than you do at the moment. But that's obviously because you've been involved in a World of Tanks environment where you've learned, I think, a lot more quickly than most of the general player base would. I mean, it's different when you're watching competitive matches, when you're talking to people that actually know how to play the game a lot more often than you're literally a tomato driving around on your own in your lol tractor trying to go like, how do I even use a repair kit?
Yeah.
The general ease of getting into the game of World of Tanks is very, very difficult, and that's why you tend to see a lot of very bad players until you get to all the top end of things where people have put in, tens of thousands of battles.
All right, so we're finally into the battle, and we can see that there's actually SDRV on the side of Naughty Kids. So they're actually on the attack, and they've got an SDRV, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, definitely not something that is a terrible choice, though. There are a lot of avenues where the SDRV can be quite useful, especially if you, for example, take control of the zero line here as Naughty Kids, put yourself up on that hill, able to fire down into the 2 flag and down onto the railway tracks if Naughty Kids are able to force a brawl there. Oracle trying to see if he can spot anybody going for a bit of a mid-push, a bit of a mid-scout from GGWP, but it's not going to be the case just yet. So initially the setup for Naughty Kids hasn't really resulted in too much.
Can't believe I'm saying this at this stage because this is pretty much heresy, but we haven't seen an Artie. I don't know whether to make that it's a good thing or a bad thing. But I think the meta at this stage is really... I mean, Prokhorovka is a really hard map to really get... Well, we might see it on Mines. Who knows?
I think you could definitely see it on Prokhorovka. But yeah, on Mines is definitely another one. We didn't get to see too much Artie in general, actually, recently, I don't think, in these competitive matches. Seems to have fallen out of favor a little bit. I sort of feel as though, like, because of the changes to the 770 format out of the 768, where you could only take 6 tier 10s and 1 tier 8 or a couple of tier 9s, etc., the Artie has become less prevalent. You'd be thinking like, well, I would rather just have another normal tier 10 tank as opposed to an Artie. But when you took like a tier 8 Artie, you still kind of had a pretty reasonable impact on the game, even despite the fact that you're the tier 8.
Because you had, was it the American Arties or was it the GW Tiger that was picked most of the time?
Usually the M44.
Yeah, so it was the American Artie, wasn't it? Because I remember like the M44 is really good as a tier 8 Artie, and then the GW Tiger has pretty much a tier 10 gun as well.
Sorry, the M4043, but yeah, anyway.
I don't play Artie enough.
No, I actually don't either.
All I just remember is the American line around tier 8 is quite strong. And yeah. I mean, we're digressing a little bit, but it's a much slower pace map coming out.
I mean, there's not much going on right now, to be honest. Naughty Kids are, at the moment, not even lit by GGWP. They are starting to situate themselves toward that hill. It is going to be the STRV to watch the 1-2 line there with Frog in the Object 277. So if GGWP try to push down to that area of the map and try and take control of that area of the map, it is going to be a little problematic for them. For now, though, no real contest between these two teams. PK's got himself into a bit of a pickle there, I think.
He's able to get out. Batchat can zip zoom around the town. But a lot of these sides actually posturing for a 2-flag attack/defense, so I think RPK was also just making sure the hill's pretty much clear. You can see that they're not 100% certain at the stage, but eventually going to have to commit with a couple of forces. And I mean, Kirasima does need to be careful as well. He's been spotted out, and the Super Conk, it's great, but you don't want to be shot in the lower hole trying to get into these positions. And there you are. He's been ammo-racked just like that from TTCF.
Yeah, that's one of the problems of the Super Conqueror. The modules, definitely not the best. They always tend to get damaged, so repair kits are a very, very necessary evil for the Super Conqueror. And so, to be fair, also medkits, your crew can be taken down pretty easily as well.
How was Mikin already into the river? He's in spotted, but that's an insane position to be in an Object 277.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure how he's managed to get across there. I guess Richard Sung wasn't quite spotting at the time. Now that he is in this position, because of these defilades and the hills that he's able to play in, can really have a very, very negative impact on GGWP. Archeng has been spotted out. He'll also spot out Mikan, but that's such a strong position now, because if Naughty Kids are able to get onto that 2-flag, anyone trying to get resets from A6, which has typically been one of the positions you want to reset from, is going to be taking a few shots in the side.
And here's the thing right now is that you've got the bat chats on the hill ready to take shots. Kirasima is just going to be dancing around trying to just play that hold down position and get information. You see Roracle just slowly pursuing forward as well. Mikin, he's also pushing forward at the moment. He's been spotted out, but he wants to force the agenda at the stage. RPK as well is going to come across on that bat chat to get some more information, but no one is going to challenge this 1-2 land. They're backing their forces up near the 6th line, ready to cross the railway and maybe try to overwhelm Mikin before he can get anything done in the 277. But Roracle's actually taking a few shots right now.
Yeah, this is not a fun position to be in right now as Naughty Kids. They're really having to cross a few angles that are very, very scary. They have managed to get themselves in the positions that they want to, but where's the end game here for Naughty Kids? Where are they able to actually start putting pressure on GGWP? As GGWP right now making a counter push onto Naughty Kids up in the northern part of the map.
Oracle not angling his armor correctly. He's taking a lot of damage, but at least they're trading efficiently with TCF on the other side. Spencer's, oh my goodness, Spencer's taken a lot of damage already. He's pretty much nearly dead, I'd say, because his turret is pretty much nearly gone, but they do overwhelm Mikin. That's what I was saying, that the danger is there.
It's a 1-for-1. Spencer has been dropped. Overall, pretty favorable trade actually for Naughty Kids that they do get rid of a bat chat for an Object 277.
And look where the SDRV is. This is absolutely deadly at the stage, but they do get some shots in the into Frog's 277. But they haven't spotted out Denon, who's able to get in the sidelines. If he's able to get in those bushes and go into siege mode, he could absolutely lay ham into them. They contained at the 6th line at this stage.
Yeah, Denon I think has actually set himself up, and that is why you're starting to see the Super Conqueror be absolutely decimated. One shot does bounce off him, but it is going to be just an inevitability here before the SDRV does get that kill. Has to start backing away now though, Denon, but he doesn't know that. M1 is starting to push in there. He does have the backup of a few more tanks though.
Here's the thing, he's spotting out, it doesn't matter. He makes the attack surprise. Now they can go on the 2-flag, and look where they're controlling. They're controlling this 2-flag side of the railway. There is no way that GGWP can come across, and I mean, Richard Sung is just in a terrible position at this stage. Roracle using the terrain to perfection, actually Listeron that cleans up the kill on the IS-7, or actually onto Richard Sung over on the other side. And this is where they just get free shots. Doesn't matter if 4 Denon's dead.
Yeah, this is just perfect stuff from Naughty Kids. BK able to fire off so many free shots here in the bat chat. Again, the bat chat, not necessarily a sniper tank though, isn't actually going to be able to connect to any of the RNG not working in his favor, but GGWP are definitely in a poor position now. Naughty Kids have really ran them around the map and completely outplayed them here. GGWP, well, looks unfortunate, but it seems like it's going to be a 4-1 now for Naughty Kids.
I mean, it was just pretty much, I mean, Mick and I don't think he really put that many shots in, maybe did 1,000 damage at most, but he really is just dying for the team. He just goes in and forces the overextension coming out from GGWP. They have no choice. You cannot allow an Object 277 to be dancing around like that, because you get all lit up and the super conks at mid can just completely decimate you down that railway line, as well as the bat chats on the hill as well. So they had no choice, and then now Denon was also spotted out. They have to make a long rotation around. I don't think they can get there in time, especially with the Potter. He still needs to make a bit of a move on, but every single time they're spotted out, Yaya as well, trying to overwhelm Frog, but they're going to be on the reload, and the tracking shot comes out as well.
Yeah, his repair kit is actually available to him right now, so he could have used it, but decides to cop an extra couple of shots to confirm their kill onto Frog. It's Potter in the end that does get the job
reload.
done. 10 seconds though for the reset. And that is going to be impossible right now for GGWP. Naughty Kids have to take a bow after that one. Prokhorovka, super convincing in their favor.
Yeah, that was just some tight map control coming out in their favor at the end of the day. And like I said, it was just down to Mikan really making that move, the Object 277. That tank is lightning fast. You blink, you'll miss it.
Yeah, definitely. And you consider that's a heavy tank, how quickly he's able to move around the map. Mikan gets a great position. Denon gets a great position there in the STRV as well. What we really saw out from Naughty Kids was that they were able to collapse around the map. Really, one quarter of the map, the top left corner was in the control of the GGWP guys, but for the rest of the map, it was completely in the control of Naughty Kids. And while GGWP were trying to be decisive, they were trying to make something happen, they kind of fell into the trap that Naughty Kids had laid for them.
I mean, I was going to say, if I had something drawn, it was actually just, once again, it was brilliant in terms of the tactical mind games, in terms of the tug and pull, is that they drew him over towards Mikan's side first. That allowed the SDRV, after Frog as well as Denon, realized that, hang on a moment, GGWP, they're contesting the railway. They're not contesting the 1-2 line, because it's back and forth, right? You had to concede one part of the map to gain another side of the map. As soon as that happens, Denon comes in, attacks in the side, and they take control of mid. They force the overreaction from GGWP, and from there on, it's GG. Yep. You can't retake Railway because you then have to all of a sudden rush in majority of forces to take down a single STRV. He's done his job.
Yep.
And what do you do from there? It's like,
and not only was he doing his job by forcing the rotation out from GGWP, but he also, while he died, the rest of the team of Naughty Kids had set themselves in positions to be able to do damage to those guys that were rushing in. So parts of the map were being taken by GGWP, but once they were left, it was sort of a push and pull game. This is what we like to talk about in esports, the push and pull. When GGWP would push, Naughty Kids would back away, but then as soon as GGWP would pull away, then it was then time for Naughty Kids to push. So they would take part of the map while Naughty Kids would have control of another part of the map. And then inevitably, it favored out quite in the favor of Naughty Kids. So they come away 4-1. Now facing down match point GGWP, they really have to find a way to rise up.
Yeah, and this is going to be really difficult because this is where the pressure is really going to be cooking you at this stage. You've realized most of the time, I mean, out of these 5 rounds so far, you've probably been outplayed in at least 3 of them at this stage, if not all 4 of them, because it has been comprehensive victories. I guess none of these rounds that Naughty Kids have won have even looked close at this stage.
Yep.
In terms of, oh, you know, if this thing happened, maybe we would have been able to see in a fight. It still feels like it would have been a Naughty Kids 4-1 at this stage. GGWP needed to channel some of what they pulled off from Muravanka on the attack onto the Prokhorovka attack, and the question is whether Naughty Kids will even allow it. We might see something completely bizarre happen in terms of the defense because they allowed the luxury to run something completely abnormal.
Yeah, how decisive is Naughty Kids going to be on this defense? Do they want to be the ones that are kind of pushing the issue? Do they want to play a little bit more aggressive on that defense? I think they have afforded themselves that luxury if they do want to do that. If Prokhorovka goes to a 1-1, they've still got chances on mines. I find it very unrealistic that the GGWP that we're seeing right now is going to be able to 2-0 on mines if we get there. In my mind, this is basically the series now wrapped up by Naughty Kids. It seems like a bit of a formality to actually close it out.
I mean, we have to wait and see because they could get a little bit overconfident, a little bit overeager. I don't think so, bear in mind.
Yep. But
GGWP, they're still in here with a chance. Like I said, their attacking side of Muravanka looks pretty solid in terms of as soon as they've got a game plan and they actually dictate the pace, they actually look really strong. And Naughty Kids did look a little bit shaky in the Muravanka defense, so but I question whether that's actually a defensive effort from the teams or whether it's the map itself a little bit right now in terms of how the meta's going. Because as I was saying a little bit, is that going off what we've been seeing now, we're understanding why these teams are doing it. And we're starting to get a little bit of rationale on why teams are winning on the attack of Muravanka.
Yeah, Prokhorovka, we don't really have so much information to go off. We've really only got this match because Reported and Caren did not play Prokhorovka. If you remember, they vetoed that one away. But to me, Prokhorovka, moving on to the defense here for Naughty Kids, Prokhorovka has always been a map that is not necessarily impossible to defend on. It can be difficult at times, but it depends on the strength of the attacking team. And GGWP, while they showed some good form on the attack of Muravanka, if they are going to do that again on Prokhorovka is still a question in my mind. So far, out of the 5 rounds that we've seen one good round, one really good round out from GGWP. Everything else has kind of been a little bit lackluster, and you could say that we've seen 4 really good rounds out from Naughty Kids. So you could kind of got to weigh that up, and I do think that Naughty Kids are very much the favored team here.
2 SDRVs. Wow.
Yeah, very annoying to deal with on the defense. When GGWP are going to try and push either side of the map, they'll have to deal with an STRV, and it's a very, very scary tank.
2 IS-7s as well can pretty much get some control over that mid area with the Super Conk, but Once again, it's going to come down really, I think, to this bat chat as well as this the bat chats and the T100 LT getting that vision control over either side. And I felt like GGWP were able to do that pretty well in Muravanka.
Yeah, Lizeron going to need to be very careful with his HP here. I don't want to be seeing Lizeron throw any HP away early. Naughty Kids will rely quite heavily on him in the late game if things come to that stage. You've got 3 bat chats there for GGWP, so there's a little bit more to fall back on. But if the one bat chat of Naughty Kids is taken out of the equation pretty early on in the piece, that is definitely going to be a big loss for them.
But look at where Spencer's positioning himself already very early on. This is very aggressive coming out from one of the bat chats, but this is also controlling the corridor towards the hill area, and that means your tanks can pretty much cross a lot safer as well.
Yeah, just trying to spot, see if anyone was going down the A line. He hasn't seen anybody, but Charisma still is headed in that direction. It's actually going to be the double STRV stack to the 1-2 line for Naughty Kids. GGWP will need to scout that out. If they push down the 1-2 line into a double STRV, that is basically going to be see you later.
That's pretty annoying for TTCF. I mean, Kame just puts one round straight into his gun, and that means that, yeah, if he uses a repair kit this stage, that's not favorable because that's going to be on cooldown for the next 1.5 minutes, and then if you get tracked...
Benefit at least of the Super Conqueror is that it is a very, very accurate tank. So with a broken gun, sure, it's obviously not ideal, but it's not like you're driving around in a KV2 or something with a broken gun. You can at least still reliably, I would say, hit some shots at a medium range.
Yeah.
You're not going to be sniping with a long range. In the end, he does decide to repair it anyway, so that's fair enough. To be honest, if he was going to repair it, he probably should have done it straight away. That would have set the repair kit on the cooldown, you know, another 20 seconds quicker, but end of the day, we've still got 8 minutes to play with, so it shouldn't matter too much here for TTCF.
I got Kirishima in that hill area at that AB or AB90 island as well. Can I call it River Island? I don't even know what the actual technical
I don't know what
name
term,
is.
there is no term. I would call it, yeah, River Island's fine.
There's got to be some descriptive term because apparently Prokhorovka is, this is the exact replication of where the fight actually happened.
Yeah.
So there's got to be a name for it, but unfortunately I'm not really a history buff here, so
No.
I know enough to know that this is a historical
battle of some sort.
between, I think it was like one of the biggest tank battles because that's
I think
still,
it might be the biggest.
either they say the biggest or some person is going to go, oh no, don't angle your pike nose like that. Angry. Hate it when IS-7 angles their pike nose.
Battle of Prokhorovka.
Because I think some people say it was the second biggest tank battle, the biggest tank battle, depending on what parameters
depending
you're
on what
looking at.
number you agree with. Yeah.
All right, so
It's one of the largest. Yeah, that's
it's the safest thing to say, so you don't trigger anyone. Unless you trigger the people who's like, no, this is 100% the biggest battle.
Yeah.
All right, so GGWP now making a bit of a move alongside with Richard Sung and Spencer pushing up the hill. This is always a really, really strong combination. This is what we saw earlier on Muravanka, and we're seeing it once again. They're just trying to see if they can get lit up.
My concern here for Naughty Kids is if GGWP do actually push into this 2 flank, they've got the STRV set up on 1-2 line. And the STRVs aren't going to be so flexible as to be able to move over to the other side of the map and really have much of an impact. So far GGWP setting themselves up in a good position. Denon will start to rotate across, but this may be too little too late.
Yeah, Lizeron just needs to get into some of these bushes as well and just play alongside with Kirishima. If Kirishima is able to stay alive pretty much where he is at this stage, that's going to be quite strong. And Kame needs to back off a little bit. Doesn't want to be afforded... doesn't want to allow any of the other enemy tanks on the hill to get some easy shots in. So already early on, GGWP do have some good positions. The IS-7's down in the river on Richard Sung, and you've got Spencer just playing Overwatch at this stage with the bat chat.
I do like this setup from GGWP at the moment, but it's taken them a little while to get here. 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes to take control of this part of the map, and they still have yet to actually get somebody onto the camp or do any real convincing damage to Naughty Kids just yet.
I mean, I think they're just waiting to see if there's going to be any aggression coming in from this 1-2 line before they decide to swing around. I think it was Potter as well as Yaya in the back chats just sitting around K1, K2 at this stage.
Yep.
As soon as they feel a little bit more confident, they're probably going to go around maybe the 3.5 minute mark, I'd probably say. They go, look, we're fairly confident they're not pushing forward that 1-2 line. We'll start pressuring over with Richard Sung on the IS-7, and then we'll shift the bat chats and fight it around the 2 flag, and let's see where it goes from there.
Naughty Kids not being pressured a whole lot just yet. GGWP not forcing the issue at the moment. They don't need to. Richard Sung still making some moves upon what we've now dubbed as the River Island. Starting to push forward. He will inevitably spot 1 or 2 players out pretty shortly. Kirasima has actually seen him and will fire a shot in there. Good start then for Naughty Kids.
I think this is really dangerous now because there is no easy way to actually get past where Kirasima is actually set at. Because you look at where he's positioned, how do you shoot him?
Not with Den in there. Because you really need to commit onto Kirasima, but if you do, then you're kind of committing into the crossfire.
Like Spencer can't get a shot in because you can't hit his hole and you're that far away. You're pretty much hoping. And he's got optics as well, which is...
Yeah, that's why he's sitting
no,
so
not
still.
optics, sorry, binoculars.
Binocs, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he's sitting so still. Get that extra spotting power. But he hasn't seen anything just yet. Well, not too substantial. He's already put a couple of shots worth of damage in.
Once again, slow and steady, but I have to wait for this rotation from the bat chance before seeing what GGWP actually want to be doing. But so far, they've taken quite a bit of damage. IS-7s. I mean, the IS-7 on Richard Sung, not in the most favorable position, and neither is TCCF either. He also copped a stray shot, probably from Mikin.
Yame having a bit of a spout with TCCF. So far, so good, really, for Naughty Kids. We're at that 3.5 minute, though, that you spoke about, Kevin, and no real committed movement out from GGWP.
I mean, to be fair, we're not seeing where the red side is. So as soon as we shift on maybe one of the red side players, we'll know exactly where those bat chats are. But that's probably where I'd start making movement. The bat chats probably, in my mind, they should be around J6 already.
Let's see.
Oh, they need to be because they can't really commit down a 1-2 line that's blind completely, so...
No, probably not. Not with Lizeron there. If Lizeron started to move away, then the Batchats might actually have a chance of surviving long enough to get on top.
There it is. All right, so there it is.
They've rotated across. Yaya is here. Kirasima does hit that shot. Nice one. Connected from the Super Conk. Now we are starting to see the game plan for GGWP as they'll collapse in toward Naughty Kids, but have they left it too late?
That's the real question. It's now down to 2.5 minutes, and now it's going to be the pressure onto Kirasima as well. He's going to try and trade out efficiently alongside with Denon. But Denon just situated in SDRV at this stage, not in the best position that he could potentially be.
No, it's not where you really want to be.
Oh, they're committing forward, but Kirasima using that shot onto the IS-7, and now Yaya is going to come forward, and now Super Conqueror on Kirasima. He's actually angling so well. He's bounced at least 2 or 3 shots, has to concede the position over to Yaya, but at the very least he can try to go for this one-on-one. But the IS-7 coming in close, making it really, really hard for him to pen. He's going to try and dance around, but
Yaya's cooked. Look at him. He's stuck in the water.
He can't get up. He doesn't have enough.
Reverse onto him.
Oh, he's going to reverse, and eventually Yaya is going to get the kill, but still the IS-7s are doing damage at the mid position. They're pushing forward, allowing the frontal armor to really do the talking. 2 for 1, but the HP is relatively even.
Relatively. Naughty Kids, though, look at this rotation that they're starting to make. Kid 9, Lizeron, Frog, they're all not in this fight at the moment, and Naughty Kids are still kind of hanging on. Actually, they're kind of winning this fight without 3 of their tanks, so this is definitely not looking too good at all for GGWP. No pressure on that cap. 1.5 minutes left on the timer. Naughty Kids are in the position to win this one 5-1.
And that's the thing, right, is that they're taking so many of these shots on the bat chat to just clean up these IS-7s and low HP, and that's a little bit unfortunate for Denon, just trying to just right-click and hold on, try to do the damage, but the entire clip has to be used on the SDRV, and that allows someone else to clean up. So that said, Spencer going to be sitting on the cap at no time. He needs a teammate to come and help him. Richard Sung, it's not going to be him. IS-7 can't move that fast. Chang needs to come in.
The key here right now for Naughty Kids is that they have the Batchat and the T100 LT at full HP. This late in the game, those 2 tanks are going to be super, super impactful because of how fast they can move around the map and how much of an impact they can make in such a quick amount of time. Reset City is going to be the name of the game for Naughty Kids. GGWP really committing to this. Lizeron, if he deals with Richard Sung, that is basically the round over because he will be able to get a reset from that position. But it all comes down to the next 10 seconds here for GGWP.
There's a reset coming in. Mikin's just trying to stay hold down, but that's a well-placed shot coming in from Chang on the Super Conqueror.
There it is.
Listeron just dancing around, just trying to get the resets. Doesn't mind if he goes down. That's game over unless they can try to get the cap in terms of the 3 tanks. They can't.
They can't. They don't have enough time. They had 3 tanks on there. It was going to take them 30 seconds. There was 25 seconds left on the game timer. That's when GGWP, the penny does drop now for them that they've essentially lost this one. They're not going to be able to find Frog. He is still sitting up on the 0 line hill, even if they were to catch Kid 9 and Lizeron. on, which they could potentially do. It's just not going to matter in the end. 4 seconds left on the clock, and GGWP have timed themselves out. It's going to be the 2-0 on Prokhorovka for Naughty Kids, and it's going to be the 5-1 in total for Naughty Kids as well.
Yeah, I mean, I thought GGWP played that really, really well in terms of the map control, but I felt like they just let it boil down a little bit too late. I was saying 3.5 minutes, they need to make a move, they need to commit decisively, they need to push the Batchats onto the cap and just all push over onto the 2 side. But you can see probably just a little bit of struggling. They couldn't get rid of these IS-7s at mid, and that is just the danger, because IS-7, yeah, atrocious DPM, garbage DPM, but the ability to stay in the fight for so long and just be a threat is paramount to why Naughty Kids actually won at the end of the day.
Yeah, very few individual mistakes being made by Naughty Kids today. I think individually speaking, they looked really, really solid mechanically. The mid-round calls from Naughty Kids were great as well. The positional setups were great from them. So hard to kind of fault Naughty Kids in this matchup today against GGWP. GGWP maybe just a little bit too slow there on Prokhorovka, but just in general, it seemed like Naughty Kids put themselves into far better positions the majority of the time than what GGWP were able to do, and that's pretty representative of the scoreline there. I think the scoreline itself is representative of how one-sided this matchup actually was.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think it was a good series. There weren't many mistakes coming in from both sides. Maybe you could say that GGWP taking a little bit too long, but like you said, it's you committing into the blind, and that's always a dangerous thing to be doing. And GGWP, they didn't want to commit into the blind. They wanted a little bit more information. They left a little bit too late, and it cost them the series.
All right, with that win for Naughty Kids, we do now know our 2 teams going through to the grand final. We'll have a look at the bracket here and see it is going to be Caren Tiger and Naughty Kids, the Japanese grand final that we did expect to see. Now, this was a 5-4 for Naughty Kids when they did play in the Japan final in the lead up to the Masters finals. But once again, we're going to get a repeat of that one, and we will see whether or not it is going to go all the way again.
I think so far from what I've seen today, this is a completely reasonable scenario, is that Caren Tiger, they earned their victory over Reported. You could say Reported had their advantages at the 3-1, but Sand River was really the catalyst of where things started changing. And for Naughty Kids, really the series never looked out of their hands after the beginning of the 2-0. It was a very dominant statement on Himmelsdorf. I mean, in terms of you pretty much just nearly knock Spencer out of the fight, then you Amarak someone in the next round. I mean, you can't get any more dominant than that sometimes when you just completely destroy Type 5 Heavy by destroying him through his Amarak. Yeah,
absolutely. So Naughty Kids are going to be pleased with that. Caren Tiger, I'm sure, are pleased with themselves being able to get through to the grand final, but that's what awaits us next. For me, this one's a really hard one to call. I think Naughty Kids have actually looked better today, but then you look at the weight of experience that Caren Tiger do have. So hard to decide who I would think actually is favored in this next match.
I think there's a lot of good storylines to start building up, right? Naughty Kids have pretty much been, I mean, we could say that they were the second in the region. You know, they're playing second fiddle to Caren Tiger because Caren Tiger had more experience. But now there's a little bit more, you know, some more wisdom now in some of the players, a little bit more knowledge, and who knows how it's going to go.
All right, well, we're going to be finding out very, very shortly. First, though, it is time for a break. But coming up after this, the grand final between Caren Tiger and Naughty Kids. You do not want to miss this one.
One of the tanks out of the fighting equation, so Kame is going to be pushing forward, committing for
a little unfortunate. Yaya doesn't quite connect that shot, but he's going to be absolutely punished on the cross. And
you can see the tanks down on the hill. They're trying to pressure in as well, so the rotation does have to come out from Naughty Kids as well. But GGWP do manage to bring the majority of their forces in. Now the AMX into the fight as well. They just take his turn.
So somebody needs to help him out.
I don't think anyone's going to be able to help him out here. If he's able to get majority of the map, and Kirasima has been spotted out. Now maybe Richard Chen can also get a few shots in. There it is. Nicely placed.
That's a very nice.
Batchat's trying to get in for the reset. Oh, Lissarin's driver's also dead as well. That's a great shot onto.
If they do get on top of Beacon, I think this is going to fall by the wayside pretty quickly indeed. He's going to maybe get one more shot off.
Cleans up the kill on the IS-7, or actually onto Richard Sung over on the other side. And this is where they just get free position that he could potentially be.
No, it's not where you really want to be.
Oh, the committing can't get up. He doesn't have enough. He
reverse onto him.
Oh, he's going to reverse and eventually.
He's run from.
The common test of Update 1.3 is coming to World of Tanks. It brings new ways of customizing your vehicles, revised conditions of the Excalibur operation, improved technical characteristics of the T-55A and Object 260. These are tanks awarded in the first campaign, balance improvements on different maps, and a new map for the Grand Battles mode. Let's get going. We'll start with customization. On the common test, players will be able to apply decals of different sizes to all vehicles of Tier 10 and Premium Tier 8 vehicles. 3 decal types are available. They are applied to specific spots, similarly to emblems and inscriptions. The new campaign of personal missions has gained players' interest. However, there were some issues. Based on the obtained statistics and feedback players shared, we have revised the conditions of the Excalibur operation. A total of 23 missions for different formations. Now, completing them will require fewer battles. And here's some good news for those who are currently taking on the first campaign. Now, the mission progress will be displayed in battle, similarly to the second front campaign. At the same time, solo players will be able to complete missions intended for platoons more easily. Since missions of both campaigns can be completed simultaneously, the first campaign was refreshed respectively, so were the reward vehicles. We promised players to rebalance them, and now it is time. We have improved the T-55A armoring, particularly its turret. Now it resembles the Soviet T-54 turret. They're not identical, but still. Moreover, we've improved the gun of the reward vehicle. The Object 260 has also been improved. Since it's first been introduced into the game, many other Soviet heavy tanks have been added. The Object 260 has become lost among them. It's high time we returned it to the major leagues. Its armor has been improved, particularly the turret. The gun characteristics have also been increased. Balance improvements have been made on 4 maps. On Himmelsdorf, the bottom team had the advantage. The main changes have been made to the castle area on the hill and the tank alley. Several new positions have been added for the top team. On the Fisherman's Bay map, the top team area has been changed. Now, vehicles that are moving to the town will not be spotted as frequently. At the same time, the town area will become more secure, as shoot-throughs from the map center have been removed. Some minor changes have been made on the Pilsen map to improve the positions for the top team. Slight changes have been added on Mannerheim Line. Now, the right team will have more opportunities. In Update 1.3, we are introducing the Hinterland map for the Grand Battles mode, especially for amateurs of massive tank battles. This is a great territory with a small town in the center. The map features many large and small covers together with the possibility to shoot at vehicles at large distances. This is it. Check out the changes we've made and good luck on the battlefield.
How to play the LT-432. The LT-432 is a Soviet Tier 8 light tank. The most iconic vehicles of this type are best known for their speed and ability to get on everyone's nerves by rushing up and down the map, always twisting and turning. But the LT-432 is a premium vehicle, which means it offers a different kind of gameplay. Light tanks rely on 2 main characteristics: mobility and concealment. The latter is directly related to the vehicle dimensions, and the dimensions of the LT-432 seem quite large. The tank is wide and long, but it still has a high concealment parameter due to its low silhouette. Dynamics are the chief asset of the researchable Soviet light tanks, and the LT-432 is no exception, with its remarkable maximum speed and good acceleration. On the other hand, its maneuverability is rather peculiar. The tank enters turns smoothly and can swiftly move to the opposite side of the map. But it can't always be on the forefront dodging shells like Neo. Its dimensions just won't let it. The LT-432 is a good choice for active spotting. Find a position, spot the enemy for as long as it's reasonable, then quickly move away and antagonize the enemy somewhere else. The characteristics of the gun are fairly standard for its tier and class. The main advantages being damage per minute, fast aiming, perfect stabilization, and reasonable elevation depression angles. The LT-432 follows the old tenet of all light tanks. Thou shalt do harm, using distance and concealment. You can see 3 circles on the minimap: vehicle draw distance, maximum spotting range, and view range. The commander of a light tank is always trying to visualize another one that would indicate where they can be spotted. When scouts keep the enemy inside the area between the view range circle and the circle they have in mind, they spot the enemy without being detected. The wider the area, the richer the opportunities. You can direct your gameplay into a more aggressive style and better help your allies. The size of this area depends not only on the vehicle characteristics, but also on the view range and position of the enemy vehicles, as well as on how the battle develops. The worst-case scenario is beginning the battle at the bottom of the team list, because the view range of the enemy vehicles may be higher than that of the LT-432. But the concealment does the job and allows this light tank to get closer to the enemies than they expect. The start of a battle with the LT-432 is often the same. Try to spot the enemy maneuvers as quickly as possible, as it will help your allies to wisely distribute their forces. Moreover, you will find this information useful for planning your further actions. You might find that the enemy does not have proper presence on one of the flanks, and you'll soon have a chance to earn a good deal of experience and credits for spotting as many enemy vehicles there as you can. This approach also works for city maps. You may not have the same freedom there, but they still have a number of attractive paths to common positions. The LT-432 does not need to employ special techniques in order to spot the first enemy vehicle. Its speed and concealment allow it to use standard routes and hideouts for passive spotting. At the very start of a battle, a light tank's worst enemy is a light tank from the opposing team, so it might be a good idea to get rid of them as quickly as possible to secure more space and subsequently use this space to achieve the best performance. Therefore, counteractions against light tanks are a top priority. You can always try to outclass the enemy in spotting and use your allies to pull chestnuts out of the fire. But if you feel especially bloodthirsty, you can easily do the work yourself. The LT-432 feels comfortable in combat against its peers due to its good gun and, curiously enough, armor and durability. Not so substantial in duels with other vehicle types, but against other lights, they make a critical difference. When in combat, try to keep as many hit points as you can, because your remaining HP pool defines your future actions in the battle. Don't squander your hit points unless you are absolutely sure that taking a hit or two will provide an advantage. Therefore, if you can't destroy an enemy light vehicle without a sacrifice on your side, it might be a good idea to wait for a better moment. The best approach is to assess the situation and act accordingly. So the vehicles have moved out to their positions. What's next? Before the battle sees the first casualties, the LT-432 has a few options available, long-distance spotting being one of them. This light tank can support allies with fire from a safe position. It doesn't deliver the highest damage per shot, but considerable damage per minute will soon become a thorn in the enemy's armor, even if some hits bounce off. The adversary may lose focus, change position, and expose itself to your allies' guns. It might take more than one hit to destroy a track, but once it's off, the LT-432 can immobilize the enemy for good due to its high rate of fire. In this case, even a repair kit will turn out to be a temporary respite rather than a full-fledged fix. The LT-432 is an infiltrator. It is equipped to operate with cunning and subtlety. The infiltrator's power lies in knowledge, not in weapons. If you know everything about your enemies while they know nothing about you, you will always gain the upper hand. As soon as you lose this advantage, you may be cornered and destroyed. Hence the two main rules for light tanks. Never go to a position you can't leave, and always analyze the minimap. They might sound corny, but light tanks thrive when following these rules. If you have the chance, infiltrate the enemy defenses, as it will help you achieve several goals at once. Disperse the fog of war and get updates on vehicle positions. The vehicles that posed a threat to the team may be long gone. Find new targets. Spotting vulnerable tank destroyers and SPGs may tip the scales in favor of your team. Do you want to have some fun and make sure your enemies don't? Attack from a flank. Make the enemy vehicles turn their guns. Draw their attention away from the main combat and force them to feel nervous and stumble, as each of their mistakes is an opportunity for your allies. If your opponents react to your mischief, they will pull some forces back, simplifying the situation for your allies up the line. If not, their SPGs will fall prey to your skills, and you can outflank the enemy team later. At the end of the battle, with few vehicles surviving, the LT-432 has the entire map at its disposal, which alleviates the need to act so stealthily. During this stage, a light tank can focus on dealing damage by helping allies land the final blows. If the prospects aren't so bright for the team, the LT-432 can be the last warrior standing. This is how it rolls when the vehicle is at the bottom of the team list. A place in the middle gives the LT-432 a bit more space, but being at the top of the list is what makes this tank a real beast from the very beginning of a battle. In battles against Tier 6 vehicles, the LT-432 enjoys the most comfortable balance between spotting and being spotted. The combination of concealment and view range make it almost invisible, and the speed grants it nearly inescapable omnipresence. The penetration rate allows the LT-432 to stuff any vehicle with shells, and the usual tactics of a light tank are complemented by the chance to fully unlock its potential for dealing damage. As for the crew skills and perks, the best strategy would be to pick the ones that enhance the comfort zone. The commander can learn the skills and perks of the loader and radio operator. And with such an abundance of options, it's quite difficult to choose. We would recommend selecting Sixth Sense, then Camouflage, and Situational Awareness. You can pick from the remaining skills and perks as you please. The situation with the gunner, who is also the loader, is more straightforward. Camouflage comes first, Snapshot goes second, the latter will improve firing, the rest are up to you. The driver's first choice should also be Camouflage, then everything that improves mobility, and Smooth Ride. The fourth option entirely depends on personal preferences. We might recommend Brothers in Arms as a possible choice. As for the equipment, coated optics and gun rammer are a must. The third piece is entirely up to you. If you think that accuracy on the move is crucial, install the vertical stabilizer. For better aiming while stationary, consider using the enhanced gun laying drive. If your crew is already well trained with Brothers in Arms at its disposal and you're ready to use extra combat rations, then improving ventilation might do the trick. Then there is always the camouflage net for the patient players who like passive spotting from bushes. The LT-432 is a versatile vehicle that features the best traits of light tanks and excels in active and passive spotting, supporting allies and dealing damage. Such a panoply of options makes the LT-432 a worthy representative of the Soviet light tanks branch.
The common test of Update 1.3 is coming to World of Tanks. It brings new ways of customizing your vehicles, revised conditions of the Excalibur operation, improved technical characteristics of the T-55A and Object 260. These are tanks awarded in the first campaign, balance improvements on different maps, and a new map for the Grand Battles mode. Let's get going. We'll start with customization. On the common test, players will be able to apply decals of different sizes to all vehicles of Tier 10 and Premium Tier 8 vehicles. 3 decal types are available. They are applied to specific spots, similarly to emblems and inscriptions. The new campaign of personal missions has gained players' interest. However, there were some issues. Based on the obtained statistics and feedback players shared, we have revised the conditions of the Excalibur operation. A total of 23 missions for different formations. Now, completing them will require fewer battles. And here's some good news for those who are currently taking on the first campaign. Now, the mission progress will be displayed in battle, similarly to the second front campaign. At the same time, solo players will be able to complete missions intended for platoons more easily. Since missions of both campaigns can be completed simultaneously, the first campaign was refreshed respectively, so were the reward vehicles. We promised players to rebalance them, and now it is time. We have improved the T-55A armoring, particularly its turret. Now it resembles the Soviet T-54 turret. They're not identical, but still. Moreover, we've improved the gun of the reward vehicle. The Object 260 has also been improved. Since it's first been introduced into the game, many other Soviet heavy tanks have been added. The Object 260 has become lost among them. It's high time we returned it to the major leagues. Its armor has been improved, particularly the turret. The gun characteristics have also been increased. Balance improvements have been made on 4 maps. On Himmelsdorf, the bottom team had the advantage. The main changes have been made to the castle area on the hill and the tank alley. Several new positions have been added for the top team. On the Fisherman's Bay map, the top team area has been changed. Now, vehicles that are moving to the town will not be spotted as frequently. At the same time, the town area will become more secure, as shoot-throughs from the map center have been removed. Some minor changes have been made on the Pilsen map to improve the positions for the top team. Slight changes have been added on Mannerheim Line. Now, the right team will have more opportunities. In Update 1.3, we are introducing the Hinterland map for the Grand Battles mode, especially for amateurs of massive tank battles. This is a great territory with a small town in the center. The map features many large and small covers together with the possibility to shoot at vehicles at large distances. This is it. Check out the changes we've made, and good luck on the battlefield.
How to play the LT-432. The LT-432 is a Soviet Tier 8 light tank. The most iconic vehicles of this type are best known for their speed and ability to get on everyone's nerves by rushing up and down the map, always twisting and turning. But the LT-432 is a premium vehicle, which means it offers a different kind of gameplay. Light tanks rely on 2 main characteristics: mobility and concealment. The latter is directly related to the vehicle dimensions, and the dimensions of the LT-432 seem quite large. The tank is wide and long, but it still has a high concealment parameter due to its low silhouette. Dynamics are the chief asset of the researchable Soviet light tanks, and the LT-432 is no exception, with its remarkable maximum speed and good acceleration. On the other hand, its maneuverability is rather peculiar. The tank enters turns smoothly and can swiftly move to the opposite side of the map. But it can't always be on the forefront dodging shells like Neo. Its dimensions just won't let it. The LT-432 is a good choice for active spotting.
Hello, welcome back to the APAC League Masters Finals. It's time now for the grand final. And incidentally, it is the two Japanese teams that have made their way through to this one. It's Caren Tiger, Naughty Kids. I'm Elfish Guy, this is Karath, and we've got our final match coming up. I'm very, very keen for this one. It is a repeat of that Japanese final, and which did go the way of 5-4 to Naughty Kids, but a very, very close affair in that one.
That's pretty much a coin flip at the end of the day. You look at a tiebreaker, you can kind of go, maybe a team was in the attack, maybe a team was on the defense, and you look at Muravanka, how it's turned out today as well. You'd probably have to be in favor of the attacking side over the defensive side, which is something really odd to say considering the defensive statistics for these teams, but it is what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one. Let's see how we got here, though. We'll take a look at the bracket, and you will see Caren Tiger got the victory over Reported, and Naughty Kids able to defeat GGWP 5-3, 5-1 respectively for those two matches. Very solid stuff, I thought, from Naughty Kids over GGWP.
Yeah, I mean, GGWP also had a couple of good strategies, and I just wanted to interrupt my segue there by going, you're really struggling with dinner at the moment, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
I think you smashed it a little bit too quickly.
Yep.
But for Naughty Kids, I think overall, it was very impressive in terms of what they wanted to execute. It seemed like they were able to flawlessly do it mostly every single time.
Yep.
And they were able to pull it out together with just really good team play, really good focus fire, especially in Himmelsdorf, as well as Muravanka. Really impressed me. A 5-1 over GGWP was very convincing, whereas Caren Tiger's 5-3 over Reported, I think, was equally convincing as well. Reported had an opportunity to try to close out the series from 3-1 up on Sand River, but they threw a couple of, I shouldn't say throw, but I really felt like it wasn't the most optimal way to actually try to get the matches across. A couple of questionable aggressive stances, and as a result, Caren Tiger were actually able to close out 2-0 on Sand River and then 2-0 on Cliff as well, and as a result, seal the 5-3 from there.
Yeah, definitely. CT looked pretty good, so did Naughty Kids. Pretty hard to tell who would come away with a win here today. Given how close these two teams have been historically, it sort of is up in the air, I think, as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure when we do get to predictions, we might have a few differing opinions when we look at that. By and large today, we've been pretty much in agreement as to how the matches are going to go, but now for this one, like, I wouldn't be surprised if I was keen on one team, you were on the other team, and then production, well, we'll see what they decide to go for as well. Before we get there, though, we'll discuss these two teams once again. Obviously, it's starting off with Caren Tiger, the team that did come away with the first win today, and a team that is a current champion of the APAC League. They won last season, and it was a fairly solid win as well. But this season, things haven't been quite so
Wait, who's from Korea in this lineup? Is it Vicetone?
Hellcry and Vicetone.
How do they communicate? Just had a real curiosity here. It's like, it's always interesting in terms of the dynamics and in terms of the communication. Obviously, what it takes.
Hellcry can speak Japanese, from my understanding. I suspect Vicetone would be getting the relay from Hellcry. I don't think that Vicetone speaks Japanese, but I know that the majority of these guys have like at least a basic ability to speak English, so they may be calling in English or vice versa. A lot of it does come down to, you know, like pinging in the map and that kind of thing, and especially for like a bat chat player like Vicetone, sometimes it's kind of a case of, okay, you set Vicetone up in his position wherever he may want to go early on, or wherever the caller may want him to go early on in the game, but past that, there's not so much micromanaging of a player like Vicetone.
I mean, I think a lot of the time Vicetone has been tag teaming alongside with Madame as well, so that seems to be the duo to go, so to speak, for Caren Tiger. And now actually talking about communication reminds me of the time where I think we were listening into their team speak and one of them just goes Superman or something like that.
I think
that
probably was Yupa. Probably was Yupa. He's always an interesting individual. But speaking of their opponents for today, Naughty Kids, the other team to take a look at here. Kid9, the captain for them. We saw some pretty good plays out from them across the board. I thought Lizeron in the bat chat was pretty strong. Denon, when he had the STRV, looking pretty good. Charisma was definitely one that we kept an eye on as well up against GGWP. But are they going to have enough to get over Caren Tiger once again? That is the question for me.
Well, I mean, they have to ban out Sand River because that's pretty much the first ban. I mean, I know I'm jumping a little bit ahead, but I mean, talking about the players as well, RPK I felt like was very serviceable on the bat chat as well, was able to do a lot of work. And then you got Roracle and Mikin, who seem to be the 60 TP players as well, who were just working in pretty much perfect unison in terms of tag teaming. And Frog Well, most of the time he was a sacrificial lamb, but sometimes you do need a sacrificial lamb. He always had a position in the team and he did his role. Didn't seem like he had any complaints about it. He knew exactly what his role was and he performed it to perfection pretty much.
Yeah, definitely. Going to be interesting when we do get to that map pool as to how it is going to play out. I don't think that Cliff was actually... Well, Cliff definitely wasn't in that matchup between Naughty Kids and GGWP. I can't remember who banned it away. But we'll talk about the vetoes now as well, since we can. We'll just jump into it
I think it was banned
away.
away from Naughty Kids, I think, in the previous one, because Sand River was banned out by GGWP. But now Cliff and Prokhorovka are banned out.
Yeah, but Prokhorovka being taken away there by Naughty Kids. Again, pretty surprising. Prokhorovka was a map that Caren Tiger banned against reported. And it was a map that Naughty Kids was able to get a 2-0 over GGWP on. A pretty convincing 2-0 in the end there as well. So to see them get rid of it is surprising to me.
I mean, this has got to be... I mean, they must have scrimmed each other in the past, and you got to be favouring... I guess you got to be thinking it's like Caren Tiger. They don't want to be going against Cliff because maybe Naughty Kids have a play style or a strategy which just doesn't work out. And similarly for Prokhorovka as well, probably Naughty Kids' strategy is not going to work out what Caren Tiger is going to throw. It is intriguing to me that Sand River has made its way in, considering that Naughty Kids don't like playing it, or that if they do like playing it, it's one of the maps where they don't have a good win rate on. But, I mean, limited statistics at the end of the day, obviously, but 25% doesn't really scream anything any favoritism to it.
No, definitely not. Naughty Kids did look pretty damn solid on Himmelsdorf, though, so no real surprises to see that come through. Muravanka, you could say the 1-1 against GGWP was... Their one win was pretty convincing, but the loss was also pretty convincing loss as well. So I don't know about this map pool for Naughty Kids, to be honest. I would have much rather have seen the Prokhorovka come out from them and the Sand River be banned. So I do think this sort of leans a little bit the side of Caren Tiger, just based on what we've seen. We didn't get to see Caren Tiger, though, on Himmelsdorf, so who knows how well they're going to go there. Muravanka, they've already showed that they're relatively adept at. The thing is, though, Mines, if we do actually get there, pretty convincing 2-0 for reported on that one earlier on today. And CT... I don't know about that. If we get down Mines with a bit of a deficit here for CT, or not much of an advantage if it's even, Naughty Kids could put some pressure on them there.
I think this is a little bit bold to be making predictions in terms of the map scores, but I think Sand River is going to go 2-0 in the favour of Caren Tiger, but Himmelsdorf is also going to swing 2-0 in the favour of Naughty Kids, and then it's going to be 1-1 split once again between Muravanka and Mines. I mean, we do have to see what happens, because I don't think Naughty Kids will allow Sand River to go through, knowing that they do struggle on it. They definitely have a game plan, probably want to be targeting what Caren Tiger do. They've got a little bit of research that they could have gone on from the previous series that they versed against reported. So there's a little bit of data to go off at the very least for both sides, actually, if they'll look into what the enemy team was running.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's talk about our predictions now, as it is that time. Getting very close to getting underway with this match. I've gone the way of Caren Tiger. I have to back that experience. I always lean on the side of experience and the past, more so than the present, more so than the current form right now. I think actually Naughty Kids are looking pretty in form at the moment, so I do think that this one goes to the tiebreaker. Historically speaking, these two teams have been very, very evenly matched. To be honest, the Japanese final really could have been a coin toss. It could have been Caren Tiger's win just as much as it could have been Naughty Kids. So I will give it to Caren Tiger this time. Yeah,
I mean, for me, for picking Naughty Kids, I would just want the young upstart kids, really, just to... I mean, I don't know if they're actually kids or not. That's their name, but I don't think so in terms of the average water tank player's age.
Yeah.
But I want them to at least succeed. They've been able to do it once, and the first hurdle is always the hardest. The second time around, it's not going to be as difficult in my mind, or it probably is as equally difficult, because Caren Tiger not going to underestimate them any inches this time around, because they know that Naughty Kids were able to get an official win over them. So I still give it just a little bit. But, I mean, my only consolidation in terms of what I picked is that production have been wrong, actually, for both picks tonight, which is, I mean, not 100% correct. So, which is something which we don't see too often over here at the APAC League or WGL. Production is generally right, so...
Oh, well, we'll see whether or not they're going to be right this time. They've gone Caren Tiger with me, but everybody said a 5-4, so we're expecting this to be a close match. Would certainly be surprising if it was anything particularly one-sided. I'm not expecting anything like a 5-0 or a 5-1. Even a 5-2 seems a little bit far-fetched for me.
It really depends on the execution of certain rounds, because you can see a lot of these rounds do come down to pretty much the second play, like the microseconds and everything, and where the pressure really starts boiling into some of the players. They might miss the shots they didn't actually miss earlier on. and we'll have to see how they go from there.
Yeah, you're exactly right. A lot more pressure now in this situation for Naughty Kids. They're in the grand final. There definitely is a prize pool as well for these teams to be thinking about 10 grand. Not necessarily just for first place, but you know what I mean. There's money on the line here, so this match is going to decide it all, really. Starting off on Sand River. We are both expecting that Caren Tiger will get off to a pretty good start here. Let's see whether or not that is going to be the case. A mouse out for Naughty Kids. Very interesting choice on a map like Sand River. Super Conquerors across the board for Caren Tiger. A lot of bat chats on both sides. Definitely a couple of interesting setups. Doesn't really tell you too much, I don't think, to start things off. But that mouse, I'm very interested to see how that is going to be utilized.
Is that just going to be utilized for that one flag defense or attack? Because that's what I feel like the mouse is probably best for. We saw, I mean, when Caren Tiger actually deployed a mouse on this map on the defense as well, there was really nothing that Reported could actually do. So, sorry, not the one flag, the two flag defense. Now, that's exactly where Marmot's going to be heading over. So, don't remember I saw Marmot in the earlier series. Guess I have to find out. Otherwise, Neo is back. One in the Matrix. And now we've got Kirishima up. Okay, there's no Kirishima. It's going to make our job a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Just for now.
Doesn't necessarily mean that that is going to be the case throughout the rest of these matches. Knowing the Japanese teams and how Caren Tiger used to utilize their roster during WGL, they have a bit of a rotating core.
I mean, that's exactly what you want at the end of the day, is that you want your strong players into the roster in terms of, I mean, Madame isn't in here, and that's maybe because he doesn't enjoy Sand River. He doesn't understand the concept as well as, say, for example, I mean, with Vicetone as well as Akiov on the back chat, so...
Yeah, definitely. But
I mean, Akiov needs to be in there because he's a shot call, obviously. But and that's already the open up. That's going to go just barely in the favor of Caren Tiger. Managed to glance a shot into Oracle. A few HE shots.
Under a bit of fire at the moment. Now, Caren Tiger have actually managed to make this cross without suffering any damage at all. Naughty Kids were not set up to punish it, similar to what Reported were trying to do.
Alright, so Batchant's going to be making a bit of their own move alongside with Kame on the Object 277 into the river. I do think there was one tank from Caren Tiger there. Might have been Yupa on the Object 277, if this is very reminiscent of the previous strat they used against Reported. And this would be quite dangerous for Yupa if he's isolated, but I do have to confirm that once we jump back into Caren Tiger's point of view.
He's all the way back.
He's all the way back. He's already fallen way out.
Very, very interesting setup here from Caren Tiger. Vicetone, Akiov at the back there with the bat chats, watching for any rotations. Looks like CT have spotted the info, and this is exactly what the bat chats are set up for. Get those shots into Kame. He'll get himself safe, but not, before taking a couple of shots. Caren Tiger haven't bled any damage at all, and Naughty Kids have bled quite a significant amount.
And the dangerous part is that, I mean, Kame has also lost his driver as well, so he has to expend the first aid kit to just get out of there. And he's going to be spotted again. These Super Conks ready to roll in on a dime.
Yupa starting to press on forward toward the A7 area of the map, A8. Having a look at getting some nice positioning in the bat chat. A lot of rotations happening for Naughty Kids on the defensive side, but they're not really committed to either part of the map. RBK is starting to push forward. We'll be joined by the next two bat chats as well as Caren Tiger make their way onto the cap itself. Amot cops a little bit of damage, but able to trade some back for himself. Now the Super Conquerors have committed to the flag capture for Caren Tiger.
Look at this commitment coming out, though, from all of Caren Tiger. They've managed to clear out this mid corridor, and now the bat chats also all committing over into the top side of the map. And the enemy bat chats, for Caren Tiger, Naughty Kids bat chats, they're not in the position to do any damage whatsoever.
Not yet.
I mean, Roracle as well as Marmot have to do a hell of a work. 3 Super Conquerors staying hold down. Marmot's going to be copping quite a bit. Look at that. He's just chunked out, and the reset doesn't come forward.
Yeah, but these Super Conquerors now are spotted in the bat chats. Look at where Lizardon and Lish are. They're going to have perfect firing lines into the bat chats. This is a good read from Naughty Kids, and it's just a case of connecting your shots. The heat shells, no, APC are actually being fired out here by Lizardon, so a little more difficult for him to be able to penetrate them, but A few of them actually do manage to connect, and that's a very favorable trade actually for Naughty Kids. They've done a lot of damage, got a lot of resets, but here comes the counter push from Caren Tigers. Vicetone starting to push forward alongside Mr. Yupa.
Yep, and now this is just up to Denon just to make as many of his shots count at this stage. Now committing forward, Marmot, that's the final shot that he can take. He's been ammo-racked and he's going to be focused fired as well by the rest of the Bat Chats and the Super Conks rushing forward. Now they can switch their attention over into the one flag, but they probably want to be punishing Kame for his position at this stage. Now it looks like Naughty Kids Bat Chats very, very close to being off the reload on Lissaron and Lish as well. They're going to be joining the fray very shortly after taking a few snipe shots. Denon's been spotted out as well, which is not going to be good for the SDRV's life.
Still heaps of time to play with here for Caren Tiger as well, so they are definitely putting Naughty Kids under the pump. Lissaron trying to do a bit of spotting for his teammates. Here comes the reinforcements for Naughty Kids, but I feel as though it might be a little too late. They have not got enough control of the map to be able to make this one work. Lissaron will commit fully onto Neo. Actually, Caren Tiger bleeding a lot of HP right now, bleeding quite a few tanks. The Bad Chance making the power play.
Yeah, Lissaron needs to take out AkiOV because AkiOV's got this full clip. If he's able to unload at least most of the shots, definitely making his HP worth. Now Denon also trying to switch around. Beautiful tracking shot to Vicetone, but it doesn't manage to actually get any damage done. Now AkiOV has gone down. He definitely had clips to work with. Yupa don't want to be charging head forward into a 103B. Frontal armor is pretty strong, but he still managed to land the shot. Trying to find the Cupola, not going to be easy, and Vicetone should be able to clean up. Has a few shots, but you don't want to be ramming into the 103B. Just trying to put him in. Needs one more. Trying to circle around. Will have enough speed. It's actually Yupa getting the kill at the end of the day, able to circle around. Now Lish also going to be tracked up as well. Both sides just tracking each other up. Lish trying to get the penetrating shots. He's actually doing the damage as well. Both sides going to be tracked. But the Bat Chats, I mean, look at this. Naughty Kids have managed to resolve in not only the tank favor, but as well as the HP favor for now. But the Bat Chats do need to run away and reload. 30 seconds left. At the very least, Vicetone, 10 seconds off. Yupa going to try and position around this one flag as well. 3.5 minutes left, or just about. Kame, how is he still alive?
Yeah, a very, very good counter push out from Naughty Kids. Once those Bat Chats came off the reload, they absolutely committed onto Caren Tiger. It seemed like it was Caren Tiger's round to lose, but it certainly seems like now they have lost this round. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Caren Tiger, they don't have the HP to play with here.
And the really impressive for me is the fact that the Bat Chats, they take their time to make the shots count. And that's something that's really, really impressive to me, is that Lissaron and Lish, when they get behind their opponents, they don't panic shoot. They go, I need to make sure every single shot pens because we know this one's important. I think that, I mean, one of the deals that we didn't see, that's a hell of a shot coming in from Yupa. Not an easy one to be landing with a heat round. I'm fairly certain Yupa had heat loaded.
Yeah, would have been, I'm sure. So Kame's down to a one-shot here, just being a little bit over-eager to take that battle. It's not the end of the world, though, as Naughty Kids still have the extra tank advantage. They've got a little bit of an HP advantage here as well.
But all it requires is a couple of good duels. Vicetone is at least...
The thing is here for Naughty Kids is they shouldn't give those duels to Caren Tiger. Vicetone, though, the timing, very nice for him. He'll find Kame. Now it's back to a 2v2. Vicetone can be the catalyst here for Caren Tiger to make this one work.
And Lish and Lissaron need to sync up as well. They need to take down Vicetone. As soon as they take down Vicetone, I'd say that this is all over. But like you said, definitely a chance at the moment. Really interesting that Yupa actually hasn't loaded in HE. But now Vicestone's been spotted out. And Lish trying to land the shot. Vicetone not going to give him the opportunity. He's actually pushing into the low HP member as well. There it is. Shots being exchanged. Vicetone first off the reload as well. He gets the first shot down. And now this is absolutely critical. 3 shots only for Lish. He needs to take down Vicetone, but he can't kill both of them unless he gets a high roll onto Yupa as well. He needs to make every single shot count.
Vicetone can't kill Lish either at this point, and it actually could take 2 shots rather for Lish to hit Vicetone. Depends on the roll. Missing the first one. Vicetone gets a huge amount of damage in there, and Yupa's there for the trade. Caren Tiger have clutched it out. Naughty Kids, that was not good at all, and Caren Tiger will be very pleased to finish it off with a win, but it maybe came a little bit too close for comfort.
Talk a little bit about a seesaw at that stage. Caren Tiger started off very, very favorably, and then it just changes around. It looks like Naughty Kids making all the right mid-game decisions in terms of where to brawl. 3 Bat Chats against 2. They can unload the clips. It looks like they've got the right timing. They were able to buy enough time. But then towards the end, the 2-on-2, the 2-on-3, should I say, the clutch situation, some of the nerves getting to Naughty Kids. Probably Kame wanted him playing the hero. I mean, he wasn't expecting that shot from Yupa, but that's just a risk that you're making when you're trying to put your tank in a horizontal position.
Yep.
You're exposing yourself to a heat shell like that. And then he's just sitting there. None of the bat chats are reinforcing or playing bait. Firestone comes in at the right time. He does all the work. Firestone, really the clutch hero coming out from Caren Tiger alongside with Yupa. And that's the experience coming forward. You can talk about all the grand strategies. You can talk about all the shots landing and, you know, Naughty Kids making the shots count, but they don't make the shots at the end count. And that's what's the difference.
Yeah, Firestone's been there, done that, and seen it all before. Where these Naughty Kids players are a little bit more fresh when it comes to this kind of pressure-filled competition. I mean, Firestone's been to WGL finals before. He's been playing on stage. He's had all that kind of pressure to deal with, and he's able to play cool, calm, and collected in a clutch situation like that, where for the Naughty Kids players, you know, their arms might be getting a bit shaky, the aim not quite on point in that scenario. Yupa as well, very, very experienced when it comes to this kind of a format, and he's able to be there straight away for the trade, working in unison with Firestone. But it was definitely Firestone that really opened that up there. He gets rid of 2 of the bat chats, then makes sure he gets rid of the next couple of shots into that final remaining bat chat, makes it a one-shot for Yupa, really sets up that victory there for Caren Tiger. To be honest though, maybe it shouldn't have gotten all the way down to that point. Maybe it shouldn't have required a clutch win from Caren Tiger.
What we always talk about is that every single scenario that Firestone was able to find himself into was a one-on-one pretty much, and he's able to isolate, he finds the right HP person, he gets all the shots that he needs to, gets the first critical shot onto the enemy bat chat, which is something, I mean, when it's a bat chat versus bat chat battle, whoever fires first generally wins, and that's exactly what we saw, and he's able to stay alive. Imagine if he was able to just keep a little, imagine if he actually took another shot coming in. I think it was from, I can't remember who it was from Naughty Kids. It was, I think, Listeron, who was on 500 or 80 or something like that. Imagine if Listeron was able to get another shot into it. And sure, we can, I mean, we're just talking about the clutch situation here. All the members from Naughty Kids were isolated. They were separated. They're not playing together. They're not in the position to trade each other out. So it doesn't matter. I mean, once again, you have to give props towards Firestone, be able to crack open pretty much in between all 3, and he's able to extract that juicy, juicy victory alongside the Yupa. But you've got to be faulting Naughty Kids for not putting, I mean, for the first time that we've seen in a very long time, positioning has failed them. The end game calling has failed them.
Yeah, very clutch stuff in the end from Caren Tiger, but a very, very close round as well. So there is some heart to be taken in that one for Naughty Kids. When we looked at San Ripper, we were saying this one's probably a 2-0 for Caren Tiger. Still a possibility for them, of course, but that wasn't convincing enough for me to say, hey, Caren Tiger's looking like they're going to steamroll all over Naughty Kids at this point.
I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, it was that, I mean, we always talk about what ifs. I mean, it could have been, should have been, etc., etc. In my mind, that should have been a Naughty Kids victory. Is that clutch situation? If they went back to play it, they wouldn't mess it up. Like, it would be a heroic effort coming out against from Firestone and Yupa, and I don't think Heroics would have pulled it off. 1500 HP against 2100 HP. You've got 2 bat chats playing together, and you can't surprise bat chats from certain angles, especially if they're staying hold down. What can you do? Yeah. I shouldn't say hold down, but like hold in somewhere else and just making sure they can trade efficiently out. Kame doesn't go in and try to be a hero against Yupa. Like, angling your tank like that, that's one of the, like, you don't do that with Russian tanks. Like, everyone knows that. That's just, sure, it was a hell of a shot coming in from Yupa, but why are you presenting the opportunity in the first place? Just imagine if he just takes a little bit of time to position himself, or even just angles the armor a little bit.
I mean, less about angling the armor. I think more so about just not taking that aim battle.
Exactly.
There's no real reason for him to be doing that. They're on the defensive side. They can play quite passively, maybe spot for the info, but don't really commit to the fight. In the end, yeah, Yupa gets a very, very nice shot across. Had that shot not connected, though, then the 277's not a one-shot. Then, obviously, there's not enough damage in the clip for Firestone to get the final remaining bat chat down to a one-shot for Yupa. All these little things have a ripple effect, and maybe for Naughty Kids it's time to just tighten the ship up a little bit, go back to square one. We're not facing GGWP anymore. We can't afford to make these mistakes. This is Caren Tiger, one of the teams that has come through from WGL, has all of that experience, and is going to punish us for making some more mistakes. We saw that exactly from Firestone and from Yupa, and Naughty Kids need to go back to the drawing board now. They're moving into this second half.
And here's the whole thing as well, is that when you're coming into the finals of the APAC League as well, this is not, we're talking about a group stage where it's going to affect your impact in terms of, oh, you might come first or second, you still have to play for playoffs. This is it. And you're going to be looking back at scenarios like this and go, imagine if we won this. Imagine if it goes to a tiebreaker, 5-4, and it goes in the favor of Caren Tiger. You'd be kicking yourself in the foot if you're Naughty Kids, because, I mean, obviously we're still looking really far ahead. This is round 1, but you got to be taking all the chances that you can. Naughty Kids, they put themselves in the best case scenario, and they kind of threw it away a little bit there in my mind. But nevertheless, it's only 1 round. They can salvage it and make it a 1-1 at the very least on San River, coming into their own attacking side. We were still expecting it was going to be a 2-0, but that was just a close fight once again. I think we do have a series in our hands right now, Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind that this series was going to be a good one. Interested to see what Caren Tiger will be doing on their defense now. Is it going to be a pretty similar setup as what we saw from Naughty Kid, the Super Conquerors rather?
Super Kids.
Super Kids, yeah. Well, maybe they'll be the Super Kids at the end of today. CT on the defense, though. The Mouse, the IS-7, Super Conqueror, a lot of bat chats. 430U this time. Here comes the 60 TP as well for Naughty Kids that we have been accustomed to.
But not the duo 60 TP. So how are these Object 277s going to roll with the 60 TPs is going to be the real question, especially in such a terrain-heavy map. I don't really favor the Object 277 sometimes because they do... I mean, I feel like the DPM isn't that great in comparison to some of the other tanks. I feel like the Alpha isn't that great, and sometimes you've got to be making every single shot count, and when you need your gun depression as well, it just makes it a little bit harder. But it looks like they're sending the majority of their forces over towards the bottom side of the map for now.
Yeah, the southern push is something that we have not seen. Typically, all of the gameplay has been within the top half of the map, certainly centered around the 2 flag, but Naughty Kids, as they did on Muravanka against GGWP, have kind of gone against the norm here by pushing in toward the southern area of the map. Now, the 1 flag, it is very, very open. Generally pretty easy to get resets on for Caren Tiger, so I'm really interested to see what Naughty Kids are going to try and do with this kind of a push.
You see, initially I thought that if you're making this 1 flag push is that, yeah, the 1 flag is a little bit open, but you can use the terrain for your advantage. And this is where I guess the turret armor coming in for some of these tanks really make it work. And Hallian's actually going to be spotting around with the 430U as well. Always a pretty good tank to be zip-zooming around. Looks like Naughty Kids actually got the majority of the forces just set up, ready to push in as soon as they spot something out.
Perhaps a bit of a discussion going on here for Naughty Kids as we're hearing some pings. Nobody moving at the moment.
All right, Roracle's been spotted out and he's by himself, and he's going to just cop one straight from the IS-7. No, not from the IS-7, from someone else. Might be Kirishima that actually landed the shot. Looks like he doesn't have the information for us to really read into it at this stage, but...
Yeah, definitely could have been Kirishima. I don't see anyone else that might have been able to get it. Maybe Yuba, though I don't think his position allowed it. Regardless, it doesn't matter who it is. One shot has gone into Roracle, and he's got some positioning now, which will obviously make it a little bit more difficult for Caren Tiger to push in and get that reset. Now that they have established control of that area of the map, Naughty Kids are going to continue the push on through the K line. They will remain unspotted for quite a while here. There's no one from Caren Tiger in a position to see them just yet. But heading into a 1 flag is where things are going to start to get a bit more interesting now.
In terms of where these 277s get set up and what shots are going to be landing. Now Roracle is going to be making a bit of a move as well. They're just clearing out all these angles for now, but I think Hallian's still going to be floating around. And that's always going to be a dangerous thing. Frog should be spotted from this angle from the 430U, but if he isn't, might mean that Hallian has actually shifted.
I think that Hallian is a little bit too far down below the ridge, perhaps, to be spotting.
So they've just left Mikim over here. So yeah, Hallian's just a little bit too low down to be spotting, but they've left Mikim near that H9 line. So if they get some a little bit more spotting in tomorrow, I don't know if the render or the draw distance is enough to get shots. I don't think it is.
Rotating back across the map here for Naughty Kids, definitely using all the time available to them. Yeah, Hallian was a little bit too far behind the ridge to be able to spot out Frog.
But I mean, this is actually pretty nice control. I mean, the only person who's taken a shot so far is Roracle. They've left Mikin at the very least on the right side of the map in a good position for the Object 277 to be kind of hold down and doing damage. You can see now Mikin's just trying to take a few shots. Roracle's just being an absolute nuisance with his turret armor. He's got himself in a very nice position. And on Caren Tiger, you cannot commit over this ridge because you don't know how many more members are just waiting to really just take a shot at you. You can see Roracle. It's got HE loaded. There is no way you pen Kirishima down in a hold down position like that.
No, definitely not. HE will do a little bit of damage though. Better than nothing. At the moment, both of these two guys are really more interested in spotting each other out, getting the information for their team rather than actually taking an extended battle.
Beautiful Russian gun handling. You absolutely love to see it. Just flings it straight into the ground. That's the whole thing. It's like, I hate looking at gun parameters sometimes because they say that this is the parameter, but the actual feeling is different. Like,
yeah,
when you look
at stats and hidden stats and that kind of thing.
When you look at the IS-7 gun stats, it shouldn't be that bad. But sometimes it just flings shells into the ground and you're just standing there just going, oh, this is really cool. I really enjoy this. Thanks, IS7.
To be honest, after playing a bat chat, anything kind of feels pretty accurate to me.
All right, here comes a bit of the pressure onto the cap at the moment. Onto that one flag. Alan, you can see, is just trying to spot to see if he can find anything, but eventually he's going to have to make a bit of a move. Oracle's still here as well. Howland trying to use the foliage for his cover, but where are the bat chats on the side of Naughty Kid is going to be the real question on RPK as well as Lissaron.
Hellion in the 430U does have a pretty nice amount of camo, so he will be pretty difficult to spot in that position.
Oh, that's a shot coming in from Kirishima.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. It's just, I don't think it was necessarily Kirishima, perhaps somebody else closer. Regardless, you see how open this cap is, and you put yourself on that cap, but it's very, very easy to get shots in onto this cap from where Caren Tiger would ordinarily set themselves up on the defense. So Naughty Kids are starting to realize their plan may not be working out as they would have enjoyed it to. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, and Caren Tiger are the ones with the advantage right now.
And they can't really... I mean, Naughty Kids, in terms of where they were moving their forces, they had to decisively commit a little bit more. But look where Caren Tiger are committing most of their numbers as well. They're in the B0 area, in the mountainous region, ready to charge into the 1 flag in case they need it, but also ready to surround the 2 flag and brawl it out if the scenario calls for it as well. So this is actually a really nice setup. And like I said, Kirishima posted on that angle. They can take blind shots to the 1 flag. There's only going to be a certain few angles that they can't actually get shots in. And now time is dwindling away, and Naughty Kids need to start to make a bit of a move on at the stage. Yupa does cop a bit of a shot, though. 500 damage. Might have been from Mickens' Object 277, as now he's going to be pushing forward as well.
Damaged fuel tank as well for the Super Conqueror. A tendency for them to catch fire fairly easily as well. I dare say he doesn't have a fire extinguisher in this kind of a format. He'll be taking the food every day of the week. But Caren Tiger at the moment still... they're pretty happy with how things are progressing at the moment. I fail to see how Naughty Kids are going to win this one in less than 3 minutes. I
mean, they have to brawl it all out at this stage, and they need to start making a bit of a move on it at this point in time. Hallian trying to get the shot in the lower plate as well, but once again, the gun handling parameter is not so great for the 430U. Now the rest of the forces do come charging in, but they come charging straight into 3 bat chats. Jordan, that's a massive problem. If you can get into Kirishima at the stage, look where all the enemy bat chats are.
Yeah, absolutely. They are not working at all for Naughty Kids at this point. Halian's going to get free shots. Hellcry's getting free shots. Everyone seems to be getting free shots right now on the side of Caren Tiger. Naughty Kids just watch that health bar disappear right now as Akio V will drop another player. It's 2 already down for Naughty Kids. Only the first trade coming back now. And with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, Naughty Kids are facing a 4 versus 6 situation.
They're going to try and take down Maro first. Now the bat chat's going to be on reload, pretty much left to their own devices. But as you were saying, look at the HP difference at this particular point in time. It is definitely not favoring Naughty Kids. They are down half, and Caren Tiger, they can take their time and clean up. I just write this off as a 2-0 already. You can't pull off any heroics right now with any of the tanks that they do have. No such thing as focus fire. Micken eventually going to be surrounded, cleaned up as well. Wystone just holding his shots, knowing that Hallian is off reload. Look at this, the 430U is on full HP after a duel with a 277. Perfect.
Yeah, perfect setup for Caren Tiger. Naughty Kids, I think, just trying to get a little bit too tricky there. And they played themselves a little bit. Hallian going to finish another one off. Almost. It was somebody else that finished it there for Caren Tiger. Regardless, this is, like you said, going to be a 2-0. RPK, he knows that he's done for. He's just decided to cop it, I think, as he will wait for the inevitable.
Yep, and put onto fire as well. And that's what we can say for Naughty Kids in terms of the overall strategy. Just light it up. It wasn't really that great. I mean, I felt like there was a couple of times that they were able to get all the map position that they actually did need, but I mean, the 1 flag is really exposed. Maybe you try to apply a little bit of pressure there. But Caren Tiger understand where that point is. I do know, and here's the thing, right? How many times have we seen a T100 LT sit exactly where that bat chat sat on RPK on the side of then team efficiency? Like, that is a Safi spot. Like, you look at 100... How many games you see Safi sitting there with a T100 LT applying a little bit of pressure there? Caren Tiger would know that. Yep. So Naughty Kids taking a little bit, trying to take a little bit maybe out of then Team Efficiency's playbook, now Reported's playbook, but at the same flip side, Caren Tiger knew what was going on. They didn't shift a single person they weren't sold on that plan at all.
Yeah, that was very much more a solid looking round out from Caren Tiger than the first one was, really coming down to the wire in the first round. Second one, pretty easily finished off in the end. I think Naughty Kids just sort of bamboozled themselves. They tried to do something toward the southern area of the map, and to be honest, I didn't really see the reason why. I didn't see what they gained out of it, so to speak. There was a bit of a to and fro between the 430 and the 277 down in that part of the map, but it seemed kind of irrelevant. And to be honest, Caren Tiger still had the advantage.
And this is really where you look at the Object 277s, and we can look back and say, look, tank choices, you know, it's too late to be thinking about it now. But there is a big reason why I don't like seeing the 277s coming into Sand River, is because they just don't have the gun depression to be utilizing with, and you put yourselves in an awkward scenario. I felt like if they went to the southern side of the map, maybe with, say, a couple more 60 TPs. Imagine if you had Roracle as well as Mikin on the 60 TPs, pushing a little bit forward, pressuring that 430 or pressuring, because you 100% suspect that in those bushes there's going to be either a bat chat or a 430U. Put a little pressure on, you can still use that terrain for your cover as well, and then apply the pressure onto enemy from that mid position, and then wrap around. But you only had Mikin there with a 277. How is he going to solo anyone? Like, he is so liable to be overwhelmed, and that's something which is going against what Naughty Kids normally do, which is tag teaming. That felt really scrappy, and it wasn't a good look, ultimately.
Yeah, definitely not. So Caren Tiger, as expected, are going to be able to find the 2-0 there on Sand River. We move on to Himmelsdorf, though, and that was definitely a map that Naughty Kids looked pretty good on against GGWP. Very solid victories for them there. I don't know that it's going to necessarily translate against Caren Tiger, though. In the past, Caren Tiger have been a very strong team on Himmelsdorf. I don't think Himmelsdorf has changed quite as much as, say, for example, a map like Cliff has without those boosts, or even Sand River to an extent has changed quite extensively because the boosts aren't available. That was never really a thing for Himmelsdorf, so I do feel as though the meta is more or less going to be exact same as what we used to see from the WGL days, where Caren Tiger tended to be pretty solid on Himmelsdorf. I don't know that this is a 2-0 possibility for Naughty Kids to get themselves back into this.
I think as well as that, I mean, when we're looking at WGL days in terms of the super heavies and everything, we're seeing a lot more mousers. I don't think we're seeing as many Type 5 heavies. Now we're definitely seeing more Type 5 heavies in plays in Himmelsdorf, just because the ability of, on a 15-second reload, the ability to do 1,000 plus damage, like 1,400 alpha on your premium rounds. Of course, that's going to be devastating to any bat chats, any AMX 50Bs that enemy team might be running, and you get a high roll on an enemy tank as well. You can just absolutely obliterate them, so it's not as if you don't have the opportunity to do 800 damage towards another heavy tank if you do manage to hit one of the weak modules. So I do enjoy seeing a lot more of the brawling style. I think this will favor Naughty Kids a little bit, bring it a little bit back more toward their team style rotational play, and see how Caren Tiger can adapt with it as well.
You definitely do see the two differences then between the two teams when it does come to the play style like you were talking about. Naughty Kids do like to play very rotation heavy. They like to work their way around the map and see what kind of advantages they can find. Caren Tiger's a little bit more committed to where they do end up pushing into. They, on the defensive side, aren't moving around quite as much. So it kind of, I think, depends on how this actually does end up playing out. Which team's going to be able to play their own game? Is Naughty Kids going to be able to run Caren Tiger around the map, or are they going to kind of commit into the wrong area and Caren Tiger just sort of beats them in that brawl? I do think, mechanically speaking, the Caren Tiger players have looked a little bit better when it's come to just the actual brawl aspect of the game. They seem to have a little bit more of an advantage there over Naughty Kids. So Naughty Kids maybe need to just outthink them a little bit, outposition them a little bit. That might be their way in here for Himmelsdorf. I don't know that it's going to be quite as easy, though, as what we saw against GGWP. Not expecting to see a Type 5 get a free shot into the butt of a bat chat, nor are we expecting to see a Type 5 get ammo racked for Naughty Kids either. So they had two really big advantages there on Himmelsdorf that they were, of course, able to take advantage of and push to a 2-0 victory against GGWP. But now against Caren Tiger, I don't think we're going to be seeing those same sort of mistakes being made by a more experienced and veteran lineup.
100% not. This is where Naughty Kids have to earn the 2-0, and if they don't, I mean, if they split 1-1 apiece at the stage, this could actually be disastrous, because then that's Caren Tiger up 3-1, and that's the eventual stage where you can just trade 1-1 and you're going to be happy as Caren Tiger. Have to see what the tank lineup, though, is going to be ultimately. That's always the important thing, because you never like counting your chickens before they hatch, do you, Jordan?
No, definitely not. Caren Tiger will not be counting their chickens just yet either. They know that they've got a 2-0 on the board, but they're very well aware that this is not over just yet. And
one dangerous part is that Caren Tiger have seen at least once, or a couple of times, how Naughty Kids play Himmelsdorf. So they can make and try to make it adaptive play around that and see if you can try to catch them off by surprise. It is, once again, going to be a very similar setup to what we saw in terms of Naughty Kids. We're going to see the 60 TPs out in play. It's the exact same, I think.
It's the same. This is their attacking lineup.
Here's the thing. Mara's also picked up a 60 TP, and I think this is the first time we've seen another team outside of Naughty Kids actually pick up the 60 TP. 2 AMX 50Bs alongside with a Batchat 25T. Now, don't want to be walking into Frog or Kirishima, who is making his appearance. Interesting to note that whenever Kirishima is on, there is no Kirishima, and vice versa, so it could be the same person.
They've never been in the same place at the same time.
Never been in the same game, so the mystery continues.
The mystery does. Oh, well, let's see what Caren Tiger are going to be able to do on the defense. It's a much different start here for Naughty Kids. While it is the exact same tank setup, maybe that's going to be a little bit of a fakie over to Caren Tiger just to say, hey, this is what you think we're going to be doing, but in fact we're actually doing something quite the opposite, headed towards the hill this time as opposed to the railway tracks. No sitting around in spawn waiting for a push out from Caren Tiger. Already a couple of players have been spotted though.
Look at Vicestone getting very, very progressive in terms of that Batchat, Batchat 25.
I think Caren Tiger have read this situation. QV has been spotted from somewhere. Not sure exactly who might have spotted him. Must have been RPK.
A bit of a nuisance, because that hill position, there's like little cracks in the buildings where you're very susceptible to being spotted out, and especially if RPK is just sitting still as well. That stationary camo going to be absolutely devastating. Now, the one flag is pretty much secure at this stage, but you always have to be cautious of Naughty Kids actually making that run back, because you can go downhill, you can fly downhill with these tanks, and you see Rorical and Mikan daring each other. Race you down the hill, brother. One of them's probably saying right now.
Yeah, they're going to let RPK go first. He's going to be able to cross that gap very quickly indeed. Would be a good shot from Caren Tiger if they do actually hit RPK, but he's decided not to make that committed run. You can get caught up a little bit if you do fully commit across. There's no way to really get back, so you need to be pretty sure that you do actually want to make that cross happen.
I think what they're also trying to do is that they might be suspecting there's going to be a couple of tanks on the A line as well. We've seen some setups where you've got one person spotting just down that B corridor and you've got a tank sitting in the A corridor. Not going to be the case for this this particular map, obviously, considering on how Caren Tiger have read into the situation, thanks to Vicestone scouting things out very early on. And that's sometimes the advantage that you have. You've got the informational advantage in the first 5 minutes. It gets you in a nice scenario. You can put your tanks in a much more concentrated effort around where they're needed.
Well, Caren Tiger are making adequate rotations into the 2 flag right now. Maro setting himself up. You can see all the players rotating away from the 1 flag. So CT have definitely rotated accordingly. They're very well aware at least of where Naughty Kids are situated right now, but barely any time has actually ticked away here on Himmelsdorf. There's still 7 minutes on the clock, so ample time for Naughty Kids to rotate back to the 1 flag. Like you said, they can make a pretty quick rotation. I mean, with the exception of the Type 5s, all of these tanks can go pretty quickly down the hill and across the other side of the map.
But they do need to make a move, I think, pretty much around... they can't let it bleed out too much. With the Type 5s, they probably need to move around the 5-minute mark. And it really depends, I think, what the 60 TPs as well as the Batchat spots. If they spot out a few enemy tanks, then I think that's where it's really time to start heading back down to the 1 flag. But obviously, things just going to be played quite slowly. AkiOV. Okay, there we are. Roricle's actually just not only been tracked, but also his module, his ammo rack module has also been damaged as well. I think that must have been from the Type 5 Heavy. A lot of shots being made in their direction, though, obviously.
AkiOV still spotting out in the middle as well, but not seeing a whole lot. The majority of the Naughty Kids players were up on the hill. There might be a bit of a push come through Banana a little bit later on down the track, but for now, AkiOV should not be too concerned about what's going on in mid. There it is, down the Banana. Kame has been spotted. Aki so aware. As the rotation does start to come across here from Naughty Kids. So too from Caren Tiger.
Aki spotted out everything at this stage, not even rotating around. You can see that they only spot a couple of 60 TPs and they go, hang on a moment, this is not a main committal. Normally we see at least 5 tanks steamroll down that hill to try to take the fight, and now they realize they're not coming down. AkiOV, the butt of the tank bouncing around. Yeah, nice angling.
Always nice. But for now, I don't know where Naughty Kids really want to commit at this point. Everywhere that they seem to actually have to go is going to be a little problematic. Kirishima does miss the shot with the Type 5. That's unfortunate, as well as it is going to allow Neo an opportunity to get one more shot into him. Good, very strong trades being taken right now by Caren Tiger. Just getting the one shot in where they want to, and then backing away And they're finding slow advantages as a result, but very, very committed advantages. Already starting to bring that health pool back. There's only 500 the difference now, and, well, as I say that, 100, not even. It's like 30, the difference between Caren Tiger and Naughty Kids at this point.
And now out comes the 60 TPs. They're going to be rolling forward to try to do some damage, but Roracle quite low. He's going to be the target, the focus fire. It looks like the tracking shots do come forward on the side of Caren Tiger, but they're still taking a lot of damage. Out comes that AMX50B as well. This one is going to be clipping out someone. He's going to be clipping out Helkura at this stage, and now there's going to be real pressure on this 2 flag.
Caren Tiger being pulled across the map into the 1 flag by Naughty Kids. We talked about the win condition for Naughty Kids is to be able to force Caren Tiger out of positions, and so far they've been able to do that okay. Maro just a little bit too slow on the reload to get a shot into RPK, but he's going to see if RPK will make the mistake of crossing here. That would be very, very silly indeed from him if he were to go down. Good shot again from Neo here into the Type 5, but the Type 5's losing HP, not particularly concerned at this point. Caren Tiger need to equalize the numbers here very soon. Liseron finding the timing on Tomorrow though. That'll be another player down, 2 in fact, as Yupa drops as well, and only now is there a trade back from Caren Tiger.
But it's only the Type 5 heavies which are not in the positions of the cap at this stage, and now Mikin also going to be chasing down Minabe, looking to try to answer the calling, but just the alpha coming out from that 60 TP on Mikin. He's already done 2.8k damage, and that is just efficient trading at the end of the day on the side of the Naughty Kid Polish tanks. And like I was saying earlier, it doesn't matter if you decide to destroy the Type 5 heavy, all these tanks so far. Beautiful focus fire has really come out of Naughty Kids to swing it back in their favor. Not over just yet though. Super Conk as well as Vice Tone still in play.
Yeah, Vice Tone hasn't had any impact on this matchup at all. Caren Tiger typically rely on him. Akio V's been doing good work. 2,000 damage done from him. Good kill out from Neo as well. Akio V's going to back away. Kame trying to chase him down. At the moment, Naughty Kids, this round is still sort of hanging in the balance. If Caren Tiger have big individual plays, again, like what we saw on Sand River, there's a chance that they can bring this one back, but Vice Tone down into a 1-shot. Now, 2 is Akio V as he'll drop. Seems as though Naughty Kids have got it together, and they've managed to figure out the way to finish off Caren Tiger quite safely this time.
Yeah, Vice Tone, doesn't matter if he's able to get a few more shots in. You can see Kame just looking to apply the pressure, and the Vice Tone not really going to be offered the opportunity of getting away. Only a single shot left, and you can't really take him down. That is it. So Naughty Kids do at least manage to secure 1 to bring it back to a 1-2. Kame finished it off. And like I said, I just feel like the 60 TPs is really the win condition so far on the side of Naughty Kids, just for the fact that that alpha and that armor is just playing absolute havoc.
Definitely. It looked like a good setup for Caren Tiger. They did get a little bit bamboozled by the mini rotation that Akio V saw in the middle there, which is why they pulled a few of their tanks away from the 1 flag. And while Caren Tiger was getting some good starts, getting a lot of damage across early on in the piece, they weren't able to really get any tanks low enough to cause any problems.
I feel like it was like that double pump coming out from Naughty Kids in terms of the fake. They first go, okay, we're actually going to go into the hillside, and then we're actually going to go south side. But Akio V, you know, he's the chess master here for Caren Tiger. He spots what's going on, so he thinks he's done enough to deter them from that late Nana push. But when it came to about the 4-minute mark, no, Naughty Kids still actually committed through the banana area with the tanks that actually counted, and all of a sudden all the tanks of Caren Tiger were boxed on the left side of the map, and that is not the position you want to be when you're fighting against two 60 TPs, an AMX50B which is just unloading on you. Listeron was able to get 2 clips off without taking any damage pretty much, and if it's as an AMX50B drive, you get 2 clips off and most of them are hitting, that's already your day made. Your 60 TPs have landed at least 3 or 4 shots, that's 2.8k alpha, that's bank made, that's the damage done, and that is pretty much all you needed on the push. And then your Type 5 heavies come in, and the Super Kongs go, oh great, either I sit here and I have to fight, or I get to the cap, but they can't get to the cap because as soon as they go, guess what's looking at them? A Type 5 heavy alongside a 113. So I felt like overall it was just maybe Caren Tiger thought they read into it a little bit too much, thought they actually forced them to double pump back into the southern part of the map into the 2 flag. Wasn't the case.
Definitely some very good play out from whoever was in the 50B. I think it was Liseron.
Yes.
There for Naughty Kids. His positioning was sublime, able to continually get the damage off without being under too much pressure himself. My question is, what happened to Vice Tone? Where was he? What was he doing in all of that right there for Caren Tiger? Because I didn't really see him having much of an impact at all. And the bat chat, you wouldn't think is supposed to be such a big deal on Himmelsdorf, but it definitely is.
I think he was isolated because, once again, it just comes down to how Naughty Kids actually took control well of that, of that hill area pretty much. The 60 TPs, they take a little bit of damage, but they don't take that much damage from there on onwards. I think both 60 TPs actually stay alive, which is absolutely critical. They stay alive, they do the damage, and Vicestone can't really contest that corridor. You can't be relying on that, on the, I think it was a 105mm cannon to actually do the damage at that distance. Like, you have to try to maneuver around, but you can't really go down that mid part because all of a sudden you're seeing Type 5 heavies. So Vicestone, as experienced as you are, you've boxed yourself into an unfavorable situation, and I felt like Naughty Kids just getting a little bit lucky towards that Nana area, because you could imagine what would happen if Caren Tiger actually shifted their focus over into Banana instead of going over into the railway side.
Yeah, for sure. So a little bit of mispositioning perhaps from Caren Tiger in the mid stages of that game does result in the win then for Naughty Kids. Now we're looking to the second half of Himmelsdorf here though. Caren Tiger going to be moving over onto attack this time as opposed to defense. And today actually their attacking side has looked a little bit better than what we anticipated it would. So defense doesn't work out for CT. Not sure how big of a concern that is. Again, a 1-1 here would be fantastic for Caren Tiger, and generally speaking, Himmelsdorf is a little bit more attacking side favored here. So I would expect that Caren Tiger can bring this one back to a 3-1.
I mean, it also depends what setup that Naughty Kids do bring, because we saw earlier on today when they played against GGWP, they pretty much played that tag team duo. You had the 60 TPs working in unison. You also had the Type 5 Heavy alongside with the E4 as well, just trying to control the railway corridor, and it actually worked out. Even if there wasn't an ammo rack, it still felt like that would have been 1500 free damage, 277 still locking down an angle. If you want to challenge a 277, you still have to commit forward. So, I mean, we can say ammo rack, you get a little bit lucky. It still feels like they're positioning themselves in the right way, but the biggest concern here is going to be that mid area, and I feel like Caren Tiger are going to be a lot better at exploiting this than GGWP were. But once again, Naughty Kids, they can change up their setup and their defensive play as well. So
we already saw the attacking side being changed up quite significantly by Naughty Kids. It was not at all similar to what we saw against GGWP there as to what we saw up against Caren Tiger. So for me, I don't necessarily think that Caren Tiger can read too much into what they've already seen from Naughty Kids in the match against GGWP. They have to kind of take this one as it comes and try to figure it out for themselves, do their scouting, do their diligence, and figure out what's going on before they really commit into anything here on the attacking side. To me, Caren Tiger definitely have the ability to do that with a player like Vicestone in that bat chat. He should be able to get a bit of information. Akio V, very, very experienced as well, and we did see that for them with him being able to get so much information in the middle area of the map, in the mid stages of that game as well during the last round. But moving over onto the attacking side, it is a bit of a different ball game, so lots of questions here for Caren Tiger.
yeah, and it really depends on, I think we're going to see the same lineup obviously coming in from Naughty Kids in terms of the same tank lineup, because I don't think we're going to see that much difference. Still going to see the 113 probably in the hands of Kame. Still most likely we'll see the double 60 TP also coming out on the side of Naughty Kids. But really the question is, how many AMX 50Bs are we going to see? How many Type Heavies are we going to see? So
that's a good question, Kevin. And let's see when we get into this tank lineup. 60 TP is definitely an option for Naughty Kids. E4 perhaps on the defense as well, not a bad choice.
We've seen the E4 a couple of times today on the defensive side. That's either used, I mean, predominantly used to control a railway corridor, as opposed to where it traditionally is sat hold down near the 2 flag, I think it is. So in that little ruined building where it can just sit there pretty much just 750 alpha, 750 alpha, 750 alpha. So
no E4 this time for Naughty Kids, but quite a few 60 TPs, 50Bs. Interesting choices. Bat chats out for Caren Tiger, 2 of them in fact. You don't very often see that, but a little bit of extra mobility to counteract the extra heaviness that they do get out of the 3 Type 5s.
These Type 5s are going to have an absolute field day. Pretty much 4 tanks.
And a mouse.
Yeah, I mean 2 tanks they can prey on, sorry. There's no bat chats in play for Naughty Kids. But yeah, there's like Mouse and Mara that's going to be leading the charge. Vicestone, like you said on the bat chat, going to be spotting around alongside with Madame as well. They're going to be absolutely critical in getting a lot of this information. But the triple 60 TP setup, let's see how this is going to roll. Because this is actually, when you think about it, pretty devastating. If all of these 60 TPs just unload into one person, that's the 5A dead. Which is scary when you think about it.
Yeah, it could be. Depending on the rolls, but you're right. That said, I wonder how effectively they do actually trade against a Type 5.
And the Type 5s are going to be rolling into where the AMX 50Bs are going to be going. Oh no, this might turn out terribly. Frog has to be spotting this out beforehand. Otherwise, AMX is going to be rolling into an absolute disaster at this stage. Listeron, you don't want to be committing forward. You can see they're backing up at Kirishima. He's pushing forward at the moment. He knows what's going on at the stage. And look, honestly, as a 50B,
too much damage there,
if you take that much from a Type 5, you're going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, you're going to be pretty happy with that. Not losing too much HP could have definitely been worse for Lizeron, but the Type 5s don't have the ability to chase down Kid9, getting absolutely smacked in the side there by AkiOV. Very nice setup already from Caren Tiger, and Naughty Kids, they're trying to really press the issue here, but I'm not sure about this. Yupa has been isolated a little bit. That said, though, Vicetone coming in on the side. He is going to be the flanking reinforcement here for Yupa. Takes down Mikan. Yupa will continue the push on forward here, trying to back up his teammate as well.
Yeah, this is really good focus fire coming out from Caren Tiger, and this is an absolute disaster right now because the bat chats haven't even clipped out just yet. Look at the damage that are coming in from Dame as well as Vicetone. Absolutely beautiful. And now Yupa also just going to be angling the armor a little bit, trying to draw the shot from Kirishima. So, okay, it looks like Kirishima and Kirishima are in the same match, so can confirm they're not the same person. But this is just terrible coming out from Naughty Kids. Look at the HP at this stage. It's an absolute disaster. They're trying to unload into the Type 5 of Kirishima at the moment. Should be able to get the kill, but they're going to be clipped out pretty much at the stage. Well, and guess what? The bat chats are going to be off.
We're just waiting. Vicetone now coming off the reload. More Dame in 5 seconds, and here comes another power play for Caren Tiger. They will start to press on forward. The Type 5's ready to fire. Yupa already throwing out his shot. Hellcry as well. And more Dame in the bat chat having an impact. Vicetone still yet to be involved in this fight, but here he goes straight in onto RPK and onto Lizeron. And this looks like it is going to be the death knell finally for Naughty Kids. A very, very fast round out here from Caren Tiger. Mostly thanks to Naughty Kids, actually. But in the end, just very, very nicely defended from Caren Tiger.
Yeah, and well, this is just absolute cleanup at the moment. 3 Type 5 heavies going into 2 AMX 50Bs. You already know what the story is going to be most of the time. And yeah, just really aggressive play coming out from Naughty Kids. They wanted to change things up, but I'd say sometimes if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And a 1-1 split, sure you go, look, Naughty Kids, you expect a 1-1 split, but the way that 1-1 split went, it's like...
I don't know if you expect a 1-1 split. You know, that's Naughty Kids' first map choice, so 1-1 probably not ideal.
Here's the whole thing. After Sand River, this is where I start talking about the Sand River should have been a 1-1 split, should have been a 2-2, would have been like, series definitely alive at the stage. But now Caren Tiger, they're up 3-1. And they're in the position where it's like, they can keep training 1-1 and they'll still win the series 5-3. So they're actually in a very comfortable situation at this stage when we're going into much more open maps. But yeah, it was just really, really brave from RPK as well as Listeron just charging now with the AMX 50Bs into a corridor where they had no exit. And it's, yeah, they didn't take that much damage. And sure, they were able to clip out maybe 1 Type 5 heavy. But at a stage, it was too late. Naughty Kids, they're trying to push the agenda. They're trying too hard to dictate the terms when they shouldn't need to.
Yeah, not ideal, obviously, for Naughty Kids in the end there. I think what else was a problem for them is that they saw Yupa. They thought, great, we've caught Yupa off, but that was actually in reality a trap from Caren Tiger. That's a pretty default setup from Caren Tiger, with the Type 5s being in position to deal with the 50Bs initially. Yupa as well having the backup there from Vicetone. It seemed like all of the pieces of the puzzle were in the right position there for Caren Tiger, and Naughty Kids kind of walked into that trap. So that's maybe just a little bit of a failure to read that from Naughty Kids. A lack of experience as well there from them as well. That does put that over the line now to Caren Tiger and turns it into a 3-1. A little bit problematic here for Naughty Kids. I don't see a 2-0 on Muravanka again. I'm sorry. We've already seen on Muravanka, Naughty Kids, they didn't really have a particularly strong defensive side. And Caren Tiger on the attack have already been able to pick up one against reported on that particular map as well. So I think a 1-1 here, worst case scenario for Caren Tiger.
I think we're going to see 1-1 once again. Just both attacking sides picking it up, but I could be surprised. Maybe the defensive side have been able to figure out a few fixes for the problems we were discussing earlier. If you have just tuned in, one of my theories at this stage is because the Magic Forest control with the super heavies is actually really strong, and that's why we're seeing so many of these Japanese teams actually commit forces down there. And it's really just a mind game at this stage. Do you commit forces to the Magic Forest and actually gamble correctly? Or do you commit too many forces and you leave the one flag open? Or do you commit to the one flag and then they take the Magic Forest? And then we even saw what happened with GGWP. They put in an IS-7 pretty much. They just ran down Magic Forest with an IS-7, put him in a hold down position and just spotted out every single tank in the known universe and just played the game from there.
Yeah, definitely. There is a lot of mind games when it comes to Muravanka. I think it's really one of the more difficult ones to just figure out, I think, even on both sides. Like, I've always felt that Muravanka should, in theory, be a defensively sided map, but it always tends to be a bit more attacking sided than I would be led to believe. Whether that's just because the players don't necessarily understand exactly how well they need to be defending or what they need to be doing. Maybe they're not as comfortable with this map. Regardless, it seems to be attacking side favored. At the very least today, we've seen 4 rounds go the attacking way and not a single one go to the defense. Could change here today, but for Naughty Kids, they're going to hope that they can get at least one on the defense.
I was going to
follow it up with the attack.
I was going to say, I'm fairly certain the pro players know what they're doing.
Oh, well, yeah.
But it was like, it's, I think, difficult because the way that the terrain is actually postured on the defensive side, how the meta shifts, because remember when we saw WGL last season, there wasn't any real Magic Forest control. It was literally just a brawl on the one flag every single time. Like, how many maps actually went for, let's pretend to get Magic Forest control, which is really just reality, one bat chat coming forward and just buggering off. It's like, that's not control of the map. The way that you take control is you commit 3 or 4 super heavies, your super conks, your IS-7s in a train, you commit forward, you clear out their entire sector, and you leave a single tank there to play around with the foliage and play around the terrain, so you go hold down. And that is where the danger lies, because where do you sit as a defender? You're effectively boxed into a quarter of the map, and you can't really proceed from there. You push any further on your left side, you risk losing the 2 flag. You push towards the Magic Forest, well, then you're in real danger of losing the 1 flag, because that's been cut off by a massive hill. So I just feel like it's really down to that hill and town control, and it's very, very difficult to maintain that on the defensive side, because either due to spawn or the risks that you have to associate with making the plays as well, it is a hard thing. I mean, I think we have to have a larger sample size, obviously, before we can actually fully guess how the defensive efforts are going to play out, because maybe the European teams have figured it out. So,
well, yeah,
that's the whole thing,
If
right?
anyone's going to figure it out, it typically would be the Russian teams.
Exactly.
I don't know how much World of Tanks is going on competitively speaking in Russia. I don't necessarily follow it too much anymore. But yeah, if you're going to have a look at anyone, it typically was those guys, as they were back-to-back victors in the grand finals year after year. But yeah, moving on to Muravanka, we'll see how this one does go. I mean, I think the meta has changed quite a bit in the sense that, like, you were talking about the Magic Forest control not necessarily being so much of a thing for WGL. What the Magic Forest usually was used for was when typically tanks would drive onto the 1 flag from the attacking team. You would get tanks coming in through the Magic Forest, bat chats usually, to try and look for resets through the town, because there are firing lines down through the town into the 1 flag. That was what it was always there for. You might leave an attacking bat chat there to kind of spot or to kind of cause a bit of a problem for those guys, but that was really the extent of the battles that went on in the Magic Forest. There was never that full commitment all the way through the southern part of the map like we tend to be seeing these days.
And I'm just wondering at the stage, and this is obviously, look, I don't know more than these players are, that's a disclaimer, but I wonder what would happen if the defensive side actually started to try to brawl a little bit in the Magic Forest as well. Get a couple of your tanks to start brawling and try it, because the most we've seen is commitment from 4 tanks, right? So what happens if you split up your tanks about a 4-3 and actually commit it a little bit closer to Magic Forest? Who knows?
I think the real issue for the defensive side, if they wanted to try and take control of the Magic Forest, is that their timing isn't going to be quite as quick to get there as what the attacking side would be. So it's very difficult to actually mount an assault into the Magic Forest. Obviously in 15v15 it's a bit of a different story, because the spawn positions are different, and the general areas where the battles actually ensue are a little bit different. But in a 7v7 format, typically the attacking side is going to be able to get into the Magic Forest and a lot further into the Magic Forest, get better positions, and if the defensive side was trying to push up, they'd be basically running through open territory, which would be free shots. So they can't really commit to a fight there early on in the Magic Forest. It comes down to later on down the track, if you want to re-engage, take some more control there later on, and then hope, or at least you would hope, or hopefully you would know that there's not going to be any players in that Magic Forest from the attacking side, that they would have all rotated off.
Like I said, a lot of things have changed. Obviously, the 1.0 patch coming forward, and I mean, like I said, greater minds probably have the answer compared to us. So, I mean, all we can do is really hypothesize at the end of the day. And like I said, I don't have that many battles.
Yeah.
So, no experience in 7s. So a lot of it's just...
7v7 is a very different format.
Exactly. And a lot of it's just theory crafting in terms of, well, this is a problem that we're seeing. Now, how could a defensive team actually play around it? That's what I'm trying to think at this stage. So trying to pretend to be a chess mastermind, but in reality, I'm still stuck, I don't know, bashing rocks
Like
together.
you can be one of the best players in a 15v15 format, and then as soon as you get into 7v7, you're essentially helpless because you have no idea. So much of the game and so much of your knowledge of the game is based on sort of muscle memory and what you expect to be occurring based on certain things that you can see. But it's essentially like playing a new game when you're into a 7v7. All the angles are different, the positions are different, the timing is different. The game plays out so differently in a 7v7 format, and that's why I always talk about the WGL experience being such a key factor. Could be a key factor here in Caren Tiger getting a victory today over Naughty Kids. There is a possibility for them to make it a 5-1. Would have to start off pretty well. See who's on the defense here to start off with. Caren Tiger. So we're not necessarily expecting them to win this round in particular, but the next round certainly would be what they'd want to get to. And if Naughty Kids lose this one, well, then things are a little bit more up in the air. Caren Tiger would be the first team today to have won on the defensive side of Muravenka.
Well, here we are. Naughty Kid's going to be committing over into this one flag. This is the exact same strategy we saw. Frog down in the middle, and the rest of the boys going to be committing into that one flag. Maybe they're going to be backing off a little bit. As you can see, the bat chats don't want to be ramming into your teammate. Helkurai trying to get this forward position to try to pressure that 430U, but some of the shots are going to be missing. That long distance. So now the 430U definitely under a little bit of pressure. Still the rest of the tanks coming forward. I do want to say Hallian's actually got the 13105, so not something that we see often these days.
No, not really. Normally we used to see the 1390 back in the day. Very, very good for sitting in a bush. It was quite high camo. Naughty Kids starting to push onto the flag and trying to put some pressure back in onto Caren Tiger. See if they can maybe catch off Hellcry here. Rotation is starting to come across from Caren Tiger. Hellion the only one left on the other side of the map. Already a lot of health being bled by Naughty Kids. They have still a little bit of an advantage because they came in with tanks that had a bit more HP.
Just trying to figure out where Hallian is sitting at the stage. I really can't. Okay, no, he's sitting near the 2 flag, okay, which is pretty much the role that you want to be playing as that AMX. Now, Neo, he's on reset duty at the stage. You can see Mukin and Kirish Seema are going to be trying to situate themselves with the 60 TPs, hold down. This is where Helkurai's position was absolutely critical now, because he's in a position where he can just duck in, try to reset and fall away.
Frog's position also very, very important in the town for Naughty Kids, holding down any possible easy resets through the backside of Naughty Kids. Caren Tiger here having a bit of trouble getting these resets. Hellcry might have to commit forward a little bit further to get one inevitably. 10 seconds left. Something has to break here for Caren Tiger. Now they've fully pushed on forward. There's one big reset. They've all fallen off the cap, and this is where Caren Tiger now will start the brawl.
Yeah, but this is where Yupa has to be really, really cautious as well. It has to be angling that front over to the 60 TPs. The 60 TPs are going to be focusing down on that Super Conk, trying to do some module damage down the front. But Kirasima also just still the 60 TPs holding their ground. Need to be cautious though, as AkiOV has lost his gun. Now it looks like the brawl is really just resolving back in the favor of Naughty Kids. A lot of HP being bled for both sides. Vicetone, he's going to cop from that 60 TP, going to be absolutely blown up. And now Neo also going to be tracked up as well. These 60 TPs are still alive, not for much longer though.
Yupa being such a key part of this victory for Caren Tiger, if it is indeed going to be a victory. Alien coming in late in the 13105, firing a few shots into the back of the 60 TP. Easy done, easy to penetrate with the 13105 through the back.
He's set on fire though. That's absolutely devastating because he doesn't have a fire extinguisher, and I think there might be just enough damage to take out Hallian. No, he's still barely alive. Trying to drive away. I thought there might have been enough. But now Caren Tiger, they got the tank advantage, but not the HP advantage. Roracle's still very, very healthy. Alyssa he's going to be the linchpin alongside with Frog on that 60 TP.
Tank advantage is kind of a big deal at this point when it comes down to a 4v3. You're able to cover off so much more of the map, and Naughty Kids don't necessarily have play-making tanks either. Neo might be the one that's the most isolated here, perhaps the one that Naughty Kids can actually find the bat chat maybe to push in on there, but Lizeron needs to be very careful. He's the one that can make the difference here for Naughty Kids. Alien, the same can be said for him. Those are the two key tanks right now that can spot, that can be mobile, that can burst tanks down. Frog in the 60 TP pushing forward, looking for some positioning, does take a shot, but it's going to bounce. No, actually, it was a connection. Frog, he's out of position here. He's sitting up into the middle of a crossfire of Caren Tiger.
Yeah, they've just walked straight in. Once again, it's just so discombobulated at this stage coming from Naughty Kids. They need to take a little bit of time and just reconsider, but Frog's just died pretty much for absolutely nothing, and Yupa's also spotted out Listeron. Hallian's able to rotate across, and Yupa knows he's got the HP advantage, doesn't mind being clipped out.
If he gets a ram in here.
Exactly, if he gets a ram here, it doesn't matter. Oh, he does get the ram as well. He catches Listeron on the edge, and this has just gone from terrible to worse at the stage because Caren Tiger will go up 4-1 on his defensive side.
Yeah, that's a big loss for Naughty Kids. Roracle trying to hold on for as long as he can, but against 4 tanks, they're just going to be too easy of a crossfire being set up. Helkarai will survive the shot. Naughty Kids do drop there on the attacking side, and Caren Tiger, they are showing their experience, they are showing their power, and now they're on match point here in the APAC Masters Finals.
Yeah, 4-1 at this stage as well. It's been absolutely convincing so far. And I mean, for Naughty Kids, this must be some of the nerves now calling because, I mean, some of the questionable decisions, they're trying to hasten the pace, etc., etc. That one was a little bit better, but that was just an all-round brawl, which at the end of the day, it just looks like Caren Tiger has the experience to deal with it. They understand how to use their HP, and once again, comes down to these clutch situations. Sure, it's a 3-on-4, but Frog, man, you don't need to be committing at that stage. You've got a lot of HP. You know vaguely where the enemy tanks are. Don't have to be too scared of the AMX. You can take your time and decide where you want to go. Play around with Listeron, who's still got that bat chat, who can really be doing a bit of spotting alongside with your Super Conk. You've got the HP advantage. I mean, you probably don't know it, but you probably should be suspecting, all right, we're still decently healthy. Let's go in together. But they go in one by one. They all die.
Yeah. Give that advantage. That's where their numbers advantage can be so impactful, is when Naughty Kids do misplay it. What you want to be doing is trading HP for kills as Naughty Kids in that scenario, but in fact they trade HP for pretty much nothing at all. Maybe a little bit of an HP. Even if you trade evenly in terms of the HP, as long as you're not taking tanks off the field, Caren Tiger is always going to win that because they will keep the extra guns in the game, and extra guns in the game means more damage. This was a nice individual play out from Yupa. It could have been a little bit scary had he not got that ram because he might have been clipped out, but there was still quite enough of a backup left that he probably would be okay. Of course, nice to make that individual play work for him. Now 4-1 though, and Caren Tiger moving on to the attacking side of Muro. They've already been able to pick up the attacking side win today. Naughty Kids, their defensive side, I'm sorry, wasn't particularly exciting against GGWP, so questions starting to arise for me here. A 5-1 would be very disappointing in the grand final for Naughty Kids, given how close they generally are against Caren Tiger and the fact that they beat them in the Japanese final to get to this position. I would be a little bit worried and a little bit scared now as Naughty Kids.
I think Naughty Kids, there's no chance they can bounce back from here now. I know that's pretty harsh to say, but they're down 4-1, and we've seen teams that can crumble under this. And Caren Tiger just had the resolve coming into the finals. They exactly knew what they wanted to execute, and this is a scenario they've been time and time again. And this is a scenario which Naughty Kids really haven't been. Grand finals to win the APAC League, the Masters, and this is the final hurdle, but this is the first time they're encountering the hurdle, is that correct?
Naughty Kids, yeah, this is the first time they're in the APAC
The first
finals.
time is always the hardest because you're shaking, you're like really excited, all right, let's bring it. But you start making a couple of decisions you normally wouldn't make because you're feeling a little bit under the pressure. Like Kid9, for example, first time in the finals, really want to prove yourself and really want to try to catch Caren Tiger off guard. Start making some aggressive plays on the defensive side, which I would question because their defensive players honestly have been decent so far. I wouldn't say they were tested against the strongest opponent in GGWP, but they were able to take the 5-4, and I don't think it was in this style they took the 5-4.
Yeah, we need to see how this next one does play out. Hoping to see something a little bit more from Naughty Kids, but if they're going to be able to pull off a defensive side win, I'll be pretty surprised. They actually haven't won defensive side at all just yet in this series either. Their one attacking round, one round win has actually come on the attack as well. So to me, Naughty Kids definitely need to step up against Caren Tiger, and we're not really seeing that. I always touch on the experience and the power of Caren Tiger, the individuals as well, in these pressure-filled scenarios. Well, Naughty Kids don't necessarily have that. They are going to be now in their most pressure-filled scenario that they've probably ever faced as individuals. You're down 4-1 in the final of the APAC Masters, and if you do lose this round, you're done. That's it. Caren Tiger are not even going to be feeling any pressure at this point because they have so much time to play with. They've got so many rounds to play with, and they're not concerned at all. Everything's been going to plan for them. Naughty Kids, are they even going to be able to have that mental fortitude to get the better of Caren Tiger and to maybe even bring this one back, to a 4-2, 4-3, salvage some pride? Not to say that they can get back to a tiebreaker in that 4-4, but at least even get a couple more rounds on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know at the end of the day. 4-1, you're down on the defensive side, and I mean, you normally would have taken, I guess, heart in the fact that defensive side of Muravanka is okay, but like I said, that was the first time the attacking side actually failed on Muravanka for today, so it's 4-1 in the favor of the attacking side so far. And at this stage, you've got to really be favoring Caren Tiger to close things out, just to tie things up and put it in the bag as well, it feels like everything's worked for them in the final so far. This has not felt like the same caliber of Naughty Kids that we saw when Naughty Kids was up against GGWP. This feels like a completely different one. Whereas the Caren Tiger feels like pretty much the same when they're up against Reported. Maybe tightened a few things up and made sure they haven't given away any loose opportunities. But it really feels like it's just, once again, they're just bringing in, I wouldn't even say their A+ game, probably their B+ game.
I actually think this is looking like a better Caren Tiger than what we saw against Reported. Like you said, I feel like they've tightened the ship. There was a few little minor things there for them that weren't quite going their way, but now we're seeing the focus fire look really good. They're getting themselves in good positions. They're getting that early damage out and putting the early pressure on and putting that doubt in the mind of Naughty Kids from sort of the get-go of every single round. It just seems like Caren Tiger are kind of dictating things, and it's a complete flip from what Naughty Kids did face against GGWP, where they were the ones that were being proactive and they were the ones that were making the magic happen. This time, they're the ones that are trying to have to react, and it's not working particularly nicely for them at all. As we can see, they're down 4-1, now headed into the potential final round here. Caren Tiger would love to close it out 5-1, make it an easy night at the office, and shut down Naughty Kids once again, as has been their job more often than not.
Why is Marmot from Naughty Kids supporting Caren Tiger? That's interesting.
I think it's just a meme, Kevin. It's a meme.
It's a meme. Go, Caren. Let's go, CT. Let's go. You gotta tell me the history of these memes.
You think I know these things? I don't know these things.
I thought you were an expert water tanker.
Maybe at one point 6 months ago to a year ago, but no longer.
This is what happens when you get a girlfriend. Don't get a girlfriend, guys.
Yeah.
Your win 8 goes down.
It does.
Correlation.
I'm sure my W1 8 would be absolutely shocking if I started to really try hardcore in World of Tanks again. It would be disastrous.
All right, let's take a look at the lineup for Caren Tiger, though. A lot more proactive in terms of the vision. 3 autoloaders alongside with Hallion on that T100 LT, who's going in for a bit of a spotting run. Similarly, though, there is a T100 LT in the hands of Frog as well, but just more orientated around the Super Conquerors. Naughty Kids are.
Yeah, no 60 TPs. Caren Tiger with big patrol of bat chats, 3 of them. Vicetone firing off a couple of shots here, not connecting too much. He is spamming away at something, but not really doing a whole lot. He's going to go on the reload. Yupa also just doing a bit of debris clearing.
Once again, it just seems like it's going to be the slow Magic Forest control coming out from Hallion, who's just doing a little bit of spotting. But the IS-7s as well, Super Conks, all of Naughty Kids actually rolling into position to potentially push a little bit further than where the 1 flag is and maybe start challenging a little bit.
Yeah, Yupa would need to be a little careful, but looks like he's backed off already. Neo, he might be the one that's caught out here if Naughty Kids continue this push on forward. He's going to fire a warning shot in. It's that one into Carissima. I wonder what Naughty Kids do decide to do. Looks like they're going to continue the push on forward. This is going to be a big brawl.
I think this is going to be a 5-1. You can see the position right now. It's that you can't, if you commit so many forces to take down Neo, you're going to be exposing yourself to a crossfire at this stage with everyone else. And, well, Yupa, this is where the gun depression does come in handy. Needs to be cautious. Now out come the bat chance. Going to try and overwhelm Neo. Where are the rest of the forces coming forward? Vicetone trying to cover off at the best he can. But IS-7 also putting some shots in the AQOV as well. And all these shots being bounced right now by Kid 9.
Yeah, Naughty Kids still having a pretty reasonable trade at the moment. Caren Tiger haven't got themselves in good positions. Yupa's been tracked, taken down. Nero probably gets taken out here by RPK as well. And it looks like he will. There we go. 2 players now down for Caren Tiger. I don't know if they're going to be able to swing this one back. They just bounced too many shots, got themselves in some poor positions, and Naughty Kids have definitely taken advantage of it. Caren Tiger too slow on the rotation. Where is the response, though? These bat chats need to have a big power play here for Caren Tiger.
And I don't think they've made it as well. They were trying to chase down that 2-100 LT, and that's not an easy chase to ever be having at this stage. So Kid 9 is going to be pushing back by himself. Needs to be cautious, though. Doesn't want to be surrounded by a few bat chats. They're pretty much set up in a couple of firing corridors. Morrow's still alive as well in the mouse, means that he can at least soak up a little bit of the damage. And Kid 9, that is a good shot onto Helkurai. And out comes Frog as well, looking to really dictate the pace. And Naughty Kids, I was really scared for them pushing into that crossfire, but it looks like they made the most of it, and well played to them. That's exactly what they needed.
Helkurai is definitely not in a good position here. He is being chased down by a few of those Naughty Kids players. Caren Tiger scrambling for positioning right now. You can see they are in all sorts. It's going to be very tough indeed for Caren Tiger to come back from this one. I think it's actually pretty disappointing how that one's played out for Caren Tiger. They had a really good position. They should have been able to win that. Naughty Kids running right into their sightlines, but they missed so many shots, bounced so many shots, and the bat chance had absolutely no impact either. It's a massive failure from Caren Tiger, but maybe they can bring it back.
I have to see, though, as Naughty Kids just waited to gather their forces. They realize that, hang on a moment, we've got the tank advantage. We know Mara is isolated, so that's an even bigger tank advantage at this stage. Hellion, though, with the camo net, really difficult to spot him out. This is really down to Frog trying to move his way down the K line to try to get the spotting down in the resets of the rest of the Super Conks on the hill. Mitkin and Kid 9, though, full HP. This is really coming down to the bat chat battles. 3 bat chats still alive, though, for Caren Tiger. And if they're able to unload all their clips into RPK and Listeron and dance around, could be absolutely instrumental.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not too much between these two teams, to be honest. Yeah, of course, a bit of HP, but if the bat chats are firing uncontested, they're not spotted, then definitely this can very much change very quickly indeed. RPK is a one-shot as well, so take him out of the equation. That would be lovely. Helkurai now has been lit here by Naughty Kids. They know where he is. They know where Maro is, but they are starting to take a little bit of damage here. Need to see some trades back from Naughty Kids. Caren Tiger getting a little bit of the better of it.
Oh my god! No way, Frog just tracked a bat chat. Vicetone's still alive and still able to do damage because the shot doesn't go through. And now the bat chats, well, they're in big trouble. They aren't able to connect these shots onto the IS-7s. They don't have the best penetration power. And I mean, Helkurai's loaded APCR. You just cannot get through that lower plate of the IS-7 reliably with the APCR rounds. And there you have it. Helkurai's going to go down. He still had a bit of a clip on him. Vicetone, he's going to try to do his best, unload the rest of his shots. That's it. He's on a 30-second reload. Should go down the Frog. There you are. Vicetone dead as well. And now it is going to be that 3-on-6. And this is pretty much undoable at the stage. Unless AKIOV as well as Hellion can pull off a miracle, it is most likely not going to happen.
Yeah, Hellion won't be able to win that battle against Frog either, not with that extra bit of a tap from Kid 9 as well. I can kind of understand why Helkurai did have the AP loaded as opposed to the Heat. He knew that there was quite a few bat chats and the T100 LT still available there for Naughty Kids, so he wanted to be able to get that little bit of extra shell speed, shell velocity, instead of the penetration power. Makes it a lot easier to hit tanks that are on the move, that are moving very quickly. But in the end, it was his undoing as he was fighting against an IS-7. Had he had the heat shells there, it would have been much easier to penetrate the lower plate. You can even penetrate the upper plate at times of the IS-7, depending on the angle with the heat ammo for the bat chat. So that might have made the difference had he been able to keep that position alive, had he been able to take down Kid 9, but not going to be the case here. Caren Tiger are going to be losing this round, and Naughty Kids will progress on with a defensive side win of their own.
So just like that, it's gone from 4 attacking wins to 2 defensive wins. So, well, at least Naughty Kids still keeping their hopes alive so far. That's going to be a lot of confidence. And once again, it comes to the back of them actually making a play. So, which is quite interesting because it is really risky. Because I was theorizing, what would happen if you commit your forces like that? And that's exactly what Naughty Kids did. And Caren Tiger does not set up to really deal with it. Their bat chats were out of position, unable to really unload onto the super heavies and do the damage that they needed to. And as a result, Naughty Kids, they had a full HP IS-7, a full HP Super Conk, which they can continue the pressure with. Lister on an RPK were also still alive, ready to clip out as soon as your heavies did go in and tank out pretty much to clips. So,
yeah, well, for now, Caren Tiger is really just running around. I'm not sure exactly what Maro and AKIOV are hoping for at this point. In a 2v6 with 2.5 minutes on the clock, there's literally almost no chance that you win this. Not unless all the Naughty Kids players disconnect at this point.
yeah, I don't think we're going to see that happen, especially if one of your shots as an autoloader is going to miss as well. That's never going to be good. Down to 100 HP, where is a shot coming forward? Barely missing. You can see it whizzing above his tank.
I don't really get it. I think if I was Caren Tiger in this situation, I would just want to get it over and done with and get into that next map. I suppose you can use this as a little bit of time to discuss what you want to be doing on mines. It is essentially a free tactical pause in a sense. You just run around, waste 3 or 4 or 5 even minutes and just have a bit of a chat. De-stress, allow some people to go to the toilet, get some food, get some water. While APAC is literally driving around the map.
I mean, that's probably what he's doing at this stage, is going, all right, this is what we want to be doing, this is where we're going to be going, etc., etc. I mean, he has been spotted out now, so it's really the question of who's going to land the shot. Is it going to be the Super Conks? Is it going to be the Bat Chat? You see the shots just whizzing around. And there it is. Finally, it is going to be the captain of Naughty Kids that clean it up, so they keep the hopes alive. It's going to be 2-4. They do actually pick up, I guess, that single round and make it a 1-1 split on Murovanka at the end. Yeah,
defensively split as well this time. So, yeah, I want to go back to that from Naughty Kids, that push that they made. Very, very risky play, in my opinion. We're going to see why here, actually, in the replay as well. Because of the fact of that Super Conqueror being in that position, I really think it is actually a big, big failure from Caren Tiger to keep that player alive. If Neo survives, that's the entire push shut down from Naughty Kids. But they allowed 2 Bat Chats to actually cross without really taking too much damage. RPK, sure, he gets down to a 1-shot, but he's well and truly safe. What we needed to see from Caren Tiger there was absolutely more punishment of what Naughty Kids was trying to do. Yes, they were on the rotation, but they did have tanks in the position to be able to deal with that. APAC in the Bat Chat was just taking a front-on fight against an IS-7, trying to poke up a hill in a Bat Chat. It's never going to work. He should have either committed or not pushed it at all, and so he was kind of in 2 minds. They didn't keep the Super Conqueror alive. Positioning was pretty good from Caren Tiger, but they just didn't hit their shots. They didn't execute on the positions that they had.
Yeah, and it was just really, really surprising at the end of the day also to see Naughty Kids there. I mean, I guess if you live by the sword, you've got to die by the sword, right? This aggression that's coming out. I mean, imagine you're down 1-4. If you lose, you're out, and they just go, all right, let's push into them.
I don't really...
I don't rate it, to be honest, but if that's how you're going to win, then I guess at the very least you've got to make it work, right? That's what they've been committing this entire time, but that's only worked once out of how many times? And they can't afford to slip up one more time, and this always goes back to, imagine if they were able to take that 1-1 on Sand River at the stage. The scorelines would be 3 apiece, it'd be tighter, and now they have to secure the 2-0 to make it into tiebreakers. What a story that would be. This is where the players need to be stepping up on Mines, though. Yeah,
definitely. Mines, again, a map that Caren Tiger did actually lose 2-0 to reported earlier on today. So there's maybe a bit of past history that would dictate that maybe there is a chance for a 2-0 here for Naughty Kids. We didn't get to see Naughty Kids on Mines against GGWP because they finished that series off a little bit too quickly in the end. I would like to see CT change the little bit up when it does come to Mines. It didn't seem like they had particularly close matches even there against Reported. They put themselves in pretty poor positions early on and Reported took advantage of it.
I think really so far the difference for Caren Tiger has been when the Bat Chats have been decisive in their rotations, pretty much Caren Tiger are pretty secure in their victories, but as soon as these Bat Chats are a little bit hesitant, don't come into the right position, that's it. They heavies don't trade out efficiently, and this is where the difference is starting to show through a little bit with Naughty Kids, is that when in the hands, if you've got your players on the 60 TPs and everything, they trade out efficiently. The Bat Chat players, I think, on par a little bit weaker, but I'd say the heavy players on the side of Naughty Kids are probably better than the players on Caren Tiger in terms of the focus fire and in terms of the strength of the tanks that they play as well, because we do see the 60 TPs coming out, and 2 60 TPs that are focusing firing on one target is going to be a lot more damaging than 2 Super Kongs trying to focus on one target for that first initial fight.
Yeah, a little bit of a divergence from what we used to talk about when we were kind of characterizing Caren Tiger in WGL. We always said that they had really strong heavy tank players like APAC, players like Yupa. These guys been around the block for quite a long time, and they did like to play things like the IS-7, the 5As back in the day, and they really had a good time on those, but not so much, at least at the moment, it seems. Again, I just think that was a pretty bad mid-round sort of situation for Caren Tiger. I'm not going to draw too many conclusions there from Murovanka. The win on Himmelsdorf as well, coming out from Naughty Kids, fairly reasonable, but neither of those rounds in particular have been quite as convincing as some of the rounds that we have actually seen out from Caren Tiger. So I'm still very much leaning on the side of Caren Tiger here. I think a 1-1 on Mines is definitely a reasonable assumption that they should be able to make that. Whether it is the first round, whether it is the second, depends on what side they're starting on. Personally, I think the defensive side, it may be a little bit easier here for Caren Tiger than the attacking side, but we'll have to see.
I mean, I was going to say that it's going to be 2 sides of attack for Naughty Kids if they do get to it. Their defense is effectively, they attack into the opponent. I wouldn't be surprised to see on their defense, they take this hill control with pretty much 4 of these tanks, and they're ready to lay into the opposition. But hopefully Caren Tiger don't go for the same strategy into the river once again. I didn't really like that, but that also felt like Reported were in a situation where they set up correctly around it and they were able to punish it as well. So, I mean, on the flip side as well, we haven't really seen any of the testing over towards the hill area, and that's also because the Batchat can get very quick control of that area as well, and it's very difficult to actually cap out there because there's a lot of reset potential now coming in from that mid part of mines.
I don't really feel like there's too many other options actually when it does come to the attacking side. I feel like you have to put someone on that beach cap and try and force some pressure out from there. What the options do become beyond that is more so where you set up the rest of your tanks. Are you taking control of the middle hill? Are you really putting all your eggs in the basket of the zero line? We saw Caren Tiger really fully committing to the zero line in their attack against Reported. What I'd like to see here, if they are starting on the attack, which based on the team composition, they could be with the Mouse and the 277s, I would like to see a little bit more presence in toward the hill, maybe with that Super Conqueror of Yupa or the 5A of ACIOV, something. The same can be said, Vicetone and Halion really didn't have much of an impact at all, or whoever was in the bat chats on the attack from Caren Tiger against Reported. They didn't do too much in those bat chats, so we need to see a little bit more from them as well.
Here we are, so Caren Tiger rolling with most of their tanks straight up into the mid-hill area. Very, very aggressive play, which is not going to be punished by Naughty Kids. They decide not to put any tanks into mid, and that is very interesting.
Well, Naughty Kids have already managed to take control of the 1-2 line for themselves. Big change up from Caren Tiger, though, and Naughty Kids maybe have been baited into a poor setup here, depending on where Caren Tiger do actually commit to. Sending their bat chats around through the side of the map. That's HE Shell doing a bit of damage to Frog's gun. Not bad, not bad.
I'd be pretty annoyed.
Yeah, you would be, but if you
gotta be using this repair
Caren
kit.
Tiger, you'd be happy with that. That's the repair kit done and dusted, at least for the next 90 seconds.
The Super Kongs just gonna be positioning themselves on the hill for now. But look at this posturing around the 1 flag as well that's coming out on the side of Caren Tiger. I think Naughty Kids are in a position where they can reset this, but obviously the danger right now is the fact that Vicetone is still going to be on this cliff side trying to control vision with the bat chat. Halion's also fallen back as well to make sure that Naughty Kids can't really take control of the 1 line. A lot of pings going on at the stage.
Yeah, Naughty Kids trying to figure out what on earth Caren Tiger are doing.
But surely they've got to be suspecting there's going to be presence over here at the 1 flag after that presence shown at mid. But imagine if they had one person that went up mid, was able to spot a couple of things out. I mean, it could have been a different story, but I mean, on the defensive side, if you commit as a bat chat, there is no way down for you, just like there was a way for, I guess, Bales to come sliding down the defensive side. Not as much of an option.
Yeah, definitely. Halion and Vicetone situating themselves on the 1-2 line. We could potentially see them cross all the way down into the southern part of the map, which really could be the undoing of Caren Tiger, as there are definitely tanks set up to deal with that for Naughty Kids. Myro leading a bit of a charge up the hill here. No one deciding to invest too many shells into that Mouse, at least not yet.
I would not fire at all as RPK.
If RPK clips out here, then I think Caren Tiger do send those bat chats down.
I mean, he's already fired 1 shot. This is going to make his job even more difficult.
Yupa's managed to get across without taking a single point of damage. That's pretty big news.
That's good as a Super Conqueror because you can really just manipulate that environment, especially around the 1 flag. I mean, 2 flag a little bit as well if Caren Tiger decide to come back, but they've got a lot of map control right now. Proxy spot is going to come out from Marmot though, so it means Yupa can't really fully utilize that position. But similarly, Marmot is going to be pretty much permanently at this stage as long as Yupa dances around. And you can just put some blind shots somewhere, try to do some damage, try to spot a couple more tanks. Now RPK is going to be on reload, and for the next 30 seconds, this bottom side, the beach side, the 1 line is going to be a little bit more vulnerable.
Slow and steady from Caren Tiger. Starting to push forward now with the 5A and the Mouse. A little bit of damage done there into them. RPK looking for an angle, but won't find it. Reloading into APCR, I think.
Yeah, I don't think you can hit them out. Come the 277, sorry, double committing down.
Frog missed his shot as well, I think.
Yeah. That's all right. He's able to just hold down a stage, but he's been tracked. I don't know exactly from where. Might have been from Yupa just then.
Repair kit used again.
Yeah, and this is where the Bat Chat surely should strike soon. This is where Yupa is just putting some serious damage in. Where are Vicetone as well as Hellion going to be striking from? Frog is a sitting duck at the moment.
Still hanging in the balance. Caren Tiger have managed to trade back fairly efficiently at the moment, but Marmot is getting low, and as soon as he dies, the floodgates really do open a little bit for Caren Tiger because he is a bit of a roadblock that they have to get through first. The other question, as you mentioned still, where is Vicetone? Where is Hellion?
Oh, they've been spotted out, and Listeron's still able to get a shot onto Vicetone. That's actually pretty critical at this stage. Now they are unloading into Frog, and this is what I was talking about. The Bat Chats, they come in just in time to make sure Frog's night is a absolute nightmare, and out come the rest of the pushes. But you look at where Yupa is. The Bat Chats, though, they've clipped out. There is no way they can kill the enemy Bat Chats, and now it's all down to the focus fire. All brawls just erupting all across the map right now, Jordan.
Yeah, I don't know that RPK can actually finish off these Bat Chats himself. Needed the help of Lizeron, but he's also on the reload. It's really, at the moment, the Super Conqueror of Yupa that's the one that is having all of the impact from this position. He can just rain down hell upon the Naughty Kids players. There's no one that can actually stop him. No one's going to be able to do any damage. He's got such great gun depression that he can do so many free shots into the Naughty Kids players. And also the fact that the Bat Chats have gotten out quite safely here, Hellion and Vicetone, does mean that once the reload is secured from Hellion, things are going to be a little bit more problematic for Naughty Kids. Luckily, at least for Naughty Kids, Hellion is still on the reload. He's stuck. What is he doing? Needs to hide.
He's been ammo racked and his repair kit is on cooldown, but the Bat Chats don't know this just yet. So RPK as well as Listeron, the two Bat Chats really, AMX50B though does manage to unload into Neo. So a 1-for-1 trade, that's going to be okay on the side of Naughty Kids, but the HP has definitely swung back in the favor of Caren Tiger. It's been back and forth, but Denon's still on full HP at this stage. Don't forget this, and he still has a lot of heat rounds to play with.
Bat Chats starting to make a move here for Naughty Kids. I want to see what the move is for the Bat Chats of Caren Tiger. Roracle should be a free kill for any of them if they get all the way down to the 9 line. Still a lot of time to play with here for Caren Tiger. Super Conqueror of Denon still trying to fire shots into Morrow, but that is really wishful thinking. Getting a penetrating shot into a mouse like this at this range, even with the Super Conqueror, unlikely. Seems like he's run out of APCR there. I'm not sure what's going on here for Denon. He's got 13. Is that heat rounds? That's heat round. Sorry, HE rounds is all that he's got left. He's got no APCR.
Yeah, I think he's used all of it on towards the mouse, and yeah.
So good luck doing any damage to that mouse at this point.
Might as well wait for the Bat Chats to come across. Might as well wait for Marmot to be making his move in, and this is really now just slowly starting to swing back, and I don't know what Denon is doing at the moment. Maybe waiting for the track to make it a little bit easier. You can see Morrow trying to wiggle around, trying to draw out these shots, and there it is. HE going to be landed.
I'm not sure really what Morrow was trying to do here. Oh, he's hiding from Marmot, that's what.
He needs to, I mean, he has to expose himself somewhere, but it's just HE rounds coming out right now from Denon. And I think this might be advantageous coming into a situation where there's still two Bat Chats alive. There it is. Denon does manage to clean up, but he's full HP with HE rounds.
What I wanted to say, though, is that the rotation is starting to come through from Hellion, the one that I was talking about to deal with Roracle. It's Hellion on the cap. There goes Roracle. Hellion actually doesn't take a shot of damage for that either. It was Yupa locking down that position for so long, but now this actually frees Yupa up as well. Back into the 4v4. Health advantage is actually there for Naughty Kids. Somebody needed to do something about that mouse. Accio V not willing to push forward. He was too scared of the Bat Chats of Naughty Kids. Caren Tiger, this might actually be a little bit of a difficult situation for them now. Lizeron and RPK pushing on forward.
Nothing that Denon can really do as well in terms of he's only got HE rounds left, and out comes the cap now. They do have to commit all their forces. Listeron and RPK need to make a bit of a move at this stage. Marmot, now he needs to push in for information, but I don't know how reliable that can be. Mouse pushing in for information? Really risky coming up, but if he identifies where Accio V and Vicetone is, it's going to be absolutely critical. Now also Denon shifting around as well. As long as these Bat Chats on the side of Naughty Kids do not remain lit, that is going to be absolutely critical.
Yupa's making the right decision here, pushing on. He'll be able to get shots into the side of the mouse if he does actually take a peek through the opening to the mine. Accio V playing with fire a little bit there, but then again, it's the Super Conqueror firing only HE shells. Denon, he's got 7 shots left, so I'm not sure how much more of an impact on the game he is going to have, apart from being a tank to soak up some shells. Vicetone under some pressure right now, being put low.
I think it's absolutely critical for Marmot to stay alive. Denon is going to be relied on the resets in turns of the HE, and he's healthy enough to not be clipped out. RPK trying to get these shots onto Vicetone. He's not able to land them, though, is he? I mean, Vicetone's still alive at this stage, still has a couple of shells to be firing out, and Lissaron, RPK is going to go down. This is not good. Denon going to be facing front onwards with Hallian. All Lissaron needs to do right now is to try to stay alive.
That's a big shot of damage actually onto Haley, and the HE shells do work out against the Batchat, but Yupa's going to finish him off. 37 seconds to find Lissaron. I don't even know where Lissaron is. Does Caren Tiger know where he is? That's the question for me.
I mean, they're pushing really, really quickly. If they manage to identify him, all they need to do is put a single shot into him, and that's it. They will win the finals.
Vicetone's got 2 shells left in the clip, so he should be able to do this, although if he does go down to Lissaron, that's going to be the problem. Yupa should be able to get the crossfire shot across, be able to get that trade. It's just a matter of time here. Vicetone trying to play with it, but Vicetone gets the job done. Lissaron goes down, and Caren Tiger, once again, will be the APAC champions here in the Masters Finals.
5-2 as well. That was absolutely convincing on Minds. They take that mid control, and they just manipulate that to pretty much perfect circumstances. Frog's just caught in no man's land, and they're so frustrating. I can tell you, if you stay hold down there, you feel like you've got yourself in a nice position, but then you're let down by your Batchats over in the island because you leave that sector pretty much clear. At the end of the day, it felt like Naughty Kids way too nervous coming into the finals. A lot of their normal, very patient defensive play was pretty much swept aside. They decided to go for aggressive players, which was really bizarre. And just a couple of decisions where you go, well, imagine if Denon still had APCR rounds. Why do you have HE loaded?
Well, that's what I'm questioning. Like, I understand that you want to have a little bit of HE there for the Super Conqueror if he wants to try and get some resets. That's his position there, to try and get resets onto the 2 flag. But you've got to question having that much HE ammo loaded in a Super Conqueror. He really left himself a little bit high and dry. Sure, the HE ammo was pretty effective against the Batchat in the end, but if he would have had the extra APCR, maybe he would be able to get rid of that mouse a little bit earlier. In the end, we're not really going to be able to know unless we were able to play that out again with the APCR there for him. I think it would have made a pretty big difference, actually. In the end, though, Caren Tiger very, very nicely played. They're able to rotate across the map. They did exactly what they needed to do. They're able to juggle their HP. A lot of tanks getting very low there for them in the end, but they all kept themselves alive. 5-2. Solid victory for Caren Tiger.
And like I said, I felt like that was not really down to the super heavies as much. I mean, Yupa, obviously big performance of the Super Kong, but the Batchats coming in and just unclipping at the right times. You got to say, like, the movement was better from the Batchats on Caren Tiger.
Yeah, definitely. Let's look at the bracket here and find out how things did go today. Earlier on, we did get to see Caren Tiger playing up against Reported, and they made their way through to the final. We'll see when we bring up the bracket.
I don't think there's going to be a graphic, so you're going to have to you have to explain it now.
Here we go. This is
there
it.
we are.
All right, this is what we were looking for. Caren Tiger up against Reported. They did get the win there, 5-3. Naughty Kids got the win over GGWP, 5-1. And then obviously Naughty Kids this time not able to put up as much of a fight against Caren Tiger. We've just seen the 5-2 victory for Caren Tiger as they cement themselves once again the masters of the APAC League. Would have thought it would be closer from Naughty Kids, but just goes to show, I guess, the extra experience that Caren Tiger do have when it really matters does come up in trumps.
I think as well, just maybe Naughty Kids just overthinking a little bit here as well. I felt like that they overthought themselves. Tried to run strategies that they probably shouldn't have, and as a result, trying to make the gamble plays, trying to always catch them off guard because they felt like they were the underdogs in it. You've got to be playing coming into the finals confident. You know you've taken the 5-4 before. You can play your defensive style like you did against GGWP and try to make it work against Caren Tiger. Regardless of how it is, well played for both sides. Caren Tiger just too strong with the experience. You can see it just calm and composed the entire time, and I don't even think that was that A+ game. That was pretty much maybe B+ at best. It looked like pretty much a walk in the park for them. So
yeah, definitely not the best that I've ever seen Caren Tiger playing. The same can be said for teams like Reported. You know, if we were to go back to WGL, I think the competition raises itself even again past what we see today. For these teams, it is a fun competition. There's quite a bit of cash on the line, but it's nothing compared to the likes of WGL. So if we wanted to really see the top echelon of World of Tanks, that would need to come back. For me, though, though, I mean, that was fun. I enjoy watching the APAC League. I do enjoy watching a bit of World of Tanks. And once again, Caren Tiger able to pull off the victory. So showing a bit of consistency now twice in a row. And I wonder if anyone is ever going to be able to challenge them again.
Well, I mean, Naughty Kids, I mean, this time it's not going to be their time to shine, but there could be opportunities in the future. Who knows?
Who knows indeed. Well, that's going to be the end of our broadcast for today. Thanks very much for joining us here at the APAC League. That was the Masters Finals. Congratulations again, of course, to Caren Tigers. As always, though, have a very good night and happy tanking.
At the same time, you've got the majority of the forces still dancing around the 2 flag.
Ooh.
The 5A, that's a shot from you. Targets on the Super Conquerors. The Bat Chats will be on reload, and now they're going to be focusing down Kirishima. This is the lower plate as well. JT going to try and charge forward, but Yupa does manage to land the critical shout. Now out comes the Bat Chats. I wonder how many shots take one of the tanks out of the fighting equation. So Kame is going to be pushing forward, committing draw with their mapping. Kirishima has been spotted out. Now maybe Richard Chen can also get a few shots in. There it is. Nicely placed.
That's a very
These
nice
Bat Chats trying to get in for the reset. Oh, Lissarin's drive is also dead as well. That's a great shot onto cleans up the kill on the IS-7, or actually onto Richard Sung over on the other side. And this is where they just can't get up. He doesn't have enough. He doesn't have
onto him.
Oh, he's going to reverse and eventually sides. Vicetone, he's going to cop from that 60 TP. He doesn't mind being clipped out.
If he gets a ram in here.
Exactly, if he gets a ram here, it doesn't matter. Oh, he does get the ram as well. He catches well in the mouse, means that he can at least soak up a little bit of the damage. Kid 9, that is a good shot onto help. Not good. Denon going to be facing front onwards with Hallian. All Listeron needs to do right now is to try to stay alive.
That's a big shot of damage actually on that.